Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Today we'll be playing RuneScape because we have a few hours until Genshin. Like, nearly 7.5 hours until Genshin. So, hope you enjoy. Oh, I'm still doing from Craftsman. I'll do that. Alright. I need more steam runs. That's kind of annoying. I had to go to the tracker. I want to run the bullet. I need 100. 63.1. Not bad. It's a shame that doesn't count. But oh well. I feel like vertigo might set in after a while of doing this because of the angle changes. Yeah, that's gonna be too much. This is pretty good teleport, to be honest. I just feel like I'm calling. Oh yeah, that's much faster. Ooh, culinary. Nice. Not the best rare to get, but that's helpful. Oh, there goes my master pouch. 3 minutes before I'm done with it. A lot of selfish. The last one for now. Need to go do some weeklies. 112,000 tracked off runecrafting XP before I had to end is pretty good within an hour. Actually, isn't nearly this. Except for the few thousand that weren't tracked because of the challenge XP. It's pretty decent.
Nothing went wrong. It didn't fall over my feet. Not that I do that much. And no one threw rocks at me or anything like that. I even found some amazing treasure. Here, you deserve a big share. I couldn't have done it without you.
I'm already 200 million Slayer. WTF, Meg.
Use a little advice if you're up for it. I'll give you some of the treasure I find as a thank you. Okay, so I've heard rumours of an ancient temple hidden in the Karazi jungle somewhere.
About what? Oh, ancient.
I've decided to investigate to see if I can be the first to uncover it. Don't suppose you haven't pointed, do you? Okay, so I have a problem. I set up a series of magical traps and locked myself out of my own house. Any suggestions? Good idea. What's the best food to hunt for in the wild? Thanks, you've been so helpful. I'll be sure to follow your advice to the letter. I'll let you know how it went when I get back.
16 no matter what way I place it. Which is a little annoying. You don't give any C-frame, but you give me speed. That should be good. Not even going to try with that one. I believe that's all that's left is Citadel capping. So let's go do wrong one. There we go.
Just let me know.
In the late 19th century, the city of London was the largest in the world, a sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the autumn of 1888, an horrific story emerged from the capital's East End. A story so dreadful it sent shockwaves around the world. One after another, destitute women of the East End fell victim to a vicious killer known as Jack the Ripper. Despite an extensive manhunt and a few close calls, the Ripper was never caught. Instead, the murders came to an abrupt end and left behind one of the greatest mysteries in the annals of crime. In the East End of London, there's a district known as Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums, where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge. Day and night, an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets, courts, and alleys. One such place was a narrow passage known as George Yard. Near the north entrance of this passage was a residential complex known as George Yard Buildings. It was the morning of August the 7th, 1888, when an upstairs tenant named John Reeves headed out for work. Upon reaching the first floor landing, Reeves encountered the body of a woman lying upon her back in a pool of blood. Horrified by the sight, he stumbled down to the street below in search for help. Constable Thomas Barrett was the first officer on the scene. He was soon joined by Dr. Timothy Killeen, who conducted a brief examination. The woman had been stabbed 39 times, primarily in the chest and abdomen. Dr. Killeen estimated that she had been dead for, quote, about 3 hours, thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked where she was found, as no blood was found beyond the staircase landing. But this was strange, as none of the tenants in this crowded building had heard a single cry for help or a disturbance of any kind. One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening of August the 6th, and the scream had emanated from outside the complex. Hewitt further explained, "The district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly occurrence." The victim was eventually identified as 39-year-old Martha Tabram. Tabram was a mother of 2 and had separated from her husband many years prior. Her last known address was 19 George Street, a common lodging house less than 300 meters from the site of her death. Tabram had made a living through prostitution, and one of her associates was a woman named Mary Ann Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with 2 soldiers. Then, shortly before midnight, the party of 4 had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard. It was the last time she saw Tabram alive. Barely 2 hours later, Constable Barrett had spoken to a soldier loitering near the north entrance of George Yard. The soldier had told Barrett that he was, quote, waiting for his mate who had gone away with a girl. Half an hour later, Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldiers, but all those accused could provide an alibi. One had been at home with his wife, another at an army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. This was enough for Inspector Edmund Reed, the lead investigator on the case, to abandon this line of inquiry. Connolly and Barrett, having both picked out the wrong men, they could not be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless. Even if a soldier had been responsible, no one could deduce a motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime and violence, but the sheer brutality of this attack was as frightening as it was confounding. The crime is one of the most brutal that have occurred for some years. For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in such a manner is almost beyond belief. These were the concluding remarks delivered at the final inquest held on August the 23rd. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse. On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street and headed for work. After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the road. The man turned around to face him and said, "Come and look over here. There's a woman lying at the pavement." The stranger was named Charles Cross, and he too had been on his way to work when he first caught sight of the woman. The 2 men now cautiously approached. The woman's hands were cold to the touch, and Cross believed she was dead. Paul, however, thought he could sense faint breathing. But instead of seeking immediate help, Cross and Paul were more concerned about being late for work. As such, they quickly resumed their morning commute, hoping to notify a policeman along the way. Fortunately, Constable John Neal was just around the corner. Neal was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut across the throat. The wound was still bleeding and parts of her body were still warm. He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at once to fetch a nearby doctor. Upon his arrival, shortly after 4 o'clock, Dr. Rhys Llewellyn estimated that, quote, she had not been dead more than half an hour. In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman mere minutes after she was killed. Furthermore, 3 officers had patrolled the vicinity just a few minutes prior. Constable Neal had last inspected Box Row at approximately 3:15. So too had Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made. Apart from 2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote, disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the abdomen. He also believed that the killer possessed, quote, some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts. The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Mary Ann Nichols, and she had turned 43 just 5 days before the murder. Nichols had at least 6 children, and her last known address was a common lodging house at 56 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Nichols had been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. Seeking to raise the money through prostitution, Nichols had then ventured down Osborne Street before meeting her friend Ellen Holland. The 2 of them shared a brief exchange, but Nichols was visibly drunk. When they parted ways around 2:30, Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road. Barely an hour later, she was found dead. Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon, no witnesses. Inspector Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In both cases, the attack had been needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age and moved in the same circles. The only meaningful difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds. Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same deranged individual had committed both murders, a conviction that would only grow stronger in the days that followed. As the sun was rising on September the 8th, a man named John Richardson was on his way to work. At 4:45, he made a quick stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway. Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife to trim a vexing piece of leather from his boot. Once satisfied, he left the building and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of the same address, John Davis, plodded downstairs and into the hallway. The front door was now wide open, but the one in the back was closed. When Davis went to open it, he found the bloodied remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the scene. After a brief inspection, he sent at once for a medic. Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote, terribly mutilated. The throat had been, quote, dissevered deeply, whereas the abdomen had been, quote, entirely laid open. The intestines had been, quote, lifted out of the body and placed by the shoulder of the corpse. The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector Chandler and Dr. Phillips conducted a sweep of the backyard. Most of what they found belonged to the tenants of the building, but just below the resting place of the woman's feet, they found a small piece of cloth and 2 combs. The items had likely belonged to the victim, but it seemed to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged by the killer. The post-mortem revealed that 2 brass rings had been forcefully removed from the victim's left hand. These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of the victim's abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote, the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge. This point was greatly expanded upon at the subsequent inquest. The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable anatomical skill and knowledge. There were no meaningless cuts. For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out these operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room. The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman. Chapman's date of birth is a bit uncertain, but she was roughly 47 at the time of her death. She had at least 7 children, but was tragically only survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 35 Dorset Street. On the night of her death, Chapman had been denied accommodations as she lacked the funds to pay for a bed. She was escorted off the premises by the night watchman, who then saw her vanish into a nearby alleyway. What happened to Chapman over the next few hours, nobody knows. Her whereabouts during this time is a complete mystery. But unlike the 2 previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case might have caught a glimpse of the killer. At 5:30 on the morning of September the 8th, a woman named Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long was positive that the woman she'd seen was Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back towards Long, so she never saw his face. Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment of their conversation. The man had posed the question, "Will you?" to which the woman responded, "Yes." Now, a lasting point of contention in the Chapman case is the time of death. According to Dr. Phillips, when he arrived at 6:30, Chapman had been dead for, quote, at least 2 hours. That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later. Then there's the testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the son of one of the tenants in the building. At 4:45, he made a routine checkup on the door to the basement, which had previously suffered a break-in. When he found it secure, he sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot. Even though he sat mere centimeters from the murder site, Richardson did not see a body. He was adamant on this point. "I could not have failed to notice the deceased if she had been there." To muddle the timeline even further, there's the testimony of Albert Kadosh. About 20 minutes past 5, Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27 Hanbury Street when he heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word "no." A few minutes later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence dividing the 2 yards. There's no one way to untangle this web of contradictions, but Dr. Phillips did concede the possibility that he'd miscalculated. That, quote, "the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood" had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body. So, presuming that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kadosh were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30 in the morning. By this point, the dim light of dawn would have provided the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of the murder site, some of whom had even slept with their windows open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions. As the tally of victims gradually mounted, the public grew increasingly anxious. They were not only frightened by the murders, but frustrated with the police and their perceived incompetence. Even across the pond were the efforts of the police fiercely criticized. The London police and detective force is probably the stupidest in the world. What these mocking quotes and illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds stacked in favor of the perpetrator. The police were up against someone who seemingly struck without motive, someone who left no murder weapon and few witnesses. On top of that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were understaffed. As one newspaper put it, "A man in the East End of London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond identification amid the masses." At no point would this become more apparent than during the events of September the 30th. On September the 29th, a routine Saturday meeting was held at the Socialist Club on Berners Street. When the meeting came to a close around midnight, all but a few members returned home. Those who remained proceeded to drink and socialize. Half an hour in September the 30th, Joseph Lave stepped outside to get some fresh air. Lave used the side entrance leading into Dutville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes. Moments after Lave got back inside, Morris Eagle accessed the building via the same entrance. He too was a member of the club and had just returned after escorting a woman home. Neither of them noticed anything unusual. 20 minutes later, the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berners Street. The driver was Louis Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Dutville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left. When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Diemschutz stepped down from his barrow and, after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side against the wall. Without even knowing if she was, quote, drunk or dead, Diemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife. When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside. They could now see that the woman's throat had been, quote, fearfully cut, and that, quote, a stream of blood was trickling down the yard. Eagle, Diemschutz, and a few others promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While a growing crowd of bystanders waited for authorities to arrive, there was no sign of the perpetrator. But across the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made. At 1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square. Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion it was deserted. But in the time it took Watkins to complete another rotation, Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene. I next came in at 1:44. I turned to the right. I saw the body of a woman lying there on her back. I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruding. The stomach was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood. Dr. George Siqueira and Dr. Frederick Brown soon converged upon the scene. They found terrible injuries inflicted upon the woman's face, throat, and abdomen. The intestines had been, quote, drawn out to a large extent and placed over the right shoulder. Among the many lacerations to the face, Dr. Brown noted that, quote, the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through. Based on their expert opinions, coupled with the testimony of Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found. Back in Berners Street, Dr. Frederick Blackwell and Dr. George Phillips had reached the same conclusion. The woman in Dutville's yard had died within minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations or anything else by which to connect the attack to the others. But the murder in Dutville's yard and the one in Mitre Square were separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes. This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Diemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer may even have become trapped inside Dutville's yard because the gate on Berners Street was the only point of entry. Perhaps they saw an opportunity to escape when Diemschutz then rushed inside the club. From there, it would have taken them less than 15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is pure speculation. there is no evidence to suggest the two murders were even connected. The woman in Dutville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who'd lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband, she had made a living through prostitution. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 32 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Stride had been seen by quite an abundance of witnesses. First, she was seen in the company of a, quote, respectably dressed man around 11 o'clock. About 1:45, Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote, decently dressed and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man by Constable William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance. It's unclear whether these descriptions are of the same person or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night progressed. There were other witnesses, some less credible than others, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Israel Schwartz. About 1:45, Schwartz had been walking down Berners Street. As he came up on Dutville's yard, he witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance. The woman had, quote, screamed 3 times, but not very loudly. Schwartz would later identify this woman as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street. That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe. The man who attacked the woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipsky. The pipe smoker then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away. When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipsky. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators on the case, had a very different interpretation. You see, the name Lipsky had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipsky was convicted of murder. Owing to the publicity of that case, the surname Lipsky had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipsky was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a, quote, strong Jewish appearance. The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether Abeline's interpretation is correct, it's doubtful we'll ever truly know. Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling, as he conceivably witnessed the moment when Elizabeth Stride was attacked. Back in Mitre Square, a large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the scene, all driven by their morbid curiosity to get a glimpse of the body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According to Dr. Brown, this extraction required, quote, a good deal of knowledge, which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote, great anatomical skill. The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk in Aldgate High Street, surrounded by a crowd. The commotion attracted a few officers, who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station. There, she remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning. After being released from jail, Eddowes was likely spotted in the company of a man in the vicinity of Mitre Square. Only one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavende, had paid close attention to the couple. The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote, reddish handkerchief round his neck. While Lavende did identify the woman as Catherine Eddowes, he never saw her face. Nevertheless, this sighting was only made some 10 minutes before Edo's body was discovered by Constable Watkins. What's so incredibly tragic about the Edo's case is how narrowly the killer escaped justice. First of all, the only private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family. They had slept right next to an upper floor window overlooking the murder site. Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman had been cleaning a warehouse within earshot of the murder site. He would routinely hear the footsteps of patrolling officers, yet heard nothing at the time of the murder. Finally, Constable James Harvey had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavende and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed to notice anything suspicious. Was it too dark? Was the killer standing just a few meters away, cloaked in shadow? Did one or more witnesses get the time wrong? While the killer did ultimately escape, they did not do so without leaving a trace. Shortly before 3 o'clock, a blood-stained piece of cloth was found near the entrance to a building a few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Edos. The patch had evidently been torn off and then discarded by the killer upon their escape. Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message. "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer? Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or even away from the Jewish community? Was it completely unrelated to the murder? Similar questions would soon be raised by a few letters which had supposedly been written and posted by the killer. Three days before the murder of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, the Central News Agency of London received a letter in the post, the author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the quote, next job. Then, in the aftermath of the two killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard. It contained details about the atrocities, which the author described as a quote, double event. On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. The hope was that someone would recognize the handwriting. Unfortunately, no one ever did. Instead, it merely served to advertise the name with which the letters had been signed. Opinions on the letters' authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today. Most notably, the Dear Boss letter had promised to quote, clip the lady's ears off and send them to the police. The police never received such a package, and neither of the two victims had had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Eddowes had been, quote, cut obliquely through. Was this a botched attempt by the killer to keep their promise? Or was it merely one of numerous lacerations with no connection to the letter? The contents of the letters notwithstanding, modern linguistic analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same. However, the handwriting bore, quote, no resemblance at all to the message written above the torn patch of apron. Now, the publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats. Agencies all over London were soon inundated with correspondence imitating the other two. But at least one of them might have been genuine, not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was delivered. On October the 16th, a man named George Lusk received a small package in the post. Lusk was the chairman of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, a small group of local tradesmen who sought to identify the killer. The package consisted of a letter and a cardboard box containing half a kidney. The doctors who examined the kidney all agreed that it was human, but whether it was the same left kidney removed from the body of Eddowes could not be determined. It could, for instance, have been an elaborate hoax by a medical student or someone with access to human organs. The author of the accompanying letter, meanwhile, insisted that the kidney did belong to the victim and that they had fried and eaten the other half. A popular theory at the time, and one that still is today, was that some of the letters had been fabricated by the press. According to Chief Inspector John Littlechild, the letters were, quote, a smart piece of journalistic work. Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson dismissed the letters as, quote, the creation of an enterprising London journalist. Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote, stained forefinger of the journalist. There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the genuine prose of the Ripper, the letters did nonetheless receive widespread attention. They commanded space in virtually every newspaper and dominated much of the public discourse throughout October, a month which passed without a single atrocity bearing the signature marks of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps it was finally over. It is pretty certain that the master has become frightened and has suspended his horrible work for the present, if not for good. On the morning of November the 9th, a merchant and property owner named John McCarthy was going through his bookkeeping. McCarthy was the landlord of Miller's Court, and the tenants of room 13 had fallen behind on their rent. McCarthy sent at once for his assistant, Thomas Boyer, to collect the money at 11:15. After knocking twice without response, Boyer went around the corner to peer through a window, but his view was obstructed by a coat or curtain, so Boyer had to reach through a broken window pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room. Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13 was locked and had to be forced open with a pickaxe. What they found inside was truly the stuff of nightmares. The sight we saw, I cannot drive away from my mind. It looked more like the work of a devil than of a man. The whole scene is more than I can describe. I hope I may never see such a sight again. Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote, cut all to pieces. Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote, hacked beyond recognition. The abdomen had been, quote, emptied of its viscera, while the throat had been, quote, severed all round, down to the bone. The body had been monstrously disfigured, with loose organs dispersed all around it. The room itself was sparsely furnished and offered little in the way of clues. 2 tables, 1 or 2 chairs, and a small cabinet. Amongst the ashes of a fireplace, the police found patches of burned clothing. Had the killer tried to dispose of evidence, or had it merely been used for warmth and light? The victim was identified almost immediately. Her name was Mary Jane Kelly, and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest victim by far. But given that no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly have been found, it's probable that she was using a fake identity. In any case, Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder, she had cohabited with a man named Joseph Barnett. They had only separated on October the 30th because Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution and the people with whom she associated. But they did see each other again. On the evening of November the 8th, Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the company of a woman who was just about to leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and how long he stayed. If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived at some point between 7 and 7:45 and left before 9 o'clock. Shortly before midnight, Kelly was spotted in the company of a man by her neighbor, Mary Ann Cox. When Cox passed the couple, they were about to enter Kelly's room. Cox bid Kelly good night but she was, quote, very much intoxicated and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then left the court about an hour later, Kelly could still be heard singing. By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, for she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins. But Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate for money, so they soon parted ways. Moments later, Hutchinson observed Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed man. The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction and began walking north. Hutchinson found it suspicious that such a well-dressed man would seek the company of a woman like Kelly. As such, when the couple passed him by, he scrutinized the man's appearance. He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his right hand and a small parcel in his left. Hutchinson decided to shadow the couple as they proceeded to Miller's Court. Before they vanished up the court, the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him, "All right, my dear, come along. You will be comfortable." Hutchinson remained in the vicinity until 3 o'clock, but neither Kelly nor the man reappeared. At roughly the same time, Cox returned home. In stark contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox was now struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby. Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all. According to Dr. Bond, Kelly died between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Phillips placed the time of death a few hours later. But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at 11:15. These contradictions are difficult to reconcile, and the precise time of death eludes us to this day. Mary Jane Kelly is typically regarded as the Ripper's final victim. Along with Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes, she is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha Tabram might have been a victim of Jack the Ripper, but opinions are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total number of victims is a matter of debate. Presuming that Kelly was indeed the final victim, one has to wonder why. Why did the murders come to such a sudden end? Did a Ripper give in to fears of being caught? Were they imprisoned for a different crime? Perhaps they succumbed to an illness or committed suicide. Could they have migrated to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage of suspects. Following the murder of Mary Ann Nichols, a rumor began to circulate that someone called Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing prostitutes. The name quickly made its way into the press, and soon enough it became synonymous with the killer. In fact, Leather Apron was the predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper. But the man identified as Leather Apron was soon cleared of all suspicion. His real name was John Piser, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked. This misguided manhunt is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation. The police pursued even the most tenuous of leads due to a lack of evidence and mounting pressure from the public. They interviewed thousands, investigated hundreds, and developed numerous theories along the way. In the words of Inspector Frederick Abeline, "Theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so many of them." In an effort to narrow down the search, the police used a primitive form of criminal profiling. The idea was to analyze the available evidence to try and gauge what sort of person had committed the crimes. This profile was prepared by Dr. Thomas Bond, and he described the Ripper as a strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed respectably. Bond's most controversial assessment was that the killer possessed, quote, no scientific nor anatomical knowledge. This stood in direct opposition to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a basic understanding of anatomy. Based on the witness accounts, the Ripper was a man of average height, with a medium to stout build, in his late 20s to mid-30s. He wore dark clothes, including a hat of some sort, and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts can be quite deceptive. Not only are many details inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different people. For all we know, none of the witnesses ever laid eyes on Jack the Ripper. So much is up for debate that one can build a case against almost any suspect. Some have even entertained the possibility that the Ripper was a woman or possibly a man disguised as a woman. While Jill or Jackie the Ripper is an interesting theory, it has failed to achieve any widespread support. What is rarely in dispute is that the Ripper was either a resident of or otherwise familiar with the East End. After all, he managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes. He likely had some form of employment, as the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays, and he may have had some degree of anatomical knowledge. With this unshakable profile in hand, let's take a closer look at a few suspects. The question is, where do we even begin? According to criminal profiler and FBI Special Agent John Douglas, the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met, either a witness or a person close to one of the victims. What about John Richardson, the witness in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote, not a shred of evidence against him. His mother also lived on the premises, so he had good reason to be there. What about George Hutchinson, the witness who followed Mary Jane Kelly after she was accosted by a well-dressed client? Hutchinson never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple. He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well-dressed in the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous? Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was broke, and the client appeared to be wealthy. Perhaps he waited outside the court with the intention of mugging this well-dressed client. There are many question marks surrounding Hutchinson. He has never been positively identified, so next to nothing is known about his life. This makes it very difficult to build a strong case against him. Hutchinson was interrogated by the police, but ultimately convinced Inspector Frederick Abeline that he was telling the truth. But not every witness attracted such attention from the police. Take for instance Charles Cross, the man who discovered the body of Marian Nichols. On the morning of August the 31st, Charles Cross left his home on Doveton Street and headed for work. When he turned into Bucks Row, he happened upon the body of Marian Nichols. Moments later, he was joined by Robert Paul, and events transpired as previously described. Despite his proximity to the crime, Cross appears to have escaped suspicion from both the press and the police. He was evidently seen as the innocent passerby that he appeared to be. But in recent years, that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul. Cross then concealed the murder weapon and portrayed himself as someone who just found the body. The injuries inflicted upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption, as they were less severe than those of later victims. What's interesting about Cross is that he likely testified under a false name. He claimed to be employed as a carman, and his address was given as 22 Doveton Street. But surviving records show that in 1888, this address was occupied by a man named Charles Lechmere. Lechmere was also employed as a carman, and on at least one occasion went by the name Charles Cross, as it was the surname of his stepfather. It is now widely believed that Charles Lechmere was the man who appeared at the inquest, and that he assumed the name of his stepfather when he testified. His motivation for doing so has been the source of much speculation. Was he trying to conceal his identity, or was it merely a force of habit? After all, contemporary examples of people doing the exact same thing are not difficult to find. The most compelling evidence against Lechmere is that his morning commute between home and work roughly coincides with the time and place of the murders. Except for the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, who were killed on a Sunday, the only day when Lechmere would have been free from work. Not only that, but all the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays. Why would a man who supposedly timed the murders with his morning commute gravitate towards days of rest? In any case, Lechmere's mother lived a few blocks south of Burness Street, the neighborhoods around which is also where Lechmere spent his childhood. As such, it's speculated that Stride and Eddowes were killed after Lechmere paid a late-night visit to his mother. While he claimed to be employed at a delivery firm known as Pickford's, there are no surviving records of his employment. If he did work for Pickford's, there is a fair chance that he delivered meat and would thus have been exposed to slaughter and blood on a daily basis. Lechmere remained in East London until his death in 1920 at the age of 71. While there is no evidence of Lechmere ever being suspected by the police, it is difficult to believe that he was completely overlooked. Many case files have not survived, so any doubts investigators might have had could have long since disappeared. Now, a witness who definitely attracted attention was Joseph Barnett. Joseph Barnett was the man who lived with Mary Jane Kelly up until a few days before the murder. He and Kelly had supposedly met around April of 1887, and they eventually moved to 13 Miller's Court. Barnett was employed as a fish porter, but for reasons unknown, he lost his job between July and August of 1888. From that point onwards, the couple struggled to pay rent, and Kelly resorted back to prostitution. Now, those who believe that Barnett was the Ripper view his loss of employment as a turning point. The argument is that Barnett was so overcome with guilt and anguish for driving Kelly back to prostitution that he went on a murder spree, murdering one local prostitute after another in a desperate attempt to frighten Kelly off the streets. While most of this is pure speculation, it is true that Barnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution. You may recall that Barnett separated from Kelly on October the 30th because he disliked the prostitutes with whom she associated. Kelly never went on the streets when she lived with me. She would never have gone wrong again, and I should never have left if it had not been for the prostitutes stopping by the house. This might further explain why Kelly was the Ripper's final and most viciously mutilated victim, the implication being that Barnett felt rejected by Kelly and wanted revenge for the breakup. According to Barnett, he did pay Kelly a visit on the evening of November the 8th, but they had parted on quote, friendly terms. He then supposedly went home, played a card game until 12:30 before going to bed. Now, Kelly is presumed to have died in the early hours of November the 9th, so Barnett could have returned to Miller's Court sometime after midnight. While the police did subject him to 4 hours of interrogation, Barnett was ultimately released without charge. Then there's the matter of the locked door. When the police arrived at Miller's Court, they had to force the door open with a pickaxe. This raised an important question. How did the killer lock the door behind him? According to Burnett, the key to room 13 had been missing for some time. Because of this, he and Kelly would, quote, open the door by reaching through the broken window. The door was said to be equipped with a, quote, catch lock, and evidently locked itself upon being closed. If that's true, mystery solved. But even if the door was not self-locking, there's still an obvious solution. All the killer would have had to do is observe Kelly using the window trick and then employ that same technique to fasten the door upon leaving. But those who favor Barnett as the Ripper offer yet another solution. The key never went missing. Instead, Barnett is said to have stolen the key and then used it on the night of the murder. These solutions are all equally valid, and it's impossible to know which one is correct. There is a slight variation of this theory which states that Barnett did murder Kelly, but was not the Ripper. Instead, he merely emulated the Ripper to deflect attention away from himself. Once again, this is pure speculation, but the murder of Kelly did somewhat differ from the rest in that it was committed indoors. Barnett remained in the East End until his death in 1926 at the age of 68. While it's only natural for suspicion to fall upon witnesses and acquaintances, Victorian detectives did pursue other lines of inquiry. One prominent theory was that the Ripper suffered from insanity, and a prime suspect in that category is Aaron Kosminski. The Whitechapel murders investigation was overseen by numerous high-ranking officers within the Metropolitan Police. One of them was Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson. Upon his retirement, Anderson repeatedly and unequivocally stated that Jack the Ripper had been identified. There was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal. Without disclosing the name of the suspect, Anderson described him as a, quote, low-class Polish Jew who was, quote, safely caged in an asylum. He'd been identified by a witness who was described as, quote, the only person who ever had a good view of the murderer. This unnamed witness had supposedly refused to testify because the suspect was, quote, a fellow Jew. I am almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit would result from such a course. While Anderson never revealed the name of the suspect, his colleagues were a bit more forthcoming. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson revealed that his surname was Kosminski. Yet another high-ranking officer, Melville McNaughton, described Kosminski as a homicidal and misogynistic resident of Whitechapel. Surviving records show that an Aaron Kosminski was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1891. Aaron was indeed from Poland, he was Jewish, and had lived in Whitechapel. He suffered from auditory hallucinations and a paranoid fear of being fed by others. He was trained as a barber, but had, quote, not attempted any kind of work for years. It's unclear when his mental health began to decline, but upon being institutionalized, Aaron was deemed to be harmless. He was, quote, quiet and well-behaved, and, quote, apathetic as a rule. Only on rare occasions would he get, quote, excited and violent. However, before his confinement, Aaron had once threatened his sister with a knife. The case against him largely hinges upon the claims made by Anderson, Swanson, and McNaughton, especially the claim that an unnamed witness identified a suspect named Kosminski. But the descriptions of that suspect are not entirely consistent with Aaron Kosminski. For instance, McNaughton stated that the suspect had been, quote, removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Aaron was first confined in 1891. Swanson wrote that the suspect had been, quote, sent to the asylum and died shortly afterwards. Aaron was still alive at the time and spent nearly 3 decades in psychiatric care. As such, it is possible that the suspect Kosminski was someone other than Aaron Kosminski. It's also possible that these inconsistencies were mere lapses in memory. After all, these events were recounted years or even decades after the fact, and McNaughton even confessed to writing solely from memory. Regardless of the suspect's true identity, Anderson was the only one who seemed convinced of his guilt. McNaughton ultimately favored a different suspect, and stated that, quote, "Many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one." Inspector Edmund Reed was of the same opinion. "Now we have Sir Robert Anderson saying that Jack the Ripper was a Jew. That I challenge him to prove. I challenge anyone to prove that there was a tittle of evidence against man, woman, or child." So when Anderson wrote that there was, quote, "no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal," he merely expressed his personal opinion. There was in fact ample doubt and no consensus amongst the police. But in recent years, Aaron Kosminski has been resurrected as a prime suspect due to a controversial DNA analysis. Okay, so back in 1888, Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson is said to have stolen a blood-stained shawl from the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. This shawl was then passed down from one generation to the next before being submitted for DNA testing in 2011. DNA samples were extracted from the shawl and then compared against maternal descendants of Eddowes and Kosminski. In both cases, it was a match. If the subsequent news coverage is to be believed, the mystery has now been, quote, "definitively solved. Aaron Kosminski was Jack the Ripper." But as you can imagine, it's never quite that simple. First of all, the provenance or chain of custody of the shawl is severely lacking. There is no evidence of a shawl being found at the crime scene, nor is there any evidence of Simpson ever being at the crime scene. Furthermore, a destitute woman like Eddowes is unlikely to have owned such an expensive item. Second of all, the type of DNA used to identify Eddowes and Kosminski was mitochondrial DNA, the powerhouse of the cell. This type of DNA is passed down through the female line and is not unique to any one individual. Thousands can share the same mitochondrial DNA, which means it can't be used to pinpoint a specific person. In the words of a geneticist, based on mitochondrial DNA, one can only exclude a suspect. So to say that the mystery has been definitively solved is widely inaccurate. There's still plenty of room for doubt. So to recap, a suspect named Kosminski was identified by an unknown witness. This was enough to convince at least one senior officer of his guilt. That suspect may have been Aaron Kosminski, a man who was largely non-violent but once threatened his sister with a knife. Aaron can neither be incriminated nor eliminated by the DNA evidence. He spent the rest of his life in psychiatric care and died in 1919 at the age of 53. Kosminski was not the only suspect advanced by a high-ranking officer. A completely different suspect who still falls into the same category is Francis Tumblety. Two days before the murder of Mary Jane Kelly, an American physician named Francis Tumblety was arrested in London. As you can probably tell from this photograph, Tumblety was quite an eccentric character. He was born in Ireland around 1833, but was raised in the United States. From an early age, Tumblety gained a reputation for being a medicaster or quack doctor. He engaged in all sorts of medically dubious practices and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy to cancer and blindness using nothing but medicinal herbs. When he was not posing as a doctor, Tumblety was busy running from the law. He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient.
I will be right back. I need to go do something real quick. So, enjoy the music. I'm back. Now let's continue.
He was even implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately implicated attempting to herb sorts of medically dubious practices and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy to cancer and blindness using nothing but medicinal herbs. When he was not posing as a doctor, Tumblety was busy running from the law. He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient. He was even implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately cleared of suspicion. Now, in the early 1860s, Tumblety is alleged to have hosted a lavish dinner party in Washington. Only men were invited to this dinner, and Tumblety had supposedly expressed fierce hatred of women. Furthermore, he showcased a cabinet in his office in which he stored a vast collection of jars filled with anatomical specimens, some of which were said to contain the wombs of, quote, every class of woman. In 1869, Tumblety ventured across the Atlantic and visited England for the first time. By his own admission, he roamed the streets of London until he became familiar with every part of it. He advertised himself as the Great American Doctor and had a few skirmishes with the police. After a few more voyages between the Old World and the New, Tumblety found himself in London in the autumn of 1888. The purpose of his visit and whereabouts at the time of the murders are completely unknown. Tumblety never stayed in one place for long and made frequent use of false names. There is a story of a mysterious lodger leaving behind a blood-stained shirt near the murder site of Elizabeth Stride. This supposedly happened on the night of the murder, and some believe that this lodger was Francis Tumblety. But there is no firm evidence of that, and the entire incident is fraught with uncertainty. What we do know is that Tumblety was arrested in London on November the 7th. According to the press, as well as Tumblety himself, he was arrested on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper. 2 days later, Mary Jane Kelly was found brutally murdered, and it's unclear whether Tumblety was still in custody or had already been released on bail. Nevertheless, he was ultimately charged with 4 counts of gross indecency, which had nothing to do with the murders. But Tumblety had no intention of standing trial. Instead, he made his way across the English Channel, boarded a steamship under a false name, and fled back to America. He was pursued by detectives and kept under surveillance, but his offenses were, quote, not extraditable. As such, Tumblety remained in the United States and never returned to England. So to recap, Francis Tumblety was a misogynistic medicaster who was in London at the time of the murders. He even showcased a collection of wombs, and the Ripper did indeed extract the womb from 2 of his victims. I mean, he sounds like the perfect suspect. Perhaps a bit too perfect. There is no doubt that Tumblety was in London in 1888, but the claim that he was a misogynistic collector of human body parts is extremely dubious. It can be traced back to a single article from December of 1888, featuring an interview with a man named Charles Dunham. Dunham had a long history of spreading misinformation and has been described as a pathological liar, a forger, and a conman. He was even convicted of perjury. As such, there is every reason to believe that this story is a complete fabrication. Furthermore, Tumblety was both older and taller than the men described by most witnesses. Tumblety was said to be, quote, an enormous man who liked to dress in flamboyant and militaristic outfits. It's difficult to imagine a tall, pompous American sneaking around the streets of Whitechapel virtually undetected. On the other hand, it's unclear which, if any, of the witness accounts can be trusted. Then there's the matter of the rings. You may recall that 2 brass rings were stolen from the body of Annie Chapman. It's suspected that the rings were taken by the Ripper to be kept as trophies. Now, upon his death in 1903, Tumblety left behind a quite impressive estate. But among his many valuable possessions were a pair of inexpensive imitation rings. Could they have been the same rings taken from the body of Chapman? It's possible, it's also impossible to prove. Chief Inspector John Littlechild regarded Tomlety as a, quote, very likely suspect. And it's not difficult to see why. If the many rumors about him are to be believed, Tomlety had both opportunity and motive to commit the murders. But therein lies the problem. Much of what we know about Tomlety is founded upon unsubstantiated rumors. Tomlety himself was an attention-seeking charlatan with no qualms about lies and deception. With a suspect like that, one can never be certain where the lies end and the truth begins. To theorize about the identity of Jack the Ripper is to navigate a minefield of hearsay, sophistry, and contradictions. Entire encyclopedias have been dedicated to the compilation of suspects, and with every passing year, they seem to grow ever more expansive. Even though there are hundreds of potential suspects, only a dozen or so are worth more than a brief consideration. Some of the more sensational contenders include famous authors and artists, as well as high-ranking officers and members of the royal family. But these grand conspiracies and elaborate deceptions seem hopelessly contrived against the sheer simplicity of a suspect like Charles Lechmere, an unassuming delivery man on his way to work. Personally, I remain unconvinced that Jack the Ripper has even been identified as a suspect. The few covered in this video are probable candidates, but it's still possible to make persuasive arguments against them. The same is true of all those left out by necessity. None of them can offer anything more than ambiguity and circumstance. With a suspect pool in the hundreds, that might seem improbable, but London was the largest city in the world, home to the largest port in the world. It was a city of millions, with a large population of poorly documented drifters. It's not difficult to imagine one lowly sailor, butcher, medic, soldier, barber, merchant, porter, clerk, blending into the slums of Whitechapel like a grain of sand.
Has there been any more videos that I haven't watched? I know it has been a while, but
If you've ever been the first to watch a fast-growing YouTube video, you'll probably notice that the views counter usually freezes at around 301 views. This is actually not a bug, but an anti-fraud tactic that YouTube has enacted to verify that these quickly growing views are actually real, and not some sort of bot or spam. After a day or two, when the views have been checked, the views counter usually returns to normal. YouTube actually started out as a video version of an online dating website. Users would be able to upload videos of themselves and rate and interact with other people based on their videos. The idea for the site was heavily influenced by another website called hotornot.com, where people submit photos of themselves which other users then rate based on attractiveness. But after a few weeks, the free creators deemed the site too limited and dropped the idea. The free
Slayer slide. Yeah, it's only 3 now. Great.
Founders Shad Hurley, Steve Chen, and Jod Karim were all employees of PayPal before they got the idea for YouTube. The money they needed to start YouTube came when eBay bought PayPal in late 2002. So in a sense, without eBay and PayPal, there wouldn't be a YouTube. The first ever video on YouTube was uploaded by one of the creators, Jod Karim, on the 23rd of April 2005. The video is titled Me at the Zoo, in which Karim is very casually explaining that elephants have really long trunks. The very first comment was obviously made on this video, and it was posted by a user called Cobalt Groove. The comment simply reads, "Interesting." And quite ironically, it has accumulated more likes than the video itself, having more than 100,000 likes so far. Let's have a moment of silence for all the people in countries where YouTube is currently blocked.
Oh, there was one over there. Okay.
No, but it's actually not that bad, as there are tons of ways to circumvent the bans, and going by the traffic coming from these countries, there's tons of people that do. YouTube is not only the third biggest website in the world, it's also the second largest search engine in the world, bigger than Yahoo, Ask, and Microsoft Bing combined. And as Google owns YouTube, Google now has 2 of the biggest search engines on the web. About a third of the videos uploaded to YouTube are copyrighted and uploaded without the original owner's consent, though YouTube has a system to prevent this, such as the Content ID matching system, which scans about 100 years of footage every year on the site. There are tons of pages on YouTube that can be very useful, but unfortunately very hard to find. To give you an example of what I mean, this is a page called My Speed, where you can check how fast your average video buffering speed is and compare it to the averages of your city, country, and so on. Another page is called TestTube. Here you can try out new features that the YouTube development team is currently working on. These features may or may not be implemented on the site later on. Currently they have a feature called Feather, which allows users with very poor internet connection to watch videos more easily by making the web pages more limited and thus reducing latency. Another feature called Disco automatically creates playlists with music videos by the artist or band you search for. YouTube has been the birthplace of many memes and viral video hits ever since its launch. A few examples are Charlie the Unicorn, Leroy Jenkins, Harlem Shake, Evolution of Dance, Nyan Cat, Charlie Bit My Finger, Chocolate Rain, Leave Britney Alone, The Mysterious Ticking Noise, Keyboard Cat, rickrolling, and many more, one could argue that YouTube has spawned the most memes of any single website. The longest video on YouTube was 571 hours long, so it would take you more than 23 days to watch the whole thing. Unfortunately, the video has since been removed. The most viewed video is the music video for Gangnam Style with over 1.6 billion views. The most viewed video, which isn't a music video, is the classic Charlie Bit My Finger with over 500 million views. The most subscribed channel right now is Smosh with 11 million subscribers. Every second, over 1.5 hours of video is uploaded to YouTube. Around 100 hours every minute, or 250 days every hour, or more than 16 years every day, or 58 centuries every year, or...
Hey everyone, different intro, different video. This is going to be a very serious topic, and it's one that, if I'm honest, it pisses me off. It makes me very angry, it makes me very uncomfortable, and it's just made me overall had a pretty horrific morning, and I'm very upset. I'm going to try my best not to get overly emotional, and I will try my best to stay coherent and to the topic, so forgive me if there are a lot of cuts here, because I'm sure, as you can hear in my voice, that my voice is shaking. Let's begin.
Los asiáticos son así. Pues sí, la verdad que sí, porque yo trabajo para chinos, amigos, y son lo peor. O sea, para mí las peores personas del mundo, sin que me perdonen, de verdad, porque no todos son iguales, pero trabajar con chinos es lo peor del mundo. Video. Le puso la gorra al chinito, sí, es un hijo de puta, man, ese marrano se lo merece totalmente. Es más, me provoca hasta mañana esperar que se conecte y enviarle unos 100 bits y decirle, ¿qué rayos te pasa a ti, chino de mierda?
Yesterday, I had the absolute displeasure of reviewing this footage from another Genshin Impact content creator by the name of Kylo Ren, LOL, which I believe stands for League of Legends, and this was just horrific. I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt that somehow this may have been taken out of context, that this was not meant with ill intent, or something was lost in translation when I had first received it. So I ended up sharing this footage with my audience on Twitch, with the Spanish speaking side of it anyway, because there are many of you guys, believe it or not, and bless your souls, because it was very evident that this behavior was unacceptable. Straight up unacceptable and not something to be tolerated. Deep rooted racism. For context, this person, Kylo Ren, wanted to prove to Tenha, who he is directing this hatred at, bear in mind that Tenha is not even Chinese, he is Korean, so the generalization itself is already foul play. Now what happened was, Tenha uploaded a video regarding Kaching. Now Kylo Ren wanted to use this video to react to make his own content with, to prove that this title was false and that his Kaching was better. Yeah, that's right guys, this racial abuse came out over Kaching. Can you believe it? Hey, guess what? She's Chinese, by the way. The game is made by Chinese people, by the way. And the thing is, Tenha used Google Translate to respond to this person on Twitter, gave him his time of the day. He didn't have to do that, but he said, essentially, we're not friends. This is not cool. Please don't do this. And as you can see, he tweeted a formal apology. But this apology means absolutely nothing, because it was followed up by this stream where he's literally bringing it up on stream to then flame, berate, and racially abuse and perpetuate racism in his community. Because as you can see, this is a back and forth thing between his own community. This is something that needs to be stamped out of the Genshin Impact community, and not just Genshin in general. Racism is not okay in any way, shape, or form ever. It doesn't matter who it is, it's just not acceptable ever. And for those people who want to silence me or silence others speaking out over this, being like, I want an escape from the real world. You don't need to bring this to YouTube. Let the storm pass. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it. Shame on you. Shame on you. And the reason I say that is, guys, is staying silent is staying complicit. What does that mean? That means when you see bad behavior, when you see something you would not accept to yourself, your loved ones, your friends, your family, you stay silent. You don't want to get involved. You have the opportunity to do so, to use your voice, but you don't want to get involved. And you're saying, thumbs up. That's okay. We're going to let that behavior slide. And I want to implore you, especially the Spanish-speaking community, because I know there's a lot of you in Genshin Impact, and I'm very blessed. I am very blessed to have many of you guys watching me. And unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, and I don't have this bridge towards the Spanish-speaking content creators. The bridge is unfortunately, and I don't want to burden you with this responsibility, but the reality is the bridge is you guys, the bilingual, the multilingual people who are part of this very, very worldwide, diverse community who are vastly majority accepting of anyone for their race, their beliefs, whatever. You guys have a very important voice here because there are plenty of content creators who unfortunately stand by this behavior from the Spanish-speaking community that don't want to check this person, that don't want to make it clear to their audience that this mentality, this attitude is not acceptable. And that pisses me off. That pisses me off so, so much because the reality is, guys, on the internet, when something like this happens, give it a week, give it 2 weeks, people will forget and they will move on. And the problem will get worse and worse and worse, and the cycle continues. You can apply this to the internet, you can apply this to real life, you can apply this to history on this unfortunate system that we've been built upon. You think back 100 years, you don't even need to think back 100 years. Think back 50 years. How bad racism was, how bad discrimination was. It's not great today, guys. But the reality is there has been progress. Why? Because people use their voices. People use their privilege, they use their platforms to speak up and support and stand up for their fellow person. And I implore you guys, I'm sorry, I implore you guys to please speak up. Because without you guys, this is just going to be swept under the rug. And it will just get worse and worse and worse. Please stand and speak up in solidarity, because I know that the majority of you guys do not accept this behavior. And you might be wondering, I'm so sorry. You might be wondering why this chokes me up and makes me so upset. And the simple reason is, I know better than anyone how futile it is to ask for help with this kind of situation. I'm so sorry. I know how futile it is to ask for help, to make a difference. As someone who has been at the scrutiny and the butt of racism for all my life, from all ends of the world, because I'm mixed Asian, guys. And let me tell you what, Chinese and Japanese people, Korean, Thai, whatever, not every one of them gets along. And it's hard. It's hard. Now, I have been blessed and privileged with a platform that has so many wonderful, diverse people. And I have this sense of duty where I would love if we could just stamp out this ignorance, this behavior, And I'm so pissed at myself that I'm getting emotional over this. I'm so mad at myself. But it just pisses me off so much that there are other content creators out there that allow this to slide. That are saying this is okay. It's out of context. In what universe, in any context, is this acceptable? Really? Really? Ask yourself this. If this was you, someone you love, someone you care about, your friend, your family, would you still have this pathetic attitude? No, you wouldn't. It's not difficult to have a shred of empathy. It's not. I love Genshin Impact, guys. This community, it has a vocal, toxic side to it. It does. Make no mistake about it. But Genshin is a huge, huge, diverse community. It's worldwide, it's global. And it has brought so many different communities together. And I do not want to see this community to be tainted with ignorance, with bigotry from content creators of all people who will allow people to shelter and feel safe sharing this ignorance, spreading it. I don't want a witch hunt, guys. I don't want you to attack this person, but I want you to hold this person accountable. I want you to hold everyone that supports this behavior accountable. And I know that's naive because confronting people is hard. It's difficult. The easy way out is to pretend to not see, it's to look away. When someone else is suffering, looking away is always the easiest option. And I know, realistically speaking, there's so many things going on in the world that are horrible. And most people are just simply powerless. But here, we are part of the same community. And as a content creator is worthless without their community, without their audience, without the people. And this is where you can really hurt them. This is where you can make a difference. Because everyone is still connected by this game. And it sounds ridiculous and it sounds stupid. But I will always, always emphasize this. Even changing one person, even bettering one person is a step forward. We have not progressed over the past 100 years by being silent. And this is the same thing. It doesn't matter if you think I'm overly emotional. It doesn't matter if you think this isn't important. Because it is important. It matters. This involves everyone. We can make this community a better place just by speaking up. Just by tagging the right people. Just by bringing awareness and attention to these kind of things, these kind of issues, and not letting it slide. I would like to think everyone bears a sense of duty and responsibility to their fellow person in helping them be better. And I would like you guys to hold me to that same standard as well. I'm so sorry that I ended up getting emotional in this video. I'm so sorry that Tenda had to go through this. And I am so sorry to the Spanish-speaking community, the wonderful side of it, because let me tell you, there are hundreds of thousands of you guys. And you guys will now have to bear these clowns, these self-proclaimed representatives of the Spanish-speaking community. And people will look at this instance and they'll be like, oh, we should generalize all Spanish-speaking people. And that is not what should happen. Because that, if you are someone who does that, you are no better than this person. You are no better than this racist. And you are doing the exact same thing. Thank you for watching. And have a wonderful, wonderful day. I will leave any appropriate links in the description or the pinned comment. And I really hope, as a collective, we can do better.
Hello and welcome to my channel, I Win to Lose Gaming. In today's video, we'll be taking a look at Raiden's constellations, as well as her signature weapon, the Engulfing Lightning. We'll see the power that she gains from them. Let's start off by setting the stage for our tests. For these tests, my Raiden will start off with the following stats and with the catch. But before that, this Raiden was paid for by today's very generous sponsor,
Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends has millions of players and dozens of tough bosses. Click on the link in the description below or scan the QR code on your screen to get started with Raid during the time of creation. The third race created were the Dwarves. They're the shut-ins of Raid Shadow Legends and have had minimal interactions with the other kingdoms. Dwarven society is made of delvers, craftsmen, nobility, and priesthood. Sadly, Siroth's demonic forces attack the Dwarven kingdom, but the dwarves manage to win, but at a great cost. Now the dwarves have joined the forces of light to fight the darkness, ending over 1,000 years of being shut-ins. These new dwarves are amazing. They're evil-looking dwarves, and even fan service-made dwarves. My favorite is definitely Herndig. He's got the coolest backpack I've ever seen. And did you know, the fastest way to level up your champions is through farming the campaign. You can grind loads of EXP and silver all at the same time. With tons of quality of life features in Raid, you'll be able to farm tons of resources super efficiently.
This month, Raid's just released a huge new Doom Tower update. There are two new bosses, Astranix the Dark Fae and Bomal the Dreadhorn, and new overpowered artifact sets to win. And now is the best time for new players to start thanks to the brand new Super Raids, which literally double your rewards from dungeons. If you want to get a huge head start in Raid, all you have to do is hit the link in the description or scan the QR code right here. New players will get an epic hero, Chinoru, who is amazing in Doom Tower. 200,000 silver, 1 XP boost, 1 energy refill, and 1 ancient shard so you can summon an awesome champion as soon as you get in game. You will find your rewards here in your inbox for the next 30 days only.
I wanted to thank all of you for your support, as well as Raid Shadow Legends for their generosity in sponsoring this video.
At the beginning, she's at Constellation 0. I'll be using the crit rate food for consistency's sake, since we'll be using the initial Q damage to gauge how much she improves. We'll be doing the same nuke combination over and over to see how her damage improves with each constellation. Unfortunately, I forgot about the RNG particle regeneration of her E, so there is a 1 to 2% variation in damage, thanks to the additional resolve that it may or may not provide. Anyway, now we have our baseline at Constellation 0 with the catch, and as we can see, it did 191,427 damage. Starting with Constellation 1, the Ominous Inscription adds additional resolve when allies use their bursts. 20% more resolve for a non-Electro teammate and 80% for Electro teammates. Seeing how there is 120 energy spent on Bennett and Kazuha and 80 energy spent by Sara, at Constellation 0 this puts us at 38 resolve, and with an estimated 2 bonus resolve from grabbing energy particles, that puts us at 40 resolve. Constellation 1 bumps us up to 56.72 resolve. At Constellation 1 with the catch, Raiden did 213,488 damage, a humble 12% improvement compared to Constellation 0. However, keep in mind that this constellation is actually useless if you already have 60 resolve, but for many situations that matter like the Abyss, it's not as practical to build up 60 resolve before using her burst at Constellation 0. Now for the big kahuna, Raiden's Constellation 2, the Steel Breaker. This constellation ignores 60% of an opponent's defense during Raiden's burst. With Constellation 2, Raiden did 302,227 damage, in comparison to the previous 213,488 damage. This is a massive 42% increase to her damage. Ignoring enemy defense has always been one of the more rare modifiers in Genshin Impact, and Raiden ignoring 60% of defense is colossal. Really, there isn't much else to say about this constellation besides that it increases her damage tremendously, and it's in a rare multiplier, so that way it does not suffer from diminishing returns like more attack or more bonus damage typically do. Next is Constellation 3, the Shinkage Bygones. Every character's Constellation 3 and Constellation 5 simply adds 3 talent levels to their burst or their skill. In Raiden's case, it is generously added to her burst. This takes my Raiden's bursts level from 9 to 12. 362,859 damage. This is an impressive 20% increase from her Constellation 2 damage. And if we also rewind back to Constellation 0, now Raiden with Constellation 3 is doing 90% more damage than her Constellation 0 counterpart. Now the next 3 constellations are in comparison rather underwhelming. Constellation 4 boosts the attack of the rest of the party by 30% after Raiden's Booba Blade ends. Although this example is overly simple, Eula's burst damage went from 139,106 damage to 156,822 damage. Raiden's Constellation 5 adds 3 levels to her E, which in my case increased her bonus burst damage by a tiny bit.
1%? Really?
And finally,
Damn.
Raiden's Constellation 6 reduces cooldowns when she whacks an enemy for the rest of her teammates. This currently has very limited use, but perhaps in the future there will be some unique applications for it. One thing I do like about it is that it reduces the amount of time waiting while speedrunning by a couple of seconds. This is because I can shorten Eula's cooldown from 20 seconds to around 15 to 18 seconds. As such, I save a few seconds of my life for every failed speedrun attempt. But did you know, when polling for constellations for Raiden, you're very likely to get Sara's constellations as well. Let's see how much Sara's Constellation 6 boosts my Raiden's damage in comparison to a Constellation 0 Sara. Wow, 472,105 damage. This is a massive 29% increase thanks to the 60% crit damage Sara provides Electro characters. Looking at this chart, we can see that the clear winners are Constellation 2, followed by Sara's Constellation 6, and then Raiden's Constellation 3. In my opinion, if you were ever planning on polling for constellations for a character, Raiden has one of the largest power spikes and the least amount of constellations. The only other character that arguably has a similar spike and less constellations is Kazuha, and that is mostly for his support capabilities. Raiden with 3 constellations does 90% more than her Constellation 0 counterpart. And with Constellation 6 Sara, now Raiden does 2.5 times the damage of a Constellation 0 Raiden with a Constellation 0 Sara. Again, this is one of the largest improvements in damage and the least amount of constellations in the game. So next, let's quickly take a look at the Engulfing Lightning. Going back to when my Raiden was at Constellation 0, oh how they grow up so fast. On the left we have the catch, in the middle we have a Refinement 1 Engulfing Lightning, and on the right we have a Refinement 5 Engulfing Lightning. Her damage went from 191,427 to 225,472 with the Engulfing Lightning at Refinement 1, an 18% increase to her burst's initial slashes damage, and the Refinement 5 Engulfing Lightning to 255,355 damage, a 33% overall increase from the catch. Overall, the value gain in comparison to Raiden's Constellation 3 and below is much smaller, but keep in mind that my artifacts also have way too much energy recharge, which hurts the Engulfing Lightning's performance. Anyway, let's see how much damage my Raiden can do now. She has a crit damage focused build, and food and willed supports. We're going to take this to our new favorite volunteer to nuke, the Perpetual Lego Array.
Jesus Christ.
1,062,638 damage. Compared to my peak F2P Raiden in my last video, which did 322,721 damage, this did 329% of the damage that a peak free-to-play Raiden can do. So now I want to talk about the order of priority for making Raiden overpowered. Constellation 2 provides nearly 60% more damage compared to Constellation 0. However, in my opinion, you should not bother getting Constellation 1 unless you plan to get Constellation 2. Next is Constellation 3, which provides Raiden around 18% more damage on top of Constellation 2. And finally, you have the added benefit of potentially getting Constellation 6 Sara. Constellation 6 Sara provides approximately 20 to 30% more damage on crit. Next is the Engulfing Lightning, which at Refinement 1 provided my Raiden 18% more initial crit slash damage. Another topic I wanted to quickly discuss is whether you should consider investing into her. First of all, if you're free to play and don't have the primos, then this isn't something for you to consider. But if you do care about meta, then Constellation 3 Raiden is one of the best characters in the game at one of the lowest constellations. Let's compare her to other constellations like Eula. Most of Eula's constellations aren't that great until Constellation 6, at which point her burst damage does a ton more than Constellation 0 Eula does. Gan Yu's Constellation 6 is the big one, doubling her damage for a couple of seconds, and Hu Tao's Constellation 6 is what enables her to get some really massive nukes off. Anyway, I think you're getting the point. In terms of damage amplification, Raiden's Constellations 2 and 3, along with Constellation 6 Sara, which you're very likely to get by then, is one of the lowest amount of constellations needed to push Raiden into that quote-unquote broken tier. But before you go swiping that credit card, just keep in mind that on average, it takes around 105 pulls to get the 5-star character you want. Assuming you already have Constellation 0 Raiden, this is an additional 16,800 primos on average, which is basically $200 per constellation. And I highly don't recommend getting Constellation 1 unless you plan to get Constellation 2, which ends up being around $400. Ultimately, I cannot recommend pulling like this unless you're 100% sure you are fine spending that kind of money. But if you are considering it, then hopefully this video provided you the knowledge you need. I will say that if provided you the
Here's it, baby.
then hopefully this video provided you the knowledge you need. I will say that if the alternative is to get Constellation 0 versions of 3 other characters, depending on the characters, I'd argue that making your Raiden do twice the amount of damage as a Constellation 0 Raiden might be worth it. And if it were up to me, I'd personally choose to make 1 character broken over 4 characters being decent. Also keep in mind that Sara will have reruns much sooner than Raiden will. And guys, do me a huge favor and smash that Raid Shadow Legends link in the description below. They have helped tremendously in making this video and many other videos possible. Also, I regularly make Genshin Impact videos ranging from Caesar showcases, DPS showdowns, guide videos, and more. So be sure to smash the subscribe button as it's the best and easiest way for you to support my work. Also, don't forget to like the video and leave a comment for the YouTube algorithm. As always, I appreciate every single one of you. This is I Went to Lose, signing out.
Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, whatever forms of social media that you use, today I come with you with a very serious announcement. And that announcement is somehow not clickbait, somehow actually legitimate. I will no longer be wailing. Now, let me clarify. I am not going to be wailing on refinement for weapons any longer. Okay? There's a very specific point. Okay? Now, with character constellations, like for example, Ball, you get a bunch of cool things. Alright? Will gather resolve even faster. When electro characters use their elemental burst, the resolve gets increased by 80%. You get all this wacky shit. You know, so you can ignore defense, which is crazy. Like, this can take Ball from being a support into a main damage character. You have this one, which is, you get some more bonus attack for everybody whenever your ability ends, which can change the way of your gameplay. Then you have Wishbearer, which has so much fucking text on it. I actually don't know what it does. When I read this much text, my mind actually goes numb, and it completely shuts off. So I don't know what this does, but it's probably something cool. But I started to realize that all refining my weapons does is cause me to have less fun. Because, dude, all refining this... Oh shit, I had R1. In my brain, I was literally, no joke, like, didn't I R5 this? Like, that's how far gone I've gotten for so many weapons, like Staff of Homa, Skyward Harp, Mist Splitter Reforged, you know, Song of Broken Pines. But for a weapon like this, an Engulfing Lightning, which is literally a glorified stat stick, which is increased attack by 28% of energy recharge over the base of 100%. You can gain a maximum bonus of 80% attack, gain 30% energy recharge for 12 seconds after using Elemental Burst. Like, why would I need to refine that any further? Because I'm not sure if a lot of y'all know this, but I can assure you, Genshin Impact gets far more fun the worse your shit is. Now, here is the major difference, okay? And I want to highlight certain characters like this in case they come back around the banner. There are characters, and the reason why I'm going to stop rolling for weapons, some weapons, now let me also bring up an outlier here real quick. Weapons like Sacrificial Sword. This is a much different one, because this weapon legit barely functions without refinement. This goes from a 40% activation rate every 30 seconds to an 80% activation rate every 16. Like, the weapon does not function until higher refined, in my opinion. Okay? But weapons like Skyward Harp already work. Weapons like Staff of Homa work at R1. Weapons like Engulfing Lightning already work. Weapons like Primordial Jade Cutter, they all already work at R1. Even weapons like Mist Splitter Reforged already work. But then, now Song of Broken Pines is a different story, because this increases attack speed. Alright? And more attack speed equals more fun. Because the faster my character attacks, the faster I can get back to Eula's attack 4, which in case you haven't seen is truly a gem. And let me just go ahead and highlight this real quick for anybody who doesn't know it, because you know, once again, it's one thing. It's one thing where Mihoyo implements jiggle physics to Ayaka's breast behind plate armor, and I get called a degen. But also, whenever you go on your attack 4 on your Eula, Mihoyo implemented ass jiggle physics and a pose each time you get to position 4. So when I have Song of Broken Vines at R5, I can actually get to that attack animation faster, because I know there's probably more pixels in Eula's ass cheeks than there is in the entirety of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So that's very important for me whenever a weapon comes out like this. But I will no longer be R5ing any type of whale stat stick, period. Now, here is the difference. For characters like Kurides, she is pretty much obsolete. If you have Klee at C0, she is obsolete. There's not really anything to argue about that, unless that's all you have. But if you have options, you will not be using Klee unless you are like completely dedicated to this character. Unless you get C4. And with C4, you can actually still use Klee as a pretty damn viable support. Okay? And that's what's great. Or characters like Zhao. Zhao, when you C6 him, he goes from being one of the most boring, clunky fucking characters in the entire game to a character where the laws of physics don't affect him, and he has 0 cooldowns on any of his abilities. Okay? Another thing, with Ganyu, you go from having to just sit there and fucking shoot a shot, to where you can only, like, you have to main DPS, right? You have to main DPS Ganyu, unless you get C6, and then you unlock one of the best supports in the entire game, which is you play as a big meaty character, and then every like 15 seconds you swap out the Ganyu, and then you hit him for a 3,000% damage nuke. It's just, I can honestly say, my spending with the game, there was at a point where I started to lose sight of why I was playing Genshin Impact. And I know this isn't much, but I know it's a start. And I can definitely tell that my spending is way too much, but I hope people understand why I spent so much on Genshin Impact. Like, with Genshin Impact, whenever I was able to spend money on the game, it wasn't about me who was spending, it was about me being able to put on a good show for every single person who was watching my stream. Because if I pulled for like 10, 20, 30,000 people watching my stream, then for an hour or two, we get to just have fun and watch one man destroy his fucking life. And it's good. And then people get to say, man, I was gonna pull, and then I saw how shit the rates were, so I passed. And when I see how, like, good that feels, because, like, it's one thing to say, oh, if you play free to play, you don't support the weapon system. You don't support the wishes. That's completely fine. But I do genuinely think that Wales, people who do roll, they showcase a faulty product. They showcase a system that is broken. They showcase a system that is fundamentally flawed. The fact that I get to put on display that it can cost up to $400 to get one copy of a character, the fact that I get to showcase a weapon banner that can cost $700-800 to get one copy of a weapon, if people actually think that that is a way that is going to incentivize people to roll, I feel like they got something fucked up in their brain. Because if anybody sees that people are having to spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 to finish a character, the only people that are going to see that and roll are people who have expendable income, or are people whose impulse control is so low that they're already a lost cause. Now, you might disagree, but I would like to know where you disagree with that. And I'm not here to defend whalers. JK, yes I am. I don't know who the fuck could see me roll on Staffahoma, lose $12,000, and say, well, you know, I'm gonna roll too. How the fuck's that make any sense? Regardless, I can already showcase how flawed the summon system is based on summons. Okay, I don't need weapon banners in order to further that narrative. Okay, But when certain characters come around, I do feel like it's important for people who actually are highly saving for a specific character. Because some people say that they're saving for one character. And when they only want one character, they're going to want to see how it functions at a higher constellation in case they want to be a character who has like a main. Alright? And for certain characters like Zhongli, who can become a healer at C6, Zhao, who can become an infinite bot at C6, characters like Venti, where their C6 really doesn't help them other than push out more damage. Ganyu can become more DPS. Tartaglia, you can ignore his entire timing-based cooldowns. Yoimiya can push out insane fucking damage at C6 and actually be pretty damn viable, and also do a lot of cool things with Overcharge and Hu Tao, where you have to completely ignore the crit rate scenario. That's why I'm going to continue wailing on characters. But for weapons, unless it's something that is just a completely unfunctioning weapon that needs higher constellation, I'm not going to be rolling on stat stick weapons any longer. I'm not. It was great for me. I get to mark it as a business expense. Chat gets to enjoy the streams. Y'all get to enjoy the videos of me rolling for weapons. But the reason why I really don't want to roll for weapons like that anymore is because that's not what I play Genshin Impact for. I don't play Genshin Impact for big numbers. I don't play Genshin Impact for meta. I don't play Genshin Impact to be efficient. I play Genshin Impact for fun. And if all the weapon does is let me kill shit faster, well then I get to play less. And that's not what I want, because I want to be able to play this game for as long as possible. I want to be able to have longer streams. I don't need to be able to kill things that quick. I don't. Because there are certain characters in the game, no joke, that I didn't even know they had certain mechanics because I would kill them too fucking fast. And anybody who's seen my chat knows this. I'm able to skip the Wolf's Boss phase 2 with my Yola ult. Okay? There are mechanics in that fight that I have not seen a year into the game. Same thing with Dvalin. So from this point forward, and at the case or the sake of being repetitive, I'm going to end it here. But I will no longer be rolling on weapon banners unless they are completely fucking bullshit. Which brings me to my next point. Since I will be able to save a lot more money, I'm going to be able to do more giveaways. And the reason why I'm going to be able to do more giveaways is because the weapon banner I was already be able to classify as a business expense. But I can also classify giveaways as business expenses too. So if you want to follow me on Twitch, I can help you and you can help me by giving me a chance to do a giveaway. I can get you the shit for you, and then I can mark your rolls as a business expense. Let's go! Anyhow, hope you enjoyed the video. Follow my Twitch, like, comment, subscribe to the video. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.
Stardew Valley is a popular indie game in which you leave behind your unfulfilling office job and move to the countryside to become a farmer and live that gay millennial pandemic fantasy. You see, everyone in Stardew Valley is bi. I can romance all the bachelors and bachelorettes in the village regardless of what gender I play as, which also makes the player character bisexual by default. Look, here I am wooing Leia as a woman, and of course she has an ex-girlfriend, but since we're all bi here, if I play as a guy and date Leia, she still has an ex-girlfriend. Wait, what? Wait, if I'm a woman, she has an ex-girlfriend. And if I'm a man, she has an ex-boyfriend. Well, what the heck is going on here? It looks like we have no choice but to spend an hour talking about bisexuality in video games.
Yay.
I'm gonna get bullied by gamers for this, aren't I?
I mean, gay isn't a word gamer, so might as well.
The reason I'm able to romance regardless of gender in Stardew Valley is because it utilizes bisexuality as a game mechanic, which means the sexuality of the romanceable characters are molded to suit the player. This player-sexual mechanic goes back decades, beginning with the original Sims and Fable. The Sims was released in 2000, the same year Will and Grace and Dawson's Creek showed the first primetime televised kisses between two men, a time before any country in the world had legalized same-sex marriage. In a groundbreaking move, The Sims allowed for two men or two women to share an attraction, move in together, have a kid, and even just straight up make out on screen. This made The Sims probably the most progressive LGBT game to date. 4 years later, Fable followed suit. You, playing as the male hero, could romance both men and women. As awesome as this was, neither game had managed true equality. In The Sims, same-sex couples could move in together but they couldn't get married. Fable only gave you the special wedding cutscene if you were a straight couple. During the development of The Sims, the creators flip-flopped on whether there should be same-sex romance in the game. In the beginning, if the player tried to initiate same-sex flirting, the character you were hitting on would slap you. Game designer Don Hopkins developed a system which could include same-sex romance options, making gay, bi, and asexual Sims. It was still up in the air as to whether they should include this system when a new programmer, Patrick J. Barrett III, was given an older game document which included same-sex relationships, and not knowing about the debate behind the scenes, he went ahead and worked on that system, reintroducing it into development. Overall, the company wasn't happy with The Sims. The game was predicted to flop and was close to being cancelled. There was a lot of pressure on the developers for the first live demo at the E3 Game Expo, and they were told to make sure that the game characters would be on their best behaviour. But Barrett's programming had been forgotten about by the big day, and despite all the Sims being on their best behaviour, 2 women Sims had fallen in love and suddenly started making out on screen. It was a huge deal which got a lot of attention and launched the game into becoming one of the biggest games of the year. At that point, there was no going back. The public had seen the gayness. Developers decided to keep it, and the franchise only got gayer with every subsequent title. Similarly, Fable hadn't planned on allowing same-sex relationships, but discovered that's just what happens when you program everyone to be attracted to the hero. Lucky for us, developers felt it would be a waste of time to write the extra code to remove same-sex attraction and just decided to go with it. Nowadays, bisexual game mechanics are
It would make extra code just to stop the romance? Really? That's weird.
standard in the industry, seen in games such as Skyrim, Assassin's Creed, Fallout, Saints Row, and Divinity. Bisexuality can be rough here in the real world. It can be difficult to accept yourself, to deal with the discourse, with dating, with constantly being asked to prove yourself. Video game NPCs just don't care. No one in Stardew Valley is going to ask you to prove you're really bi, including the potentially bi characters who fall in love with you. Sexual fluidity is often so innate to the games you play that it wouldn't really make sense for the narrative to call it out. As game writer Victoria Rose once said, being bisexual is not easy. Being bisexual in video games is less not easy. The bi game mechanic is the most common form of LGBT representation in contemporary gaming. GLAD has even nominated games which employ this mechanic for Outstanding Video Game of the Year, including Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Valhalla, and The Sims Mobile. In a world where bisexual representation is often sorely lacking, seeing bisexuality as the default in a whole medium and seeing dozens upon dozens of bisexual main characters and romance options is amazing. But how come when it feels like bisexuals are not taken seriously in other mediums and, real life, is this bisexual mechanic so successful and popular in gaming? Well, if we look back at Stardew Valley and the character Leia, it kind of seems like maybe this is not for bisexuals at all. Leia is mechanically bisexual, but in the gameplay she's only ever either gay or straight. Is that true for all the Stardew Valley NPCs? Most of them have the exact same dialogue regardless of your gender, but a few will briefly comment on their gay love for you. Abigail says she didn't know she liked other girls before she met you. Sebastian admits he's never felt this way about other guys, but that you're different. Elliot will comment on how he didn't know if you would have feelings for another man, and Alex will tell you he tried to suppress his feelings for you at first. So Elliot already knew he was queer and had the queer dilemma of, am I crushing on a straight person? That makes sense. The jock with the homophobic granddad struggled with his same-sex attraction. That makes sense. But then, you're telling me that Sebastian and Abigail didn't know they were bi? The goth girl and the emo guy didn't know they were bi? We know what you've been looking at on that computer all day, Sebastian. It's just unrealistic. I'll accept that you can raise a dinosaur on your farm, but the emo guy not questioning his sexuality? It's fake news, bitch. Whatever gender you play as, you'll get 6 potentially gay love interests in the village, but you won't hear a word about how gay this place is if you play the game straight. Elliot, the flaming artsy writer gay, won't mention his sexuality at all if you romance him as a woman, and neither will anyone else. A homophobic straight person could easily play this game and have no idea there's any gay content in it at all. But of course the game is also customized to fit into a very gay vision of Stardew as well. I didn't know I liked other girls until I met you. I've never felt this way about another guy. I didn't know if you would have feelings for another man. I thought you can't have these kinds of feelings for another guy. While I could totally headcanon these as bisexual coming outs, given the situation with Leia, I think they're meant to make the characters gay. Leia's ex is built into her narrative and programmed to change gender based on yours. She is mechanically bisexual in the sense that you can romance her regardless of whether you play as a man or a woman, but her mechanical bisexuality actually makes her invariably monosexual, either gay or straight. So as bi as Stardew seems at first glance, this is actually a pretty monosexual game, which is good for sales. You want to be able to sell your game to both homophobes and gay people, but homophobic and queer gamers aren't really offered an equal experience. If we look at the rest of Stardew Valley, all the non-romanceable NPCs are in straight relationships. There are no same-sex couples in the village, and no one expresses any queer feelings unless you're gay romancing them. You don't get a gay experience unless you specifically seek out that experience, shielding anyone from it who doesn't want to see it. This is what researchers have called opt-in gay content, or the gay button. On the surface, the game is straight, and gay content can only be accessed if you choose to and make an effort to seek it out. If the player needs to push a gay button to see same-sex relationships in games, then anyone who doesn't know or is unaware that the button exists can continue to consume the heteronormative dominated texts. Don't get me wrong, I love The Sims, I adore Stardew Valley, but the burden of representation in many of these games is placed on the player. It's not entirely dissimilar to queerbaiting in TV and film. Good neoliberal subjects are responsible for themselves and thus are responsible for their own media representation. This can be seen with other media in how queer reading practices have been traditionally utilised by readers and viewers even though the content itself might not be particularly or explicitly queer. Subtle messages or subtext are used to draw in queer audiences who can see themselves in the signals the writers are sending them without actually making the LGBT content explicit and alienating their heterosexual cis audiences. It's your job to make that gay reading more so than the producers to portray it. In games, this can be taken one step further since the medium literally allows for different players to see different content. And once again, LGBT content is only there for those who seek it out. So in a sense, the gay button is just a more explicit form of queer baiting. And in this context, there's a kind of bi baiting in that the burden to see bisexuality in these characters is on you. While researching for this video, we found heated discussions online about whether or not Life is Strange is truly a sapphic game, with one side being like, there's basically no lesbian content at all, while queer fans angrily reply, what an embarrassing way to admit you've romanced Warren. But babes, you've both been played by the game. Life is Strange can be sapphic if you make it sapphic, but all the queer content is optional. Here's what's not optional. Warren having a crush on you, Chloe's mum talking about her past with guys, Chloe carrying condoms, Chloe expressing attraction to Max's teacher. All the unavoidable stuff is straight. The one gay thing you can't avoid is Chloe asking you to kiss her, but she does it as a dare, which feels very different from the more emotionally charged potential kiss with the guy. And even if you choose to kiss her, she'll claim plausible deniability by pulling the girl-on-girl action doesn't count if it's done for the male gaze angle. This game is trying very hard not to step on any heterosexual toes, guys. You also learn about Rachel, a girl from Chloe's past. They had an ambiguous relationship, and the creators of the game acknowledge that it's up to your choice and interpretation whether they were friends or girlfriends. You know what's not up to interpretation? Rachel having had a boyfriend. Look, while talking to him, you even get to decide how gay or straight the relationship between Chloe and Rachel was. So while Chloe, Max, and Rachel are often praised as canonically bisexual characters, in reality Chloe and Rachel can be either straight or bi, depending on your choice, and the protagonist, Max, can be either gay, straight, or bi, again, depending on what you want. The creative director of Fable was also honest about how it helped them appease two demographics at once while avoiding controversy. Post-release, we've had very positive reactions from many members of the gaming community. This seems entirely logical. In Fable, if you don't agree with playing as a gay man or gay weddings, you don't play as a gay character. Simple, really. Fable doesn't force you to confront these issues. It merely allows you a game space to project your own personality into. As successful as it has been, sometimes shoving mechanical bisexuality into your game to rake in that pink dollar can backfire. Assassin's Creed is popular for sweet-ass stealth and parkour gameplay. Set in various historical locations, you play the game through a descendant of the main character. Their genetic memory allows you to relive what has already happened. Assassin's Creed was never a role-playing game. You were never able to change the outcome of the historical events you were playing, but how you made them happen was up to you, which still gave the player a satisfying amount of freedom. However, in 2018, Ubisoft announced that the next installment of the series, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, set in ancient Greece, would be a full-blown RPG with choice at the center of everything, including interactive dialogues, a choice to play as either the male or female sibling, the ability to impact history with 9 different game endings, and of course, romance, including same-sex romance, enabled by bisexuality as a game mechanic justified by the setting of ancient Greece. Ubisoft got a lot of attention and praise for this, until the release of the Shadow Heritage expansion, which forced you to heterosexually settle down and have a child. Ooh, so what happened there then? Why is Ubisoft trying to heterosexualize me against my will? Fans of the old Assassin's Creed titles have been complaining for a while that the franchise has been chasing industry trends and implementing whatever new mechanics seem currently popular and like they would sell, even if they're completely rewriting the franchise's identity and losing what made it unique. One of the reasons why Assassin's Creed was never an RPG before Odyssey is because history and genetic memory are crucial parts of the game. You have to have kids to make genetic memory happen and to pass on your special abilities. But somehow the developers didn't think that maybe forcing gay fans to end up in a straight relationship so they could have kids might not be the most good thing to ever happen. Assassin's Creed loves a good long family tree connecting protagonists of several games as descendants and ancestors, and the creators clearly planned on connecting Odyssey with the game that came before it, Origins. Assassin's Creed as an RPG doesn't really make sense. Odyssey's creative director straight up admitted that the actual canon is represented in the Assassin's Creed Odyssey novel, which means that none of your advertised choices matter in the context of the game canon. Assassin's Creed either shouldn't be an RPG, or Odyssey shouldn't be an Assassin's Creed game. You can just make an ancient Greek RPG without attaching it to a pre-existing franchise, but Ubisoft is only doubling down on this decision to keep making Assassin's Creed RPGs because money. Sure, their new games don't sell as many copies as the old ones did, but who cares about that when you can squeeze more money from a smaller pool of players by implementing microtransactions and chasing industry trends, even if they clash with your own lore and don't give the players what you promised them. Bisexuality as a game mechanic has been profitable since the first Sims, and is still profitable even if it impacts the integrity of your content. Ubisoft are also maybe a smidge cowardly? They could just give us a non-role-playing game with an explicitly bisexual protagonist, in ancient Greece of all places. And it's not like Assassin's Creed has never had LGBT characters before. Black Flag had Anne Bonny and Mary Read, based on real-life bisexual pirates who dressed as men to be allowed on ships and were in a relationship with each other. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood had the gay Leonardo da Vinci, whose remark about women provide little distraction confuses the himbo straight character. Assassin's Creed Syndicate has a trans man. But all of these characters are NPCs, and Ubisoft probably thought that having a canonically bisexual protagonist would be too controversial with homophobic gamers who don't want to see themselves as bi. So instead, they just made the Odyssey protagonists mechanically bisexual. They gave you the gay button. This really shows how disingenuous this kind of bisexual representation is. Mechanical bisexuality was shoved into a franchise that was not designed to be an RPG, because developers thought it would make them money. People weren't mad because their mechanically bisexual protagonist was forced into a straight partnership. They were mad because they used a mechanically bisexual character to roleplay a gay character. In their version of the game, the character wasn't bi. They were gay. And that's another awkward thing about mechanical bisexuality, how thoroughly bisexuality itself is erased from both gay and straight versions of these mechanically bisexual characters. It's not just Stardew Valley tailoring them to be either gay or straight depending on your gender. Games ranging from big AAA titles to rubbish phone games use the same tactic. This delightful episode game about being on a dating reality TV show lets you choose either male or female love interests, but if you start going on dates with women, they suddenly become lesbians, even though they're on a mainstream straight dating show. Game developers are catering to two different demographics here, two different and distinct fantasies. And there really isn't a place for bisexuals in gay or straight fantasies. Well, straight men like to see boobies touch other boobies, and we'll get back to that later, but outside of fetishistic reasons, don't nobody want to date bisexuals? Is there really a place for us in monosexual stories and monosexual fantasies? Even if these games use bisexual mechanics to make gay or straight NPCs, the player character still has the potential to be bi, right? Sebastian and Abigail might not be bisexual, but you can romance them both and live out your goth bisexual farm gay millennial 8-bit fantasy. I mean, yeah, you can. Romance in Stardew Valley works by increasing the number of hearts you have with a certain character, and more hearts unlock special cutscenes. You increase the number of hearts a little bit by talking to the characters, but where it's really at is giving them their favourite gifts. If you give them a gift they hate, you will lose hearts, but giving them gifts they love will let you romance them faster. Leia loves salad. Here's me, standing outside her house every day, waiting for her to come outside, so I can feed her a salad the size of my own head, until she falls in love with me. She has no choice but to fall in love with me. But there's a catch. Once you max out all your 8 hearts with a character, you need to give them a bouquet that will signal to them you're interested in being more than just friends. Then you get the 2 extra hearts you need to max out before being able to propose and get married, and you can only marry one person at a time. However, if you court all 6 bachelors or all 6 bachelorettes to the point of maxing out the 10 hearts without proposing to any of them, the game is programmed to slut-shame you. Your lovers will collectively call you out in a Jerry Springer cutscene and then refuse to talk to you for a week. If you try to suggest that non-monogamy is a lifestyle choice, they'll protest that it's not a choice if they didn't know about it. I definitely agree that consent is vital to non-monogamy. I agree these pixelated sprites are right. I just didn't expect to get shamed for my lifestyle choices by the cute farm game. I thought this was about, like, wish fulfillment. I don't know about you, but my game Millennial Pandemic Fantasy always involved a little bit of farmhouse polyamory. Monogamy is literally the only option Stardew Valley even considers. The characters are angry because you didn't talk to them about it, but the game never even gives you a chance to do that. If you try to roleplay polyamory, Stardew will give you a slap on the wrist, call you gross, and tell you that's not how we do things out in the country. I mean, I guess you don't have to date everyone in the village at the same time, but since there's no innate sexuality to your character, sexuality is not who you are, it's who you do. It's what you do. Well, nice. It's who you do. It's who you do. In Fable, your sexual orientation is actually stated on the character's info screen. You start with your sexuality as unknown. If you marry a woman, your sexuality status changes to heterosexual. If you marry a man, it changes to gay. And only if you marry a woman after marrying a man, or vice versa, will you become fully fledged bisexual. You literally have to divorce your spouse, even if you like them, and marry someone else for the game to recognize you as bisexual. The original Sims game would set the sexual orientation of your character over time. Not all your Sims were necessarily bisexual, but they could become straight, gay, or bi if the user is careful to have them behave sufficiently bisexual over the course of the game. After a while, the game will then have the characters behave according to the orientations it thinks you want them to have. Like, if I only encourage my sim to flirt with men, she'll become inclined towards flirting with men and be effectively straight. To be bisexual, you have to act bisexually, and the only way to do that is to romance 2 different characters of different genders, and that often has implications of non-monogamy, or at least serial monogamy. But most games are not programmed to accommodate that and often actively discourage or penalise it. I tried to see if I could play Life is Strange bisexually, kissing both the male and female romance options, and I was able to. But then the game gave my character a nightmare about how she's a guilt-ridden hoe bag who's leading them both on.
Max is trying to play us both. I guess she's not as innocent as she acts.
You can romance both Caden and Liara in Mass Effect 1 at the same time, but only if you're being sneaky about it. They both ask you if you have feelings for the other one, and if you say you do, they'll stop pursuing you. The only way to romance both of them is to keep your other relationship secret. If you do that, Caden gets jelly, confronts you, and demands you make a choice and pick one of them.
I didn't realize that you were that you prefer other women.
I am not exactly a woman, Lieutenant.
He thinks your attraction to Liara means you actually prefer women. If you suggest polyamory, Caden gets so offended, he breaks up with you on the spot and storms out, which, like, fair enough, he's monogamous, whatever, but again, the only way to play this game bisexually is to be a cheater and hurt your partners, and while you can bring up non-monogamy, you only have that option once you've been caught cheating, and the NPCs categorically shut it down. So Caden is out of the picture because he can't handle you being bi and poly. You tried to choose non-monogamy, and instead the game chose Liara for you, and you think, okay, the blue non-binary bisexual alien from the future will be down with this. But instead, Liara explains to you that despite rumours of Asari promiscuity, they actually take the sacred bond of monogamy very seriously, which is why she's a 100-year-old virgin. So non-monogamy isn't even a hypothetical option for you to fantasize about. In Stardew Valley, you can at least get a divorce, and in theory you can date all the characters monogamously, marry them and divorce them before moving on to another, But your exes will hate you. It's so sad. This chick left me and our baby, and now she won't even visit. How's little big baby gonna grow up without a mom? Well, I guess she had 2 moms to begin with, so there's a backup. And some games, like Skyrim, don't even have divorce. So if you marry a strong butch warrior woman and then discover you don't actually like the game, turning her into a housewife who now exists only to cook for you and give you half her money, too bad. There's nothing you can do about it. And also you can forget about that gorgeous boyfriend you were planning on going after. Though of course in Skyrim you don't really date anyone anyway, you just sort of jump from complete stranger to spouse.
Is there something I can do for you? You have a kind heart. I'd be honored to walk by your side.
The Sims 3 doesn't mechanically prevent you from romancing several characters at once, but you will get a reputation for doing it. For example, the game gives you the cheater reputation if you're caught being non-monogamous by other characters, and if you don't get caught, your reputation can be naughty, manipulative, or Casanova, depending on how many people you're romancing at the same time. To make things worse, the game will shade you even if you're just practicing serial monogamy and you never date more than one person at the same time, by calling you a player or a Don Juan or a man-eater. The only way to get the faithful reputation is to only have one relationship in your Sim's entire life. This episode mobile game about finding love on a reality TV show first assumed I was probably straight and would give me mostly guys to date, but would also tentatively offer me one woman in each selection. After I picked the women a few times because all the guys were... it decided I actually prefer women and the gender ratios changed. I only picked a guy once, and the game actually sent me on a bisexual double date with a man and a woman, but they ruined it by being pissy and jealous of each other the whole time, and at the end of the day I had to pick one and the other one got eliminated from the show. It did give me a chance to switch back to him at the last minute at the very end of the game, but I think whoever I chose I would have to monogamously marry. On the other hand, games actively reward monogamy. If you're married in Stardew Valley, your dead grandpa's ghost will judge your farm more positively and will be more likely to give you a statue that produces the rarest ore in the game. It makes sense when you're playing it. In The Sims, you get to move into your spouse's house, and in Skyrim, your spouse is literally a free money dispenser. These games are meant to, in a way, fulfill your fantasies. Especially in games like Skyrim, where you can murder someone just because you don't like their tone and get married so you can get free money from your spouse. It seems like an awfully strange moral high ground to suddenly be like, you better be monogamous, you little slut. Even a game like Fallout 4, which was praised for letting you live your best post-apocalyptic bisexual polyamorous life, really wasn't designed for that. You start the game in the year 2077, and you get to pick which spouse you want to play as, the military husband or the stay-at-home wife with a law degree. You customize your characters, and then the world ends. You get rushed into a bunker and get tricked into being cryogenically frozen. Your spouse gets killed and your baby kidnapped, and you wake up 200 years later to find the planet now looks like the inside of my cat's litter box. You meet several people who you can recruit as your companions and who you can romance, and the game lets you romance them regardless of gender and regardless of whether you're already in a relationship with any of the other companions, which is what people praised as polyamory. But here's the thing. If you flirt with a new person in front of your honey, they will not be happy about it. They won't leave you. And if they don't see your other relationships happening, they won't say anything, and the game doesn't mechanically prevent you from being in a relationship with every single romanceable character at the same time. But it's hardly polyamory. Your boyfriends and girlfriends don't like you flirting with others, and your partners never talk to each other. Despite polyamory and bisexuality allegedly being normalized enough in this world that the game lets you do it, no one else does it. There are no other gay couples or polyamorous relationships, and the people who are bi and poly are only bi and poly for you. I mean, I guess it's not completely true that you're the only queer person in the game. If you take your time and look around while you're running from the nuclear apocalypse, there are 2 women touching each other in your neighborhood, so obviously lesbians. But like everyone else, they're obliterated and dead a few minutes later. Hashtag representation. This game is so fixed on a particular idea of who you are as a character that even choosing to switch from the default male to female feels kind of wrong. The missions and the way the other characters treat you as if you're some kind of badass soldier makes sense if you play as the husband with the military background, but I'm a stay-at-home mum with a law degree. What do you want me to do, send the Ravagers a cease and desist letter? The romance gives a similar impression. They technically give you the option to make your own character and do whatever you want, including be bi and poly, but like, they start you out in this extremely conservative heterosexual nuclear, no pun intended, family. That man is not part of my game millennial pandemic fantasy, thank you. With a game like this, it will always feel like the writers had a particular path in mind for you. In this case, as a straight monogamous man, and you have permission to stray from the path, but no matter how much you do, you'll always remain in sight of it. So while you can technically play these games bisexually, it can feel like you're playing against the game. It's a game mechanic, not an actual sexual orientation or a player style, and a lot of that is tied into monogamy. If you want for games like Fable and The Sims to read you as bisexual, or even if you just want to feel like you're role-playing a bisexual character, usually the only way to do that is to play non-monogamously. But even with the games that let you do that, you have to deal with the implications or the consequences of cheating. The whole model of sexuality as a choice is something that's kind of unique to games, and also has some interesting political implications depending on how you choose to interpret it, and depending on your queer politics. For many gay rights activists, for example, the implication that sexuality is merely a choice gives credibility to arguments that if homosexuality is optional, then individuals can opt out of that activity. By contrast, some might applaud the choice, as to suggest that anybody is innately sexualized or gendered is essentialist and reductionist, and the products of social, cultural, and historical conditioning rather than biological structure. And when it comes to real-life implications this system has about bisexuality, forcing you to establish your bisexuality by being non-monogamous and then calling you a cheater feels awfully familiar, as does using bisexuality as a marketing ploy while insisting bisexuals don't exist. Bisexuality isn't inherently non-monogamous, but if you require non-monogamy as a representation of bisexuality, but you also condemn non-monogamy, then you're using a moral argument against non-monogamy to reinforce monosexuality as the standard and condemn bisexuality. But of course, sexuality as a choice is not the only way video games portray bisexuality.
A new role-playing video game that is leaving nothing to the imagination. Mass Effect is what it's called. It's made for Microsoft's Xbox system, and it features in some parts of this, you'll see full digital nudity.
Who can argue, possibly, that, Luke Skywalker meets Debbie Does Dallas is a good thing? It's not. It's just not good. And I'm definitely not going to let Mass Effect in my house.
The Mass Effect and Dragon Age series from BioWare have had a huge impact on bringing equal opportunity romancing and gaming to the mainstream. These series use systems in which each NPC has their own sexual orientation. Rather than letting the player romance whoever they want, the player has to align with the orientation of the NPC. For example, Steve Cortez in Mass Effect 3 is gay, so you have to play as a man to romance him. Zevran from Dragon Age is bi, so you can romance him regardless of your gender. This establishes sexual orientation as a social system in this universe, but you often won't actually know which characters are bisexual unless you replay the game as a different gender and try to romance everyone again to see how it works. In your first playthrough, you usually only know which characters are into your gender, and you won't know if they're bi. Anders, who previously indicated he was only interested in finding a pretty girl in Dragon Age Origins DLC, becomes a major flirt regardless of gender in Dragon Age 2. However, if you romance him as a man, he tells you about an ex-boyfriend, Carl, but if you romance him as a woman, he doesn't mention it. So to some players, Anders comes across as straight, which, knowing how a lot of straight women feel about bi men, I think there's a reason for that. They want you to be able to avoid his bisexuality if that's what you want. Caden Alenko of the Mass Effect series was only romanceable by a female shepherd up until Mass Effect 3, where he suddenly becomes bi, but his bisexuality is only apparent to a male shepherd, and a female shepherd won't hear about it. Though sometimes these games have some really great stuff. Zevran is openly bi in the first Dragon Age. He tells you explicitly that his sexual history hasn't been restricted to women, which is so exciting and so awesome. However, according to a live stream with the creators of the game, Zevran and possibly also the bisexual Liliana were written as gay and made bisexual for the sake of having more love interests available for straight players. In the final game, he'll tell both male and female players that he's enjoyed both men and women, but prefers women. You're given the option to tell him his sexuality makes you uncomfortable. This exchange is the most explicit conversation about bisexuality in all the BioWare games. These types of games also usually offer fewer options for same-sex romance. Greedfall and Dragon Age Origins both have 4 romance options, any of which can be romanced heterosexually, but only 2 of which are interested in gay relationships. Giving romanceable NPCs sexual orientation seems like it's kind of a compromise between mechanical bisexuality and just having a canonically bisexual character. But usually these guys still work in the same way as other mechanically bisexual characters. The only difference is that now a lot of the NPCs are straight and occasionally some are gay. It does, however, make more sense than Stardew Valley, where homophobia exists and At the same time, everyone's gay. But romanceable characters aren't the only way to show sexuality and show how a game's world conceptualizes sexual orientation. The Outer Worlds is a retro-futuristic game set in a planetary system that has been colonized by companies from Earth. This game realizes Jeff Bezos' dream of owning everything and everyone. Hurting yourself is considered vandalism because your body is basically company property, and democracy doesn't exist because instead of MPs and mayors, you have stakeholders and town managers. The first companion you recruit is Parvati, a bi-asexual engineer written by a bi-asexual writer, Kate Dollarhide. You can't romance anyone in the Outer Worlds, but you get to play wingman to Parvati, who falls hard for Outpost Captain Junlei. Giving us a queer romance that isn't for the player, but is instead a side mission for these two nerds is a nice move because it makes it feel less optional. It's not something you only do if you're seeking out this kind of relationship for yourself, especially because Parvati is a fan favourite character and everyone wants to make her happy. So of course you'll spend ages travelling around the planetary system, listening to her gushing, giving her advice and helping her set up everything for her perfect date. Unless you just kill them. Despite the hyper-capitalist dystopia that she lives in, no one bats an eye at Parvati's queer romance. No one cares about LGBT stuff in this game. Racism doesn't exist. Sexism doesn't exist. The only axis of oppression is class. This was a conscious choice on the creators' part because they wanted to ensure that everyone could have a good time without getting hate crimed by the game. When Parvati comes out to you as asexual or tells you that she likes a lady, you can't tell her her sexuality makes you uncomfortable. There aren't any bigoted replies for the player to choose from because the writer didn't want for asexuals or any LGBT people to have to see them. Characters use gender-neutral language when asking each other about romance, and television programs in the game seem to be kind of bisexual as well. This, on the one hand, creates a world that feels very queer without giving the player any romance options and without a chance to make the world less queer. On the other hand, it also creates a bleak future of rainbow capitalism where identity politics have done their job and there's no homophobia, where girl boss lady scientists are just as empowered as men to use prisoners as lab rats in their secret government-funded experiments. Most of the women in the game look like lesbians, clothes are gender neutral, and men can be as effeminate as they want because fuck gender roles. But if you get sick, your boss won't let you take time off or give you any medicine because clearly you only got sick because your mind is poisoned by nonsense and you need work to strengthen your spirit. The Outer Worlds is a game that clearly thought about how sexual orientation and gender and race and class work in their world and gives us a cohesive universe where how they portray love and sexuality makes sense. This is a fully fleshed out social system that considers not just its players but also its lore, and even though the date quest is optional, it's less hidden behind a gay button. But you know what, having said all this, it's not totally clear that Parvati is bi and not gay, is it? Wonder where I got that idea from. Bisexuality as a video game mechanic means that in-game sexuality will mold to you as a player, whether that means the playable protagonist or the NPCs. But what about the characters who are bisexual regardless of the player's actions? When is a character canonically bisexual? When is their bisexuality an absolute truth of the character? It's much easier to conclude in certain other mediums. Is the bisexual main character of the TV show The Bisexual, who identifies as bisexual, bisexual? Probably, yeah. In video games, I would say it's when the character is indicated to be bisexual regardless of player choices. Leia is mechanically bi, but not canonically bi. Unlike with mechanical bisexuality, canonical bisexuals would have to be bi no matter what the player does or wants. So we're now talking about what I would call Twitter canon, or twanon. Twitter canon primarily includes characters who are subtly, vaguely or subtextually bi in the game, but just unclear enough that the creators have to officially confirm it in interviews or via social media. We've all seen how J.K. Rowling weirdly expands her Harry Potter universe by making random tweets about the Wizarding World, which pretty much no one has ever considered to be canonical. Rowling classically outed Dumbledore in a Q&A rather than in the novels. Is it really canon if it's not in the work? Rather than get into the complexities of death of the author literary theory, let's look at some video game examples. Subtext in Assassin's Creed Syndicate has led fans to speculate that Jacob Frye might be bisexual. So someone messaged Ubisoft Germany asking if he was bi, and a random employee at Ubisoft Germany was like, no. So then people were freaking out on Tumblr, and then what is possibly the Assassin's Creed official Tumblr account confirmed that yeah, he's bi, but is that even a real Tumblr? And then finally in a podcast interview, the lead writer said that yeah, he actually intended for that gay case to be a little bit reciprocated. That's what I call Twitter canon. Representation, yay! Another Twitter canon character is Javier Garcia from The Walking Dead by Telltale, who has a romance with a woman and like a moment with a dude. The writer of that scene later confirmed that Javier is bisexual and also seemingly came out as bi himself. This seems to happen a lot actually with Twitter canon, that the writer is bi and they genuinely wrote the character as bi, it's just that non-canon media is the only place it's properly confirmed. Parvati's writer is also bi and ace and has discussed this about Parvati in interviews, which tends to be considered the canon, though I could totally see how to the player Parvati could be considered either bi or gay. Nom from the mobile game Cut the Rope is a green blob that eats candy? The writers have confirmed he's bisexual, which made a lot of people happy, especially with the game company being from Russia, so finally some good bi-Russian representation. The raccoon detective protagonist of Backbone was also outed on Twitter, and the writers said they now have to un-JK Rowling him and actually make him canonically bisexual. So how do you un-JK Rowling a character? Level them up from Twitter canon and make them explicitly, unambiguously, canonically bisexual? Game developers are much more likely to call their characters bi in interviews than in the actual games themselves. Using the word bi is not everything, it's not the end-all be-all of representation, but games do tend to avoid the word bi like the plague, just like real life. Curtis in Phantasmagoria 2, A Puzzle of Flesh, is the first ever queer player character in video games, and his bisexuality was fairly explicit. This horror office romance involves his girlfriend and his crush on his gay best friend. Showing characters being attracted to or having experience with people of different genders is probably the most common way of depicting canonical video game bisexuals, but can leave the characters vulnerable to erasure when they don't just use the word bi. Fragments of Him was interpreted as a game about a gay man by many, until the bisexual game writer spoke up and said this is obviously bi, which to me, it feels obviously bi too. This tends to be less of a problem if the characters openly discuss their sexuality. Night in the Woods and Life is Strange 2 both have characters who openly discuss their sexuality in a contemporary context. Liara in Mass Effect explains that her species don't have gender, so their attraction and mating rituals are never limited by it.
Male and female have no real meaning for us.
This was definitely done for gay rights reasons and totally not for straight guys to jerk off to.
Young males have an unhealthy obsession with my species.
Some characters won't tell you about their sexuality or their relationships, but the game still communicates their bisexuality either through what other characters tell you about them, or through books, computer logs, letters, and other lore materials in the game. Vivek is a god in the Elder Scrolls games. He has a whole city named after him, and he's worshipped as the symbol of duality, so of course he's bisexual. He is also both male and female, and of two different elf races literally split down the middle. But we learn about all this through books in the game. Games also sometimes use character stats to show orientation, along with the character's health and inventory and so on, such as in Fable. RimWorld assigns your character's sexualities unless they're straight, which is the default. Any other sexual orientation becomes a trait of the character and influences how they engage with other characters romantically. Indie games seem to use the B word more often, and there are a couple of small games that actually dare to use the dreaded label. One of them is Coming Out Simulator 2014, a semi-autobiographical game about coming out as bi. It's free and very short, you should go play it. This is also probably the only game we played that discusses biphobia. Some games will explore homophobia as a societal issue, but you'll never see biphobia being treated the same way. If you find biphobia in games, it's normally because they're just straight up being biphobic. Bisexuality usually isn't even considered as an option, let alone being taken seriously enough to acknowledge the prejudice bisexuals face. So it's nice to see bisexual game creators doing that. Another free indie game that uses the word bisexual is Butterfly Soup, which the author described as a visual novel about gay Asian girls playing baseball and falling in love, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. One of the girls, Akasha, is bisexual and not shy about it. She calls herself bisexual and makes bi jokes. So on the one hand, we have mechanical bisexuality where sexuality molds to the player. And on the other hand, for a character to be canonically bisexual, here at Verily Bitchy, we would give them the following criteria. They have to experience bi attraction, so regardless of gender, regardless of whether you romance them, so even if you don't romance the character, you don't make them bi, you don't make them not bi, it's clear in a single playthrough, so regardless of your player character's gender or other characteristics. And Twitter canon doesn't count. Looking at these definitions and at the patterns of exploiting mechanical bisexuality for profit, while also pandering to homophobes and biphobes, canonical bisexuality really seems bolder and more subversive. Like, that really seems like the right way to do bisexuality in games. I've just been given a list of more canonical bisexuals, undoubtedly to prove how right I am about this. Trevor Phillips is a playable character from Grand Theft Auto 5. He is a sociopath who defines his relationship status as any hole's a goal, makes comments at both men and women, uses threats to make men uncomfortable, and carves a hole into a teddy bear so he can it. He's extremely violent and unpredictable, with murder outbursts, and the game even implies that he eats people. Okay, well, let's see if there are any others. Eddie Lowe, also from Grand Theft Auto 5, is described by TV Tropes as easily one of the creepiest characters one will ever find in a video game. You can deduce just by talking with him that he is a serial killer who horribly relates and both boys and girls for sexual pleasure. So it's no surprise later on when he randomly tries to kill you. I'm sure there's something else. Dead Rising 3 has Dylan Fuentes, who kidnaps men and women and holds them in an themed dungeon. When Nick Ramos shows up, Dylan expresses a desire to make him a as well. Okay, well, what about women? Girls are nice. Girls are sweet, sugar and spice. So Dead Rising has a corrupt female cop, Joe Slade, who kidnaps women and tortures and them. When Frank West confronts her, she threatens to him too. Okay, I think we've seen enough. I guess at this point we can conclude that it's maybe not as easy as mechanical bisexuality being pandering and exploitative, and canonical bisexuality being a shining beacon of good representation trademark. If canonical bisexuality can be either bi-positive or biphobic, is it possible that there are any games out there that do mechanical bisexuality right? So far we've only talked about mechanically bisexual romanceable characters, but that's not the only type of mechanical bisexual NPC. Sometimes side characters are attracted to you and will flirt with you or compliment you regardless of your gender, but you can't romance them or even necessarily return the compliment. It's just a part of their cheeky banter. Axton from Borderlands 2 is an example of that. Even though his bisexuality actually started out as a coding error, he had two types of voice lines recorded based on the gender of the person he was talking to.
Wow, you work out?
He was supposed to flirt with the ladies and not flirt with the gents. However, due to a technical error, in the final version of the game, the men's lines are never used and he flirts with everyone regardless of their gender, making him mechanically bisexual but not romanceable. The writers ended up embracing his accidental bisexuality and making him canonically bisexual in a DLC. In the same game, Mr. Torg tells you you're very attractive regardless of your gender.
I just realized this is the first time we've met in person. You are very attractive!
Similarly, many fans interpret Isabelle from Animal Crossing New Leaf as bisexual since she seems to have a crush on the player regardless of what gender you play as. Isabelle's a freak. She's ready for you. These mechanically bisexual characters are potentially more subversive than romanceable characters because the romanceable ones, usually as a rule, their same-sex attraction is only revealed if you pursue them in a gay way. And really, that's the entire function, otherwise they remain painfully heterosexual.
Carnea West exhibition site. Only 3. No, that's kind of annoying. Where are you at, though? You're south of there? Oh, it's over here by the entrance. Damn it. Oh well.
And make queer content entirely avoidable. Whereas with non-romanceable characters, they are inevitably going to be queer for some of the players. Mr. Torg is always going to read as queer to male players and Isabel to female ones, regardless of whether or not they're seeking out gay content. So mechanical bisexuality can still have its benefits. It's a fun addition and might serve to establish a character's flirtatious personality and their relationship with you, but it's not there to serve you. It's there to characterize them. Here is what bisexual lead writer Anthony Birch said about Mr. Torg flirting with you.
The goal with him was always to kind of like give him that macho man exterior, but then make everything about his actual philosophies and personality very progressive.
Yeah,
and nice.
I like that.
Torg flirting with you is there to bring out his personality. It's not there for your titillation. It's there to characterize him. That also represents a nice contrast to characters who are mechanically bi just to be available to you, especially if the romance mechanism is basically give them things till they love you, or tell them what they want to hear until they love you. Dating sims and romance mechanics are sometimes criticized for commodifying the seemingly uncommodifiable love and intimacy, and non-romanceable mechanically bi NPCs are a welcome break from that, since they're bisexual for themselves, for characterization, for the world building, not for you. They still suffer from the same drawback of you basically won't know they're bi unless you replay the game as a different gender or read about it online, but at least they don't hold back their queerness and their bisexuality doesn't exist for the player's consumption. When it comes to mechanically bisexual romance, we criticize games for basically making it hard for you to play bisexually, usually by reinforcing monogamy and not even considering bisexuality as a sexual orientation or a playstyle. Luckily, there are a few exceptions which have taken bisexuality into account. These games don't just use it to offer players monosexual dating options, they actually let you opt into not just gayness, but explicitly bisexuality. Fallout New Vegas lets you take what are basically a gay and a straight perk. It's like bisexuality as a violence mechanic, but also a little bit of romance. For example, if you play as a woman, you get the Ches La Femme perk? Was that Italian or some shit? This is for dealing extra damage to other women, but also it gives you unique dialogue options with women which you don't get otherwise, such as flirting, getting items for free, or finding out a character is bisexual, so gay perk. Then you can also get the Black Widow perk, which allows you to hurt men more, as well as giving you unique dialogue options with men. So if you don't take either of these perks, you're asexual. If you take one, you're either gay or straight, and because they're not mutually exclusive, you can take both and make yourself officially, explicitly bisexual. Of course, in order to be bisexual in this way, you have to spend more perk points than a straight or gay character would, but somehow that feels realistic. Hades bypasses the whole monogamy issue by having polyamory built into the game, and not just the don't ask, don't tell version of Fallout 4. In Hades, you can romance both Megara and Thanatos after beating the crap out of them. However, if you romance both, you find that they get some agency over the situation and decide to arrange a three-way. Unlike other games where characters you've been romancing confront you together, this is actually meant to be a good thing, and you don't have to sacrifice any relationships. Demi Lovato's cash grab mobile game Path to Fame just straight up asks you at the beginning of the game if you prefer women, men, or if you don't care. I said I don't care, and it immediately assigned me a clingy ex-boyfriend, and later on a sleazy male love interest who kissed me even though I didn't pursue him. But hey, it also gave me a guitarist female love interest. There's 3 seasons of this really great game, so I might even get more gender diverse romance options in season 2 and 3, but oh no, we'll never know, I dropped my phone in the toilet, oh that's so sad. Dream Daddy, a game about men dating men, lets you choose your deceased spouse's gender. You can only romance men in the game, but by saying your former spouse was a woman, you're making your character bisexual. It doesn't serve any narrative purpose except letting you create an explicitly bisexual character. Luckily, all of their husbands and wives are dead too. This is really great for my virtual sex life. And of course, mechanical bisexuality and canonical bisexuality aren't mutually exclusive. Characters that are mechanically bisexual and can be romanced by anyone don't have to hide their bisexuality behind a gay button and can be open about it like Zebran in Dragon Age. There may be no right way to do things, and to be honest, the right way to do representation is often the most boring. Neither mechanical nor canonical bisexuality are inherently good or bad, they're just 2 different ways of portraying bisexuality in video games. Both of them can be incredibly biphobic because they tend to use bisexuality to prioritize homophobic players while simultaneously pandering to gay players and completely ignoring bisexual players. They use fictional bisexuality for a profit motive while erasing bisexuality as an important lived experience. The games that manage to avoid that are usually made by bisexual writers, and writers who keep bisexuals in mind while imagining their potential audience. They're writers who don't equate bisexuality with non-monogamy, don't equate non-monogamy with moral corruption.
Why does the
and who
spot
don't
have to
put a profit
die after a
motive over the
second? I swear.
integrity of their work. Stonewall was 1969. 1972 saw the release of the game Pong. Coincidence? Yeah, no, it's unrelated. Video games are as old as the modern era of gay rights. It's a new medium and a new age for how we see sexuality. The technology we've developed in the last few decades to play them is incredible. What will the world of gaming look like 20 years from now? I think romancing systems will continue to evolve and find mechanics we haven't even imagined yet. I mean, just look at Boyfriend Dungeon. You can be bi and poly by dating your weapons. You just never know what they're going to come up with next. And for every big, greedy studio exploiting bisexuality to make money off homophobes and biphobes, there are a dozen small indie creators experimenting and innovating, or just having fun making the type of content they want to see. What would gaming look like without the profit motive? What would the creative integrity of gaming look like? And I know we're inclined to think capitalism is the only system which can produce this kind of work. But look at smaller indie games like Fragments of Him, Coming Out Simulator, Bi People, and all the mods for making your existing games more gay, more bi. People are creative, and you can't stop people creating. A lot of the content which includes bisexuals in a meaningful way is work written by people who are a part of our communities. The Sims romance code was written by a gay man. Jacob from Assassin's Creed was written by a gay man. Parvati from The Outer Worlds was written by a bi person. The bisexuals in Borderlands were written by a bi person. The Walking Dead scene with Javier was written by a bi person. We want to write about our communities. And you know, Stardew Valley was made by one guy. It's an amazing game, and it was made by one person and went on to win Breakthrough Award of the Year and sell tens of millions of copies worldwide. You don't need a big greedy corporation to make an amazing game. You just need passion and a vision. I grew up playing The Sims, a game which blew up in large part because of a happy accident in front of the press. But it'll take a lot more than just happy accidents to make authentic bi content. As technology advances and becomes more accessible, I think we're going to find amazing new games on the horizon. And I so very much look forward to what comes next. If you enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing and maybe hitting the little bell too. Thank you to Vanya and Lan for your game footage. And thank you to all my patrons. And a special thanks to Kat R, Danny Aidenstone, Hannah Acker, Siobhan, Aaron, AJ, Apathetic Gaiety, Eric Parkinson, B, Veslav, Beth Hershey,
Hi, I'd like to return some M&Ms I bought yesterday.
Whoa! You're the Human Torch!
Yeah. Anyway, I was told they wouldn't melt in my hand, but, well, I'm sure you can guess what happened.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Can I see your receipt?
Unfortunately, that also burned up in my hand.
Do you have the credit card that you used to make the purchase with?
Also burned up in my hand.
Okay, well, do you at least have the bag of it?
What's so hard to understand about this? If I hold it, it burns up.
Okay, geez. Here's your refund.
I don't know what I expected.
Internet, welcome to Food Theory, the show that feeds you sweet drops of info in a crunchy theory shell. Now, we've talked about food mascots, food myths, and food cliches, but I don't think we've talked too much about food slogans yet. There's just so much in a slogan. A few short words can make or break an entire brand. Yo quiero Taco Bell, finger looking good, I'm loving it, have it your way, they're great! Every single one of those conjures up a specific image and feeling in my brain, and it makes me want want fried chicken tacos sprinkled with fries and frosted flakes. But arguably one of the most iconic and long-lived food slogans in history is the iconic M&M's melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Even though it clocks in at a whopping 8 words, for the better part of a century it's proved to be unforgettable, not to mention verifiable. I mean, most of these slogans are pretty darn vague. They're great, entirely subjective there, Kellogg's. Eat fresh? How fresh is fresh, Subway? The worst though is probably I'm loving it from McDonald's. I mean, what is it? By eating McDonald's, am I pledging my allegiance to an alien space clown who feeds on fear? The pronoun has no antecedent. Anyway, Mars is stepping up their game. They're putting their money where their slogan is, and I respect that. M&M's presents a totally testable assertion right there. M&M's will melt in your mouth, but not in your hands. Unfortunately for them, though, that also leaves the scientific door wide open for me to show you that the slogan is not only inaccurate, it's also completely misleading. M&M's will totally melt in your hand, and at the same time, will not melt in your mouth. Let me show you how one of candy's most iconic slogans is a complete and total lie. Yeah, I know, I'm out on a thin candy ledge with this one, but you clicked on this video, so now you're invested and you're about to learn way more than you wanted to know about the chemistry and thermodynamics of M&M's. Strap in, friends, this is gonna be a fun one. To begin, M&M's have been coated in a hard shell of candy science since their inception in 1941, 80 years ago this year. Their tiny little candy shell was originally patented as a less messy way to eat chocolate, and this became especially useful during World War II. At the time, MREs and Red Cross packages to soldiers fighting overseas included everything that was considered essential. Some canned meat, some dried fruit like raisins, 80 cigarettes, obviously, and you guessed it, some chocolate. The problem was that while everything else arrived intact, chocolate was a melty, hazardous mess. It wasn't able to survive the airplane trips and transport trucks in the literal heat of battle. So when the US entered the war, M&M's entered an exclusive military contract with the US government to ensure that chocolate would arrive to troops intact. In other words, what am I doing here? If it's good enough for the greatest generation, shouldn't it be good enough for the YouTube generation? Is an 80-year-old track record not enough, Matt Pat? Well, today I think it's time that I stop ruining only the childhoods of Gen Z and millennials and give boomers and up a chance. I am an equal opportunity childhood ruiner, what can I say? So while M&M's were vital to the war effort by promoting a mess-free chocolate experience, that slogan is still far from accurate. First, let's look at the main claim of the slogan. M&M's do not melt in your hand. At first blush, this seems like it should be easy to prove. M&M's shells are made from a blend of sugar and corn syrup. The melting point for corn syrup is 146.1 degrees Celsius. That is 295 degrees Fahrenheit. Our hands are not coming anywhere close to those temperatures. Normal human skin temperature is 91 degrees Fahrenheit, with some areas being warmer, like under your armpit, where you sometimes see kids getting their temperatures taken. And also, you tend to be colder at your extremities. In truth, your hand surface temperature is going to vary based on your BMI, your blood pressure, air temperature, but stays roughly between 85 and 95 degrees Fahrenheit, or 29 to 35 C. Even in the hottest, reliably measured temperatures on Earth, 130 degrees Fahrenheit, it would seem like the corn syrup portion of the candy shell isn't in danger of melting in your hand. And if it does somehow melt, well, you've got some bigger fires to put out. As for the sucrose sugar portion of the candy shell, that one is definitely not melting in your hand. The actual melting point is 366 degrees Fahrenheit or 185 degrees Celsius. But long before the sugar is melting, it's actually reacting. Sugar molecules are highly reactive, especially with all the things in your body, or more specifically, the things on your hand, aka sweat. The two main components of sweat on your palm are water and salt, and they surround and interact with the sucrose molecules of the candy, which we usually just call dissolving. You know how M&M's sometimes leave a ring of candy dye on your hand if they're left there for too long? That's not melting, which is strictly dependent on temperature. It's the candy actually reacting with your sweat by dissolving in it. Yeah, it is super gross, and the hotter your hand, the more soluble the salty water on your sticky little palms become, which means the more candy shell that you can dissolve in there. So just know that when the M&M finally hits your mouth, you're eating some delicious chocolate wrapped in a thin coating of candy and sweat. Tasty. And when you pop it in your mouth, the exact same thing happens where the sugar isn't melting, again based on temperature, the M&M is sitting in your mouth and dissolving in your saliva. So technically we've already disproven some of the slogan. The candy shell can't melt in your mouth or your hand because the melting point for the candy shell is just way too high. It's actually dissolving. So I think it's time we adopt a more truthful slogan here, Mars. Pitch number 1, dissolves in your mouth, less so in your hand. If you don't like that one, here's pitch number 2, doesn't melt in your mouth, but you are eating a little of your own sweat every time. Then again, there's always pitch number 3, where we instead choose to focus on the candy's milk chocolate insides as opposed to the candy itself.
M&M's, the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
Wait, I thought it was just melts in your mouth, not your hand. Did he just say the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand? Hold on. What, was it always like this? No. Oh, it was. Yeah, okay, sure. Hey, guys, did you know that the M&M slogan is and has always been about the milk chocolate? Yeah, apparently they weren't talking about the candy shell at all. The full slogan has and has always been the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
While you don't tend to see the full slogan written in print in the commercials, they do voice over the full wording with their announcer, and they do save it for large-scale advertisements like this print poster from 1985, and this one, and these. And all of these too. So, yeah, it is definitely the chocolate, and I definitely knew that this entire time. Am I the only person in the world who doesn't remember the milk chocolate bit? A little Google Trends search results here. Precisely. No one in the world is searching for this complete phrase. And here's the best twist of all. It doesn't even matter. Mars is still wrong. I'm still gonna prove why their slogan is complete bunk. M&M's milk chocolate does in fact melt in your hand. That's right, Mars. You haven't stopped me yet. I'm still coming for you. We start off with some pretty damning evidence against their claim. M&M's chocolate does have a melting point that's lower than body temperature, between 86 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which we've established is practically the exact temperature range of the average human hand. So while yes, the candy coating doesn't melt, remember, the slogan isn't about that. It's about the chocolate. And the science says that the chocolate inside would definitely melt if it were in direct contact with your hand. So now the question is whether the candy shell is a good enough insulator to keep the chocolate inside from getting so hot that it melts. Which means it's time to bring home this episode with the thing you've all been waiting for, some sweet, sweet thermodynamics. Because the shell itself isn't melting, we have no idea what's actually going on the inside until we do some math. If the sugar coating were a perfect insulator, in other words, if it didn't transfer any heat to the chocolate at all, we would know 100% that the inside isn't gonna melt. If M&Ms were coated with something like, say, silicone or wool, we'd be pretty sure that the milk chocolate interior isn't heating up, since silicone and wool are great insulators. But a thin shell of sugar? I mean, how much heat is that really gonna stop? Well, because the internet is the internet, we can actually do the calculation based on the thermal conductivity of sugar and corn syrup, which are both right around 0.15 watts per meter times K, the difference in temperature between one side and the other. Yeah, that is the unit of measure, and they are just as insane as they sound. Suffice it to say, a big number here means that the material's a great conductor of heat. Typically, metals fall into this category, about 100 watts per meters times K, which is why all the pots in your kitchen are made of metal. They pass the heat straight from your stove directly to the food. The lower the number, the better insulator the material is, like styrofoam at 0.003. Sugar has a thermal conductivity of 0.15, which is shockingly low, actually a whole lot lower than I expected, thereby making sugar way better at insulating than you might think. But is it enough to protect our chocolatey centers? Not quite. You see, while the candy coating is a pretty darn good insulator, the shell itself is incredibly thin, less than a millimeter thick. After trying very unsuccessfully to measure it with a ruler, I found this incredible recursive analysis of an M&M done online by Dan. Just Dan. Well, Dan calculates the candy shell to be 0.795 millimeters thick. You know what? I'm inclined to take his word for it because this was like theorist levels of unnecessarily rigorous. So if we use all the information out there that the internet's gathered about M&Ms, like the weight of an M&M at 1.3 grams, the surface area of the shell at 3.55 square centimeters, the conductivity of sugar, and the specific heat of chocolate, we can actually calculate how much energy we would need to heat the candy shell from room temperature of 72 degrees Fahrenheit to the melting point of chocolate, 86 degrees Fahrenheit at minimum. This is our equation. And to save you the math, the TLDR here is that we don't need that much energy to do it. Less than the energy needed to heat up a cup of coffee. Just exposing the M&M to the heat of our hand in an indoor environment, the chocolate inside the candy shell won't melt instantly, but should melt after 251 seconds. 4.1 minutes. And yeah, I get it. You don't plan on holding an M&M in your hand for that long, especially after I told you it's reacting to your sweat the entire time. But let's take the candy outdoors. At an ambient temperature of 80 degrees Fahrenheit, we need less than half that time to start melting the chocolate, 1.9 minutes. If the ambient temperature is above the melting point of chocolate, well, now we're looking at less than 1 minute for a chocolate meltdown, 34 seconds if the outside is as 90 degrees. And the thing is, while it might seem unfair to test the candy outdoors in the summer heat, that's actually at its most fair. Look at the way these things are marketed. They're specifically shown as a candy on the go, especially in outdoor environments. Look at this commercial from a beachside bar in the summer, where, by the way, this guy's just squeezing the life out of these M&Ms for a long time. Here's some kids at the beach. Here's one at an outdoor concert. Here's one in terrible quality for the Summer Olympics back in 1984, which were held in Los Angeles, where it hit 105 degrees Fahrenheit or 41 degrees Celsius. Heck, remember that the whole point of these candies in the first place was that you could expose them to high heat and send them overseas to the military. But in reality, it's all false. In fact, there's only one last thing for me to do: test them IRL. Cue the footage of me holding M&Ms for an egregiously long amount of time. Starting the clock right here for 4 minutes. And now we wait. Honestly, the hardest part of this challenge is me not eating the M&Ms. While I'm standing here looking like an idiot doing science by holding a bunch of M&Ms in my hand, you can take the time to go down to the top line of the description and sign our petition to get me as the next host of Jeopardy. Yep, we are trying to convince the world that this man right here, this man holding M&Ms in his hand for science, deserves to be the next host of Jeopardy. So timer's all up. Now it's time for me to open up my hand and cut inside the M&Ms to show you that the chocolate inside should be melted. And to show you the difference, here, this is a solid M&M. I'm pushing down on it really hard, and it took a lot of effort, and you can see chocolate inside is solid, right? Now, based on our calculations, it should have been about 4 minutes. Candy shell should be intact, but when I press down on it, it should kind of ooze out or at least be a lot gooier, right? So here we go. I've got so many in my hand right now. This is already not looking too good. Here we go. Push. Oh, look at it ooze. Ooze. Oh yeah, that is gooey and melted. It's not quite like fully liquid. It's not liquid, but it certainly is melted. So there you have it, friends. I don't know if this is surprising anyone at all, since we're people actually asking this question, but to be fair, makers of M&Ms, the truth comes out. The milk chocolate inside does in fact melt in your hand, whether or not you realize it. It's just melted on the inside of your candy-coated shell. So, you know, maybe a little bit more precision in advertising, huh? At the end of the day, the M&M slogan is 100% false every way you slice it. The chocolate inside the shell isn't staying solid. In fact, it's melting most of the time. It's melting in your mouth, your hand, your shirt pocket. It is melting in the bag sitting on your car seat every day from April to October. These things are melting everywhere. The chocolate just winds up sloshing around inside the candy shell. And when it's not melting, well, the candy shell is just dissolving in your sweat and your saliva. So, Mars, I'm just gonna fix the slogan once and for all. You don't have to pay me for this one. You ready? M&M's melts inside the candy shell, which is separated from you and all the other stuff that you don't want covered in chocolate by less than a millimeter of sugar. Okay, I admit it doesn't really roll off the tongue, but I believe in truth in advertising here, people. 2021, the year of transparency for M&M's. And now if you'll excuse me, I actually really love M&M's despite me spending the last 16 minutes dunking on them. And all this science is actually giving me a hankering for those ones with the Rice Krispies inside. Oh, they're so good! And then there's the ones with the peanut butter inside. Anyway, I'm gonna go get those. Remember, it's all just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit. You know who has a slogan that isn't full of lies? Our sponsor for today's episode, Noom. Steph and I have been on Noom's program since April, and so far, so great. Never in my life have I stuck to a health program for this long, and I have Noom's unique approach to thank for that. Their program has really helped us look at our health through the lens of psychology and cognitive behavioral therapy. Our program doesn't so much stress calories and carbs, which honestly is great news for us considering Steph and I occasionally have to eat our body weight in junk food for these food theory experiments, but instead the program focuses on addressing our habits and routines on a daily basis. The first thing that really clicked with me was my water intake. I've been a thirsty boy for a long time. A lot of that is due to my unhealthy soda habits, but thanks to Noom, I'm actually much better about keeping track of how much water I'm consuming day after day, which means I am significantly less dehydrated than I used to be. And thanks to their simple, actionable recommendations like making sure that I have one green item on my plate for dinner, I've been able to lose weight while feeling healthier in the process. And the thing is, at no point has it ever felt like a strain. It's an incredibly effective strategy that uses psychological principles to ensure that you're enacting a healthier lifestyle for yourself in as easy and painless of a way as possible. I've lost a lot of the weight that I've been looking to shave off. I've also felt healthier on a day-to-day basis, and none of it has felt like a hassle or imposition on my day-to-day life. I'm telling you, if I can stick to a health program for over 4 months with the crazy, unpredictable schedule that we have on a day-to-day basis, then I guarantee that you can too. Go to Noom.com/food theory to take your free 30-second quiz, or, you know what, just use my link in the description below and get started today. The Noom program has Steph and I feeling fantastic, not just because we're eating better, but also because there's a huge sense of accomplishment that comes with staying on track for this long. I feel like I'm making healthier decisions for myself. I cannot recommend it enough. Again, all it takes to get started with Noom is a free 30-second quiz at Noom.com/food theory. Just give that link in the description a click, and as always, remember, it's just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit. Let me know down in the comments below what your favorite flavor of M&Ms are. There's like 300 of them at this point, and I'll see y'all next week. Oh, they're so good. Where's that bag of Crispies? They discontinued them? Oh, Mars, you just brought upon yourself a world of hurt.
I think my favorite was the pretzel peanut butter ones.
Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tap Man 2. We got a banger for you today. Kevin, can you please pay attention? Thank you. We got a banger. I love food. You love food. We love food. Food is something that makes the world go round. Great conversations are had over food. Some of my best memories are from food. And what we got for here is me reacting to more food TikToks. You enjoy these kind of videos, and I know you do, so drop a like on it, share it with a friend if you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tab Man 2 at the sub button, ring the bell. All right, be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. This has literally, I kid you not, this has become a staple in this stream. Watching food. You guys ready? Let's get it.
These ribs are so good, you might eat a whole rack. Start with a rack of...
I'm going to pause here and just say right out the gate, I don't like ribs. I'm just letting you know. I am not a rib guy. I'm not. I have eaten a lot of ribs. And let me back up a little bit. I will eat ribs, but when I go to barbecue, there's other stuff I prefer over ribs. That's what I'll say. Burnt ends, brisket, smoked sausage. That's all stuff that I prefer to eat over ribs. All right, but we're gonna go on here.
Baby backs and coat them in some mustard. You're gonna season them with garlic powder.
You know what? I've so far we're 7 seconds into this video and it's been 2 minutes already. You know what else I've noticed is why, and this is me being serious. When you guys see people rub meat with mustard to like base it, a lot of you say that's gross. Why? What would you guys use? I typically see mustard. It usually is like mustard, right? Or maybe olive oil. I don't know.
Your favorite rib rub and some red pepper flakes. When they look like this, they're ready to go on the smoker. We're smoking them at 225 degrees for about 2 hours, then pull them off, lay down some foil with some hot sauce, butter, and a little bit of syrup.
Oh.
Flip them meat side down, wrap them up tight, and put them back on the smoker for another 2 hours.
Syrup?
Then you're gonna unwrap them, flip them over, and coat them in your favorite barbecue sauce. Now they're going back on the smoker for 1 more hour, and these ribs are ready to enjoy.
Actually, look good.
These are sweet and spicy, and I'm not kidding when I say.
Oh. Okay. Why is this the loudest thing I've ever heard? That looks good. Well, that's fucking unnecessary. We're not going to put those little leaves on there. Why would you do that?
talking. Some little tomato, like green salsa. Let's go, baby. I love tacos, bro. Wait, is that a taco? Wait, it's not. That green sauce looks lit. A little crema, a little fresh crema.
You have got to start flavoring your butter.
What? Looks like a pine tree you just put in there.
All right, I'm back. We're gonna mix together some lime, butter, thyme, charred jalapenos, and garlic, barbecue rub, throw it in some saran wrap or a plastic bag, refrigerate it, cut them into little flavor discs, and put them on top of your steak. You can put it on anything, really. You can infuse it with whatever flavors you want. This is it right here. As always.
Actually looks pretty good.
These s'mores cookies are the best cookies you will ever taste, I promise. Because summer's not over yet. 1.5 sticks of butter, melt it down. Mix the cooled butter with 3/4 of a cup of brown sugar and 1/3 of a cup of white sugar. Once it's nice and fluffy, crack in 1 egg and 1 egg yolk along with a teaspoon of vanilla. Then add in 1 3/4 of a cup of flour, 3/4 of a teaspoon of baking soda, and a teaspoon of salt. Once a beautiful dough forms, add in a 1/2 cup of chocolate chips and mix. Crush up 4 graham crackers and fold it into the cookie dough.
Okay.
Take a scoop of cookie and stuff it with some chocolate and then add a marshmallow on top. Chill the cookies for about 30 minutes and then bake at 350 for 15 minutes. There we have s'mores cookies.
Those
These
look-
are honestly one of my favorite cookies.
They look pretty good. I'm not a big cookie guy, though. I'm not. By the way, I'm just going to pause here and just say, real quick, if you don't eat your marshmallows like this, don't talk to me. 100%. You don't eat your marshmallows like that, don't talk to me. If you burn the shit out of it, it makes it nice and charred on the outside and soft in the inside, bro. That's the way you eat a mallow.
You need a fire to make s'mores.
It is. Anyone that eats it otherwise are lying. Jeez, Whips, you got a lot of dessert in this one? Whips, I don't like dessert. Okay, this looks kind of good. Why is this music so fucking sexual, Whips? Whips, what is this music choice? Are these like multiple desserts? Whips, I don't like dessert. Although that shell is lit. You guys ever eat that? It's lit. That seemed unnecessary. Why'd he whip it up like that? Well, I guess he's mixing it. I love walnuts and chocolate. This is huge. Oh, yeah. Take me there. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I'd eat that. Ice cream. Chocolate cake. Man, why is everyone using torches today? Goodness gracious. That looks interesting. I don't think I'd like that. No. Icing. Red velvet cookies. You just like buy those at the store? I've never seen those in my life. Man, this whipped cream looks like so good. Actual. Oh, and they made a heart. That's very nice. Wow, look at the attention to detail here. That's great. That's so nice of them. Maybe I do like desserts. Oh, those are those pasta chips, bro. I've seen these all over TikTok, man. You turn chips into pasta into chips, and then you dip them in like Alfredo stuff, man. It's lit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm locked in on that, to be honest. I'd crush that whole bowl. Buffalo Ranch chicken sandwich, macro friendly. I mean, I am on a diet. How many calories, though? It had the protein and the fat, but how many calories is that, bro? That's interesting. He's using the Quest protein chips to coat the chicken. 5 then. Very smart. pretty good. I wonder if he says how many calories it is at the end. I mean, for a macro-friendly thing, it looks like a great sandwich. No calories. It's got to be like 600-700, something like that, if I had a ballpark. Ooh, men with pot! That seemed unnecessary, but I'm here for it. I love when he puts the wood on top. I don't know why. I just like it. The bread looks so good. Wow. Oh, yeah. I thought that flour was on fire for a second. I put a flour in this. Whoa! Come on, man! It was so nice!
Everybody loves pretzels, but these are lame. Don't you miss the soft baked kind?
1 cup of water around 95 Fahrenheit.
2 teaspoons of instant yeast, 3 tablespoons of brown sugar.
Let that sit for 10 minutes.
Stand mixer.
Flour mix in.
Low speed, 2 tablespoons of vegetable oil.
Add in your yeast mixture.
Increase to medium.
Make it a nice smooth dough.
Once it's smooth and stretchy, grease a bowl, in your bowl, cover with plastic wrap.
Once that's doubled,
flour work surface, and dump your dough out.
Yeah.
Divide that
into 12 even pieces.
Lightly shape
into balls.
Rest 7 minutes.
Now take a little ball.
Now roll that into nice long tube.
2 ends, overlap, twist, and bring to the front. Stretch your out.
One shape, get a bowl. 1,000 milliliters of water. Whisk in 30 grams of food grade lye. With gloves, into the lye.
Soak for 15 seconds.
Transfer to a soap hat lined baking sheet. Hit that with flaky salt. Into the oven for 10 to 15 minutes.
Pull them out
and cool
on a wire rack.
Oh, Lord.
Why was that note so good, though? Oh, yeah. I already know I like this. I see cheese, and I see a cast iron skillet. I'm already here. If you guys haven't had, side note, this is not an ad, but that Jack Daniel's seasoning is actually incredible. Side note. Not an ad, but if you like seasoning meat, I'm telling you, it's a good one. Pay attention to detail. So let me butter a different pan. Oh, it's gonna be like a cream sauce. Nice. You know, these TikToks, man, I don't know what it is, but everyone that makes these TikTok food things, they have like great fresh cheese every single time. It's always big shredded pieces, man. Oh, dude, of course this is macaroni and cheese. Honest to God, you don't need those. Get those out. Like, come on, right? Are those peppers? I don't know about the peppers in the mac and cheese. I'm going to be honest. I don't like that decision. I'm not here for it. Why are you doing that? Just put the steak in there, call it a day. That looks good, though. Are you going to put more cheese on top? God, you are. I love those little green onions. I don't know what they're called. They're like one of my favorite things ever, though. Man, that cheese looks like it is so fresh. It is unbelievable. That looks good. It looks good. Only thing I would not want is the pepper, personally, but solid. A little tomato, a little onion, a little garlic, red pepper flakes. When you roast a tomato and you cut it, and you put it in stuff, the roasted tomato is god tier. That flavor it gives, if you know, you know. Guys, that was a tomato. It wasn't a pepper. Are you stupid? Guys. These are tomatoes, man. Are you guys serious, bro? That's obviously a tomato. Tim is a pepper. Like I was saying, man, when you roast a pepper and then you cut it up and you put it in something, that flavor it gives with the roasted pepper, bro, it just brings everything out. It's so good. Chat, it's a pepper. Are you guys stupid? A lot of mac and cheese in this one, and I'm here for it. That sauce looks incredible. I don't know what that dish is called, but that looks really good. I think that was it. That was it. That was 10 minutes. Bro, hey man, you're all fat, straight up. Me too. Me too, but you're fat as well. I want you to know that. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tap Man 2. We got food for you today, baby. Food! I want you to know that when I was younger, I had 5 Big Macs in one sitting. When I went out to breakfast, I got 2 cream cheese bagels from Dunkin' Donuts and a large coffee colada. That's how I started my day. It's probably why I'm so fat. But food's a huge part of my life, something I've always loved and something I know you love. So we got more me reacting to some food that is incredible. And if you enjoy that, drop a like on it, share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed to this YouTube channel as well, Tim and Tap Man 2, hit the sub button, ring the bell. All right? Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Man, I am so excited to watch some food TikToks with y'all today. Nothing like food, nothing like you.
Have you ever deep fried a candy bar before? This is a dessert corn dog. Start off with your favorite.
Obviously, I have. I was 325 pounds at one point, but continue.
Candy bar. I'm using a Snickers. Then add a wooden skewer and put it in the freezer. In the meantime, let's make that corn dog batter. In a large bowl, add a cup of all-purpose flour with a cup of cornmeal, a quarter cup of sugar, and 2 tablespoons of baking powder. In a separate bowl, add 1 cup of milk, 1 egg, and a tablespoon of vanilla. Combine the bowl of wet ingredients with the bowl of dry ingredients until a consistent batter forms, and then transfer it to a tall cup. Ideally, you want the cup to be tall enough to fit the entire candy bar inside. After about 20 minutes in the freezer, submerge the candy bar and make sure that it's fully coated in the cornmeal batter. Then bring it over to a pot filled with 375-degree cooking oil and fry it for 3 minutes. The exterior of the corn dog should be golden brown and slightly crispy.
Oh, yeah.
It should be a little bit squishy depending the candy bar that you use. Transfer the corn dogs to a wire rack and let them cool for a few minutes and then hit them with some powdered sugar.
Hey, bro, side note, the New York State Fair, they deep fry everything. Y'all ever have a fried Pop-Tart? I want you to know something. Obviously, when you start deep frying stuff, especially at the fair, it's usually better. Fried Pop-Tart. If you guys see it at the fair or something, try it. It's unbelievable. Carrying on.
So creamy. Have you ever tried deep fried milk? Oh.
I'm sorry, deep fried milk? Bro? Okay, I know I just said deep fried makes everything better. I immediately take back what I just said.
Have you ever tried deep fried milk?
No, I have not, but go ahead and educate me, I guess.
All you need is 3 ingredients, starting with milk. Add in cornstarch, sugar, mix together, simmer on low heat, keep stirring, consistency you're looking for. Pour it in a parchment lined container, let it rest in the fridge for 2 hours. Cut into 8 even pieces, coat in cornstarch, egg, finally panko. Fry for 3 to 4 minutes until crispy and golden brown. Look at that.
Nah. Chat, don't do that. That's just, no.
Let's pack today's lunchbox for some friends and
Let's
my
do it.
followers.
Let's do
Today
it.
I'm making them asada fries or papas locas, whatever you know them as. Today I wanted to keep it super simple because it's back to school and I was going to be super busy. But I didn't want to leave them starving, so I said asada fries it is. So I'm just going to marinate my meat and leave it marinating overnight. In the morning, I just cook the meat and fry some fries. I'm going to season my fries with a little bit of fajita seasoning and then add a couple scoops of that asada meat.
That looks good.
I know a lot of people say this isn't asada, but go say that to the taco trucks who sell asada meat like this. Now I'm just going to add my cheese of choice to my
hot meat
Nice.
so it can get nice and melted, I'm using Chihuahua cheese.
Let's
then I add
go.
some fresh pico and some jalapenos. Drizzle a little bit of nacho cheese and some avocado sauce. Then I drizzle some chipotle and truffle infused hot sauce. Can't forget your guac and some sour cream. But I'm gonna put those on the side for dipping. And that's it, guys. Like I said, super simple. Today they had the
Those look
option
great.
between a soda or a honeydew cucumber
W.
limeade agua fresca. And they all went for the agua fresca.
All her food,
And
man,
that's
looks
it,
great.
Guys. Now I'm just gonna get everything ready for them and they come and pick up during lunchtime. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, in this one, we're gonna cook some shishitos.
Those little
Rice
peppers
oil.
are lit, bro. You guys ever
Be
had these?
careful, it will splatter.
I had like these little peppers with like a sweet, spicy sauce. Unbelievable. W.
Cotija cheese, fried shallot, jalapeno, gold flake salt. Ta-da! Shishitos with a bunch of other stuff. They're fucking good.
Yeah, that's true. What do we got here? We got bread. We got cheese. We got bacon. We got apple, cheese, mustard. I'm here for it. Honestly, sweet and salty. I'm here for it. I'd eat that. I'm in. It's like bacon with the apple. That might be a peach, bro. What do you mean L? You guys are ugly, bro. Shut up. That's a W. You guys don't know good food. I was 325 pounds. I know good food. All right. I love corn. I love butter. I love everywhere this is going. Mashed potatoes. Corn, mashed potatoes. Is this going to be like a bowl? What is that? What is that? Is that chicken? I think that's chicken. Yeah. Oh, bro, this is like the KFC bowl. Hey, man, I just want to say, when I was in college, I like lived off of KFC bowls. I loved them. They were like, when I talk about bang for your buck, right? As far as pricing goes and fills you up, those KFC famous bowls, man, were a huge W. I don't know if they sell them anymore. I used to eat those all the time, though. Yeah, that's literally what it is. It looks like that bowl. Okay. What? All right. An egg in there? I mean, that is way too much cheese. I like cheese. I do. I like cheese. I love cheese. That is too much. It's too much. I love cheese, man. I do. I could eat cheese. I love cheese sticks. Every variation of cheese. That is too much cheese. It is. I guess it is possible to have too much cheese. We just learned right there. A little avocado. Apple. That's a peach. Wait a minute. What? Wow! Why'd you set them ablaze? Oh, this is an interesting, like, salsa you're making? Okay, I'm here for it. Oh, I'm here for this. Yeah. I don't know why you had to put, like, little leaves on there, but I'm here for everything else. Why'd you put the leaves on there, bro? That looks lit.
Tonight for dessert, we're making a chocolate chip cheesecake croissant bake.
I'm in.
I'm keeping my croissants in rolls and I'm going to cut them into 3 long ways. Now that I've cut them long ways, I'm going to cut them into little pieces this way. I did lay down parchment paper, but I am also going to spray it.
Okay.
I'm going to take all my little pieces and start lining them up in the dish. Now that you have all of your crescent dough in the bottom of the pan, you are going to top it with about a cup of chocolate chips.
I'm here. I'm here right now.
For my cheesecake topping, I'm going to start off by whipping up 2 bricks of cream cheese.
I love cream
After
cheese.
we whip that up, we're going to add 1 cup of sugar.
Oh, yeah.
2 eggs.
Yep.
Splash of vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure to be mixing between each ingredient so you have it nice and whipped. Now we're going to slowly add our half cup of milk. Now we're going to pour this over top. Sprinkle some more chocolate chips on top. Now in the oven at 350 for 45 minutes.
I'm in. I love cheesecake. When it comes to desserts, I just want to say I'm not a huge dessert guy, but cheesecake is like my kryptonite. American breakfast, huh? Yeah, sausage, bacon, pancakes, and eggs. That is American. That's an American breakfast. That's a W breakfast right there, to be honest. That looks great. Pancakes look mad fluffy.
Yum, yum, yum.
Oh, bacon. I'm already on board with what I'm seeing. Ooh, a bacon weave. Haven't seen one of these yet. Are you putting sausage inside the bacon weave? Okay. Yeah, be sure to get like 3 asparagus in there so we can. And this is gonna be some right here. Are you gonna put that on bread? No way, right? And more? Huh. Bacon, sausage, egg. You know, it is a lot, but I would try it. It's a lot. I would at least try it. I would. Oh, we got Chipotle Nachos Burger. I'm in. I know I say this every time I see these little chips. Every single time I say this, I did not know that nachos were cut up tortillas. I had no idea that got fried. No idea. I say it every time. TikTok taught me. That sauce looks good. I guess Whips just wanted to do music over this one. I thought this guy usually doesn't have music, though. Maybe he did in this one. That looks great. Nachos on the burger. Interesting. Never thought to do that, actually. I would eat that. I'm pretty locked in on that. Oh, yeah. That bagel looked great. What was that little cream he just made, bro? That looked great. Wow, okay, that's a really interesting way he did those hash browns. That's a big W. Is that cream cheese? Oh man, I'm on board with everything on this sandwich except for 2 things. Can you guys guess what I'm gonna say? Can you guess? I'm on board with everything on this sandwich. Okay, ready? Cream cheese, W, right? I'm gonna pause it. Okay, cream cheese, W. Tomato, W. Get this shit out of here. What is this lunch meat doing on this breakfast sandwich? Out. We don't need turkey. This is unnecessary. You don't need this. And then on top of that, I don't know why, bro. It looks like the other thing kind of looks like almost like pine straw or something. I don't even know. Like, what the fuck is that? What is that? It's a bean sprout? I don't want this on my breakfast sandwich. You don't need it. Here's all you need. The cheese, the chives, the tomato, the hash brown, the egg. W. Did he put bacon on there? I wish he had bacon. If bacon was in place of turkey and he didn't put the little leaves.
Ribeye volcanes. I'm gonna be using meter to keep my temps on check. Gonna be cooking up the perfect medium rare. Start out with our salsa. Red jalapenos, red onion, tomatoes, garlic. Now roast
right there.
Tomatoes, jalapenos.
I just want to say, when it comes to grilling, obviously propane is a million times easier, right? But charcoal grills are some of my favorite ways to grill. Like, I love the flavor that charcoal puts on the food you make. It's unbelievable, but carry on.
And the onion, get that nice and charred up. Got some salt, garlic, and my molcajete. Gonna be adding the jalapenos, onions next, tomatoes at the end, and add some more salt if it needs it. On the ribeye, I'm gonna go ahead and season it up with smoked salt on
Looks
both
like
sides.
a great ribeye.
On all sides. I'm gonna use my probe for meter. Gonna set this for 135. Now we're gonna sear the steak first.
What was that little technology I've never seen? What is this? What is this? What is this? You put it in there?
For meter. Gonna set this
And
for
it goes to your phone?
135. Now we're gonna sear the steak first. Get a nice char going. Then we're gonna place it in direct with the lid on.
I gotta give me one of
Once it
those.
reaches 135, let it rest for 5 minutes. Tortillas, get them warmed up. Pile it up with some cheese. While the cheese is melting.
Wow, that looks great.
And slice up your ribeye. I let it rest for 5 minutes. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic.
That looks great.
Go ahead and cut it again.
Ribeye tacos. This is a huge W.
Pile up your ribeye. Add some guacamole.
So, why is that? What? You said guacamole? I've never seen guac like that. Why? Wasn't that the salsa he made? Did he say guac? I might have just heard him wrong. Hang on.
Cheese is looking nice and gooey. Pile up your ribeye. Add some guacamole.
I guess that's maybe like the spice. Maybe it's spicy. No, that's the salsa you made. Interesting. That looks great though, man. Do you fold it up and eat it? Is that how you would eat that? That ribeye looked great. Oh, and that was the last one. Wow. Man. It's so, every time I start watching these, it's like I want to go make them. That's usually what happens. Like, I want to go try some of those, like, recipes I just saw. They just look so good. Tim, do more. That's it. That's all we got right now. I will tell you guys too, chat. Make sure you tag Whips if you see some on TikTok. Be sure to... Whips is getting a lot that you guys are tagging him in TikTok. So when Whips gets tagged, he checks the video out and he'll like put it in the videos. So if you guys are scrolling on TikTok and you see a lot of food ones that you think I haven't seen or you think would be good for the compilation, just tag Whips and he's looking. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tabman 2. We got a banger for you today. So a lot of you have seen we've been reacting to a lot of food TikToks on this channel. Well, typically those food TikToks come from you, the community, or myself if I see them while I'm scrolling on TikTok and I send them over to Whips. What we got for you here was a TikTok compilation that was made by my wonderful editing team, Zygo Media. Now, just to be clear, I had not seen any of these prior to. The only thing I had asked Whips to do was basically make sure it's stream safe and DMCA safe. And he said, okay. This is me reacting to these food TikToks, and I'm going to let you know you'll be better off if you don't watch this video. I'm just being honest with you.
So we're gonna watch it anyways.
If you and you want to see what's inside this wonderful mystery box we have here in this compilation, drop a like on the video, share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tabman 2, hit the sub button, ring the bell. All right. Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. All right. So Whips, okay, guys, so Whips proofed this food TikTok that my editing team made, all right? So basically, a lot of you know, I usually DM Whips the food TikToks that I see, so the editing team took it upon themselves to make one. So I don't know any, just for the record, some of the ones that I see on stream, I have seen before, some are new, because Whips gets it tagged by you guys, but this is stuff from my editing team directly, from Zygo Media, so we need a new editing team. Why is it bad?
They poured magma on a steak? Why? What? What the heck? Is that even cooked?
Zygo Media, what the That's why this part gonna be YouTube. What is this?
They just make popcorn. Was that?
Just pop that in. Wow. Yes. Oh, this is gonna be so good.
That looks perfect.
Really mush it around.
Excellent.
What?
You already emptied this
Yeah,
part.
you emptied that
Great.
part. Sour candy. You're just gonna start loading up this tank out here.
Bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Right in there. Place this.
This can't be good for the toilet, right? No way.
Oh, here we go.
Wow. So it starts. Oh, look, it is. It's filling up.
I might throw up.
It's filling up.
I might throw up.
Go ahead and just get that in there.
Oh my god.
Do not drink that.
At the plunge. Here, one for you. Yeah.
How'd you make it? The toilet bowl punch recipe.
I think I'm good. I think.
Yeah, smart!
Oh no, I cleaned the toilet before I made it.
Oh, okay.
Right there in the center. We're gonna do one more. Hiya! Alright, here's next set. You gotta flip the bowl down and notice that the spaghetti is still uncooked. Special recipe that I like to call Getty Spaghetti. Here comes the fun part. Some bell peppers, onion, yellow bell peppers, my special Bulgarian spice called chubrica. I like to go like this. Wait, we got one more special ingredient.
Okay,
Yes,
hey,
yes, they're gonna
hey,
release the sugar.
hey, Zygo Media. I think I need new editing. Somebody in my chat just said that she lost them at the Nerds. I'm sorry. At the Nerds? Was where she lost you? The title of this is WTF Food. Hey, Whips, so this whole... Whips, this is all just like what is happening kind of food? Okay, now I'm understanding this. So this is terrible food TikToks. This is like WTF food TikToks. Okay, now this makes more sense to me. This one dude goes, she lost me at the Nerds.
That's what's gonna soften it.
Yeah!
I'm still a bit confused by these nerds being in spaghetti.
You don't have to cover it. Alright, it's been 20 minutes.
That looks amazing.
Getty spaghetti.
I can't believe she ate it. Truly, I can't believe she actually ate that. We're not doing a pickle cotton candy. No, we're not. I hate this.
Pickle rainbow cotton candy.
Why is that in there? Why do they eat this? Why? No, it's not good. Stop nodding your head up and down. No, it's not. Hey, bro, what just happened? I'm sorry. The inside of red grapes are green grapes? Well, that just quite literally blew my mind. Remove the peel, sugar, jelly. Okay. Spaghetti in bread.
Isn't that just a bread
Is
bowl?
that ramen? It's a whole fucking chicken. What are they putting on that? I've never been more repulsed in my life, I think. This is the worst I've ever felt. Bacon weave with eggs. I mean, this is kind of... I mean, that's a lot of bacon and eggs, but like, it's going a direction that I could get on board with here. I like bacon and eggs.
It's a lot of salt.
I like cheese. Okay, this one actually has some kind of potential with me, a little bit. That's a lot of eggs. That is a lot of bacon. Butter, okay. I think you're losing me. Are you losing me? It's like a bacon pie. Yeah, that looked fucking awful at the end. Spaghetti popsicles.
Oh, they're making soup.
I hate. Hey, bro, what? What? Oh, you are nuts! Dude, that's worms, bro! Oh my god. Hey, bro, Zygo Media, you're fired, deadass. I'm serious. I need a new editing team. I'm serious. Okay, ostrich egg. Good one. Zygo Media. Zygo Media edited this one, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm ever watching another one they edit ever again. Whips. That one didn't look so bad. That was just an ostrich egg, I guess. Glazed chips with an egg. A pepper. Okay.
Are they making jailbreak food?
There's no saving this. There's no saving this. There's no amount of cheese you can put in there that is going to make this good.
It seems like a jailbreak burrito. I've seen those a lot. I've seen this happen a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is like me in a survival situation, maybe. Right? I'm gonna throw up, dude. Hey! Hey, what whips? What the? Hey! What is that? Wait, is this tossed, dude? That's a fish? Yeah, my dick! That thing's a dick! That was a dick! That's not a fish!
What's weird is that it was still alive when they first touched it.
Yeah, you're not about to make a pickle cake.
Yeah, they are.
I hate everyone. I thought they were trying to hide the fact that pickles were on there. They actually wanted it advertised. Okay. Ruffles. Why are people doing this? What is this? Why are people doing this? Was that just, I'm sorry, was that just beef? Did she just put a whole ass hamburger in there?
Oh, I love. That's hilarious. It seems like a sideways lasagna.
I mean, honestly, out of everything we've seen in this video, probably the best one we've seen. And I'm not kidding. Almost like a meatloaf.
Okay, so here's another pizza that I just love to make. Okay, first we're gonna put some pesto on. Store-bought is fine. And then we're gonna take our mozzarella.
Can I get DMAC for this?
And then we're gonna cut these blackberries in half. Like that.
If I can get DMAC for that, I'm gonna just mute it. Blackberry pesto pizza? There's no way. I can't eat that. I just like choked on air. One thing I will say, I think the cheese and the blackberry could work. I don't like pesto. Just for the record. So. Yeah, that looks awful. That looks terrible. Okay, so here's what I just learned. For one, thank God none of that is on my For You page. For two, Zygo Media, you are not allowed to edit me food TikTok videos ever again. Okay? So, I might need a new editing team. I'm not 100% sure. Those are the worst food TikToks I've ever seen in my life, actual. My stomach hurts a little bit, actually. That's crazy. That one chick literally cut a dick with scissors. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. I want to throw up. I want to throw up.
I doubt it was, but...
Morning, even afternoon, Tim and the Tap Man 2. We got a banger for you today, baby. I meet a lot of random viewers, a lot of random... I don't like the word fans, but I meet a lot of you, and typically, it's a very nice and enjoyable experience. A couple days ago, I met this viewer, and needless to say, this conversation I had with him really stuck out with me because I was kind of dumbfounded and didn't really know what to say. Getting to meet you all is a very humbling thing. Thank you for saying what's up to me. I appreciate you all, and thank you for watching and supporting. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like out and share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tap Man 2, hit the sub button and ring the bell. All right. Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. All right, so listen. So this isn't meant to be a flex, but like I went to 2 different places this morning and I got recognized in both. So basically the summary of it is I'm famous. And one was the donut spot, and I took a picture with the donut guys, and they were very nice. And the other was when I was getting my Starbucks. So I walk in to get my coffee, right? And there's a guy there, and I'm talking to the barista because I know the barista, right? So I'm famous. Okay, just to be clear, the barista doesn't know me as Tim the Tap Man. The barista knows me as Tim, the guy that comes in and gets coffee a lot. But anywho, so I'm talking to the barista a little bit on the way in, and I'm just kind of, saying whatever. And then there's a guy ordering, and I go to basically walk by the guy that was ordering, and he goes, "Here's the exact. You ready for the exact lines that I got?" He goes, "Are you Tim the Tap Man?" And I go, "Yep. Yes, I am." Next line, this guy says, usually like when I meet someone, when I meet a fan, whatever you call, I don't like the word fan. When I meet my friends in my wonderful community, usually it goes, "Are you Tim the Tap Man?" I go, "Yep." And then the person goes, "Whoa, that's awesome. Can I get a picture?" That's usually how the interaction goes, typically. That's like a norm. Wait, Cross, you're in the chat, bro. How's the donuts? Cross, you like the donuts? Why are you saying Oh, Rusty had them and he said they're awesome. Thank you, Rusty. Cross, don't act like you didn't eat those donuts. You haven't eaten one yet? Yeah, right. Yeah. Sure, donuts are in the house, but your fat ass hasn't eaten them yet, right? This man had 10 tamales last night. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He had 10 tamales or something like that, and you're telling me, "Oh, dude, I didn't eat any donuts." Yeah. Okay. Anywho, back to my story. So I'm meeting this guy, right? I'm walking in. The barista's like, "Hey Tim, always a pleasure." I'm like, "Always a pleasure to see you." And then the guy goes, "Are you Tim the Tap Man?" And I go, "Yup." And typically, like I said, the next thing I hear is, "Oh my gosh, dude, can I get a picture?" Something like that, right? This guy goes like this. Here's the next line that I hear this morning. "You ruined my life." And I said, and so immediately I'm like, "Oh, my exact response was the next word that came out of my mouth was sorry. That's what I felt like I had to say because I didn't want to ruin your life. But I said sorry. And then he goes on and he explains. Yeah, it took a turn there, right? I wasn't anticipating that. And then he goes on and he says, "Let me explain. I kind of look like you, and everyone mistakes me for you." In short, he was a bald guy with a little facial hair, and I'm not exaggerating, he had one tattoo on his leg. But apparently people see him, and it's just this little bald guy, a little heavy set. I can't lie, he's a little heavy set. And apparently he goes, people come up to him saying that they think that he is me. And here's the craziest part. Craziest part of this whole thing. You ready for this? This guy didn't know me. He had no idea who I was until multiple people, different times, mistook him for me. So finally, he said, he decided to look me up because he had no idea who I was and why people kept mistaking him for me. It literally happened this morning. I'm not kidding. I can't make this up. This entire dialogue I'm telling you literally happened this morning. He goes, "I had no idea who you were. I had to look you up." And then after that, he said he's been watching me for a month now. And I should be thanking the people that are mistaking him because now he is a viewer. So, I mean, I guess thank you, I suppose. But the short of it is, this guy looks like me, he gets mistaken as me, and because of that, he looked me up, and now he watches my videos and my stream. I don't know if he watches the stream, he said videos. I don't know if he actually watches the stream, but he said, so I'm assuming YouTube, but... Dude, it was so funny, man. It was so, like, I truly wish you guys could have seen my expression when we had the first interaction where it was, "Are you Tim the Cat Man?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man." And he goes, "You ruined my life." In my face, I was like, I didn't really know how to transition off that, to be completely honest. I had no idea what to say. "You ruined my life." I was like, sorry? My bad. I'm sorry. Does he look like me? No. But it really goes to show how much people don't know what I look like, I think. Like, dude, this guy, guys, chat, I'm not exaggerating here. Ready? I'm bald, like this. Little facial hair. And a little heavier set. That's it. I was taller than him. I do want to say that because I'm 6 foot. And he was probably about 5'10". He was a little shorter, around Nick's height, to be honest. But dude, guys, listen, here's the craziest part of this whole thing, right? So this guy, like I said, gets recognized as me, looks me up, starts watching my stuff. Because people have mistaken him for me. Craziest part of this whole thing. You guys ready for this? This guy doesn't have a single tattoo on his upper body. How? It's like people just see a bald head and he's a little heavier and like, dude, it's Tim the Cat Man. Not one tattoo. Nothing. He had tattoos on his leg. They were classic American traditional tattoos on his leg. Not one tattoo on his arms. Nothing. And I'm trying, dude, the whole time I've been thinking about this all morning. I really have. I had that interaction and I have not stopped thinking about it because I'm trying to think, how do some like kids or viewers or whoever, they see that guy and they go, They look at their phone, they look up, they look at their phone, they look up, and they're like, yeah, that's Tim the Tat Man, 100%. Not one tattoo on his arms. It's like something, maybe it's something about the bald head. It's just like a beacon of light. It's gotta be. It's like as soon as people see a bald head on a fat guy, they're like, dude, Tim? It's just like, yeah, it's like the Eye of Sauron, dude. As soon as they see a bald head, dude, it's Tim! They don't look below his head. They just see that he's bald. That's it, dude. It was such a funny interaction, though. And I actually, so what ended up happening was my coffee wasn't ready. So I ended up just sitting and talking to him for like, I think I talked to him for about, I probably waited for my coffee for like 5 minutes. So I talked to him for like 5 minutes. And he was a really nice guy. Him and his girlfriend were there. And he actually, when I left, he said, dude, thank you for being so nice. Because I was just like talking to him, I guess. And I was like, sure. No problem. But like, I was just like asking, you know, just kind of about him. And he was like, you're so nice. And I said, thanks. So maybe I made his day, you know, who knows? Be like, dude, I met that guy, Tim the Tat Man, who looks like me. And he was a very nice guy. He didn't have an ego, you know what I mean? So, but it was a pretty funny interaction that literally happened this morning. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Hey, Tim, you're nice. Thank you. Thank you. What do you mean, no, I'm not nice? F you, Sean. Morning, even afternoon to the Tat Man 2. We got a banger and a funny one for you today, baby. This guy's streaming Warzone and people are saying that he's cheating. And then he goes to show he isn't cheating. Well, by showing his cheats. This video is comedy. I think y'all are gonna love it. This is my reaction to it. It is just one of the funniest things I've seen on stream. If you enjoyed this, drop a like on it, share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim the Tat Man 2, hit the sub button, ring the bell. All right. Be sure to tell somebody you love them. Okay. I'll catch you in the next one. Dude, what did Jake Lucky just tweet, bro? This guy is a streamer and he exposed himself of cheating? No way.
Task manager? Yo, the task manager? Yo.
Oh my god, this is gold.
Task manager? Yo, they want my task manager? Hold up. Oh wait, I gotta close my whole game for that now.
No, Control
Control
Delete.
delete?
Wait, do you have it on window? Control Delete task manager. Put it up, throw it up.
Oh my god.
How many was that? Aimbot mode, smooth aim, aim bone, silent aim, auto fire, fire delay, auto zoom. Oh.
Oh my god.
How do you...
Bro, how's this guy just go right back to it, man? Oh.
My whole game for that now.
He goes, task manager, dude?
Control delete? Oh my god.
He goes, it's over. His buddy in the background is comedy. And dude, his exact reaction when this guy realizes that it's on the screen, bro, right? This, oh my god, right here. Watch, ready? Listen.
Oh my god.
That was the, oh, wait a minute, bro, it's showing. That was that. Listen, it's Buddy in the background. favorite part of this whole thing, my favorite part is the beginning. He goes, dude, task manager?
Task manager? Yo, they want my task manager? Hold up.
So, like, this is kind of crazy, actually. Like, this guy has somehow, like, deluded himself to think that he's not cheating and that he can show his task manager and he's gonna try and, like, prove he's not. Dude, man, I wonder how many actual Warzone streamers do this. Actual, man. I mean, Swag uses Cronus. We all know that, though, right?
Oh, wait, I gotta close my whole game for that now.
This guy swore to J-God that he wasn't cheating. Wait, actual? Can I ask you guys something? Why is his name Captain Baldy, but he has hair? That's really throwing me off about this, like the whole branding, to be honest, of his stream. It's just like how, like his name's Captain Baldy. Hey, Whips, can you do me a favor? I gotta know something, bro. Whips, can you see if this guy follows me? Have I not raised you well enough, chat? Oh, he's banned, so we won't know. I'd like to think that I've raised you better, okay? But don't cheat in video games, okay? I suck. Listen, if you're trying to stream, listen, you don't have to be the best. You don't have to be the best stream, okay? It doesn't matter if you're the best player, as long as you're entertaining, okay? That's why I'm here. I'm trying to give you hope, okay? You don't have to be the best player to be a YouTuber or a streamer, okay, man? As long as you're entertaining, dude. You know? You don't have to be the best.
No, control delete. Wait, do you have it on Windows? No.
So he has his aimbot off. Like, what does he have on? Silent aim? So, like, what is... I don't even know what that is. Hey, bro, isn't that just aim assist? That was a joke, okay? That was a joke. Okay, that was a joke, man. That was a joke, bro. Okay, I understand aim assist is not like that, all right?
No, control delete.
Oh, dude, this... Oh, my God. I'm going to dream of this moment right here tonight.
No, control
Right here,
delete.
listen.
Put it up, throw it up.
Oh my god.
Delete task manager. Put it up, throw it up.
Oh my god.
Here's my favorite part. He says, "Oh my god," and you can tell panic sets in. Right? This is that right there. That face is utter panic. Okay, because he knows. All right, man. And my favorite part is he immediately comes back and he hits escape to get it off of the screen. Did you guys see that? And what? I mean, as soon as he's back in Warzone, he's trying to hit escape to get that off the screen. Watch. Like, you see, he's like spamming escape to get rid of it, dude. I can't believe this guy is just right after he does that, he just hops in, like, he just keeps running. Like, nothing. The stages of this video are just like unbelievable. It really is. It's like I'm watching an anime story arc. It actually is. It's like this like at the end here, this grin on his face is he knows he's shocked. He's shocked. His whole chat is, dude, best part of this whole stream, this whole thing. Look at his chat. Watch his chat through the whole thing. Top
Task
right.
manager? Yo, they want my task manager? Hold up. Oh wait, I gotta close my whole game for that now.
No, control delete.
I just want to say too, bro, not one slide cancel in sight. Right. Look at this fucking movement.
Task manager?
Not one.
Yo, they want my task manager? Hold up.
Not
Oh, wait, I
any
gotta close my whole
slide
game for that now.
cancel in sight, bro. Literally, just auto running. But okay. Watch his chat. Watch his chat.
Control delete.
Right here.
Wait, do you have it on Windows? No, control delete task manager. Put it up, throw it up.
Watch. Ready?
Oh my god.
Oh, dude. And he just goes right back into it like he's still going. J-God tweeted a clip of him actually shooting. I have to see it. Whips, can you DM me it? I gotta see, because this guy is actually cheating. I do want to see, like, what silent aim looks like. Because his aimbot's off, but silent aim's on or something like that. I want to see what it looks like.
What is that?
One down, I'm plating up. Plating up too.
two. Down two. One more up there, Kev.
Alright, I'm flanking him on the right.
Hey, bro, why is Twitter quality so fucking bad?
They're all dead. They're all dead.
That's silent aim? This is silent aim?
What is?
I mean, those shots look tragic. Those look terrible. I think I understand why people think that I cheat now, too. What the frick? I think I have better shots than that. So J-God was on this guy, bro. J-God, this is before everything happened. Oh, bro, this kid deleted his Twitter and everything, man. He's off the grid, bro. This guy, Captain Baldy, he's off the grid because he was quoting a tweet at J-God here, and I clicked on his Twitter and it says it doesn't exist, bro. Oh, dude, he's off the grid.
Left.
Oh, that was the tell right there.
I just down one out the car.
Watch this. Watch this. To shoot the car, bro. His aim lock is like aimbot. Bro, right after this, he turned the aimbot off and he put silent aim on 100%. He's like, hey, bro, that was too much. Watch, ready? The car. Oh, and he missed with the fucking thermite. I hate everyone.
Oh, shit. I don't know where he's at. He's shooting me from the top.
I don't know where he's at. Where is he? I don't know where he's at. Step bro, help. Seen better acting in porn.
It's amazing that people still use cheats.
Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tab Man 2. We got a banger and a hungry one for you today. We got another food reaction, and I'm telling you what, I'm not getting tired of these, so expect more of them. And I think y'all appreciate that. There's just something about food that I can't stop watching, and you can't stop liking, so we're going to keep doing it. If you enjoy this, drop a like on it and share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tab Man 2, this might be your first, second, millionth time. Hit the sub button, ring the bell, all right? Be sure to tell somebody you love me, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. This is my favorite part of the day, watching food with you. I just want you to know that.
Who's up for a 1 pound Juicy Lucy? You're going to start off with a half-pound patty, create an indentation, and then get a slice of 3-pepper cheddar cheese and make it into a block, and take your other half-pound patty, place it on top, and then you're going to smooth it out and pinch those edges together and work it into a nice 1 pound patty. Place it in the fridge.
That's a lot of meat.
Fridge for 30 minutes, break it out, and then we're going to salt it and get it on the grill, and we're going to sear it for about 3.
What grill is this? What is this? Have you guys ever seen a grill like that? That thing is like, it's like warped. Did you guys see that? That's a fancy grill, bro. That's fancy.
3 to 4 minutes per side. We got our oil running at 325. We're going to get those fries in and start frying those babies up. Right there it is, that 3.5, 4 minute mark.
Oh, yeah.
Flip it again. 7 minutes is up, and they turned out nice and crispy. Just look at them. Place them in a mixing bowl. Season salt, garlic powder, and onion powder. Toss those babies up. They're going to be delicious. Okay, now let's assemble our burger.
Are those fries supposed to be for everyone? Because I'm going to be honest, man.
Okay, now
I'm crushing that whole bowl. So, like, if this is a cookout, because he's got 3 burgers on there. Are these supposed to be fries enough for 3 people? Because I'm crushing that whole bowl.
Let's assemble our burger. It's finished off there. We got it indirect. We're going to go ahead and assemble with our burger on the nice toasted bun, and then a delicious bacon onion cheese blanket with a sweet
that looks
honey,
great.
bourbon.
I have a gut feeling this burger is going to be like really rare, and I'm not going to like it. Let's see if he cuts it open.
Sauce that we're going to top it with. And
do you cut this open, sir?
Complete. Man, this thing was,
I mean, it looks good right there.
Money. We made a few of these babies with a lot of fries because we got some mouths to feed, including
a lot of fries.
Let's go ahead and cut this baby open and take a look. And right here is the truth. Oh my goodness.
Unpopular opinion, I want it a little more cooked. I do. I know that that's going to be unpopular. I know, but I want it a little more done. I do. A little more. I know a lot of you probably think that that's like perfect. That's too, I needed a little more pink, a little less red towards the center, and it'd be perfect. So a little too underdone for me. Guys, it's my opinion. It can't be wrong. What is this? That was nice bread. Garlic, salt, little nuts. What the? I can't keep up. Is that like spinach avocado dip or something? Spin dip? What are those? Was that eggplant? This is just so satisfying to watch.
The mini-me pull.
It's so tiny.
It's so satisfying. I could just watch this all day. What's that? Water? Was it thirsty? They have machines that do this now, right? Chat? They got like machines that kind of stretch everything out and all that. But this guy just does it himself. I respect that. It's not my favorite candy, but I respect that. This is the same guy that did the other one, I think. But this is a different one. It's the candy I don't like, chat. It's like little ribbons, and I don't love the candy. But I respect the amount of effort that he puts into these little things. It's like an art form. What? What? Hey, Whips, what? This is a cat chef? What? Oh my god, bro. The guy's using like a cat. Okay, the cat didn't make that, bro. That was false advertising. The cat didn't make it, dude. The cat did not make that. Little steak sandwich for the boys, little filet. Ain't nothing like sourdough butter that is toasted. Sourdough bread with butter that's toasted.
Wagyu filet mignon.
All right, let's do it.
This is a Japanese Wagyu Miyazaki Gyu tenderloin. Some of the best.
Say that 5 times.
We restocked my salt today. Last time it fully sold out in 12 hours. Link in bio to get some before it's gone. Roll that steak around.
It's probably gone, Chad.
To start, just a touch of oil. Now it's time to flip it over. Look at that crust. Bit of butter, fresh thyme, garlic. A little butter, give that meat a nice shower. Time to rest. I'll hit it with some applewood smoke.
Ooh!
I think this steak speaks for itself. That is juicier than you. Nope, TikTok banned me for a couple days or something. I want to hear all the TikTok steak experts' opinion on this, so...
I'm in. That looked great. This Man with Pot.
Man with Pot that doesn't have audio?
That's sad. I wanted to listen to everything. I like how he's making coffee. That's so relaxing. I don't understand. Like, I love the amount of effort this guy, like, he makes his bread like every single time, bro. I can barely go to the store. You just put coffee in there? Chat, you just put coffee in there? Guys?
Just making waffles. We're making... Well, 1.5 cups of Mochico flour. 1/3 cup of sugar, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder. Give it some... Enough... Another 1 egg, whisk, Third cup of ube paste, 1.5 teaspoons of ube extract, which is optional. Start whisking 3/4 of a cup of milk and 2 tablespoons of melted butter. Gently melt it. Add in your milk and flour mix. Adding milk is needed, so you get a batter that looks like this. Pour into a piping bag. Preheat a waffle iron. Grease that up nicely. Squeeze in your batter. Close your waffle iron. Oh yeah. Take it out. Good lord. Plate, waffle, another cream, and of course. Oh, she's chewy. The greatest, chewiest waffles.
Well, why was it that
if you
color?
like cheese pulls as much as I do, you're gonna love these deep fried cheese curds. First, we're gonna combine 1 cup
I
of
love
flour,
cheese
2
curds,
tablespoons
bro.
of baking powder, and 1 tablespoon of onion salt.
Aren't all
Gently
cheese
mix the dry
curds
ingredients
deep
together
fried
so that
though?
everything is combined. For the wet part of this batter, I'm gonna add 3 eggs and combine it with 1 cup of really cold soda water. Then I'm gonna combine the wet bowl with the dry bowl, mix it all together, and that's the batter. The consistency you're
Oh
trying
yeah,
to
dude, you can
achieve
just
is that
buy
of
cheese
corn
curds,
batter
man.
or a really
Duh.
thin pancake
I'm
batter. For
stupid.
the cheese curds, I'm gonna take a cheese curd and stick it on a wooden skewer. Depending on the size of your skewer, depends on how many cheese curds you can add. Once I've added about 5 or 6 in this case, then I'm gonna bring it over to the batter, dunk it fully, and then bring it over to a bowl of panko breadcrumbs. Once the skewer of cheese curds is fully submerged in the panko breadcrumbs, bring it over to a 300.
I don't know what they put in panko breadcrumbs, bro. I don't know fully what it is, but it's lit. I don't know why it's so much better than normal breadcrumbs, but something about panko or whatever breadcrumbs is unbelievable.
75-degree Fahrenheit pot of oil and fry it for 2 minutes. You can also air fry it at 400 for roughly 7 to 8 minutes.
I'm in. I want to eat that.
Sausage stuffed breakfast donuts.
What?
Start off by cooking 1 pound of breakfast sausage. Any breakfast sausage will work. You can even use Italian sausage. When it's fully cooked and it's brown and crispy, transfer it to a bowl. To the bowl of cooked sausage, add 1 cup of room temperature cream cheese, 1 cup of shredded mozzarella cheese, and 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley. Combine it all until it's one even consistency.
I just want to put that mixture in my mouth.
An onion and separate the rounds. Fill each round with a generous amount of the sausage and cheese mixture, and then use your finger to create a hole, kind of like a donut. For the batter, you want to combine 2 cups of all-purpose flour, 2 tablespoons of baking powder, a pinch of salt, 2 eggs, and then you want to mix in 1.5 cups of super cold club soda. Stick a wooden skewer inside the cooled onion to help dunk it and coat it completely. Then transfer it over to a pot of 375-degree Fahrenheit oil and cook it for roughly 3 minutes. These are awesome and decadent on their own, but even better with a slice of cheese, a fried egg, and some
Oh yeah, dude. I love when egg yolk just gets all over my food. There he goes again, making his own bread in the middle of the woods. I don't understand how this guy doesn't get like attacked by a bear. He's got so much food out here. Timmy's probably in his backyard. That's a very nice backyard. That's sausage. Oh, they're like little, it's like a little pastry. Aw, that's fun. Yep, little wood on top. I'm horny. Let's go. Eat it. He didn't eat it. Potatoes. A lid for the potatoes to make them comfortable. Meat. TD's Brew Barbecue. I'm already in. Nacho cheese kind of kills that for me. If that was like melted, like white cheddar or something, I'd be down, but that's kind of like nacho cheese, right? I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro.
Everyone seems to use the same bread.
Oh, this is like a bacon brie bread sandwich. Let's go. I'm locked in. I put that whole thing in my mouth, bro. Straight up. Ooh, a little blue cheese. Men with pot again. Trifecta in this video. Be careful. Wow, that's sharp. blue cheese, the superior cheese, the superior dipping sauce as well over ranch. Bacon. Crispy bacon on hard. That's a nice shot. That's a lot of leaves he has in there. That looks nice. Is this like a what is it? Like a frittata? A little wood on top? It's amazing he can hold it with his glove. Oh, it's a quiche. It's like a quiche. Oh yeah. That was it. That was 10 minutes. That was 11 minutes. Wow. That was 11 minutes? That's the fastest 11 minutes of my life. That was 11 minutes. I love food. Wow. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tap Man 2. We got a banger for you today, baby. This video should be in the video game museum. This, in my opinion, is one of the best accidental leaks of cheats on stream. There's been a lot of videos of people that leak their hacks and a lot of different reactions, but this one has to win the video game award of leaking hacks. I can't believe how funny this is. Maybe some of you haven't seen it and you need to watch it. This is me reacting to it, and I'm just letting you know, one of the funniest videos on the internet, bottom line. If you enjoy this, drop a like on it and share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tap Man 2, hit the sub button and ring the bell. All right? Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Look, have you guys seen this video? Have you guys seen this? I dare say this piece of art that will forever be in video game history. Have you guys seen this? This was in Counter-Strike. So as you can see, her wall hacks are on. Okay. You guys, you're not, I don't know if some of you, maybe some of you don't play Counter-Strike, but I'll explain. You're not supposed to see them through the wall. Okay. Watch how this progresses, bro.
Someone down banana. Oh, they're on rotating. Oh, Jumpman XO, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome to the Dumpling Empire. Oh, that one. Construction, watch out. Purple.
Well, you can technically see them all, but, you know, we'll carry on here. I'm gonna get DMAC'd by her TV in the background.
Why did I reload? What the f? Oh my god.
Okay, right here, bro. Watch this. Watch. Wait.
Jumpman, thank you very much, though. Welcome to the Dumpling Empire.
So, like,
Miss Q Gemini.
chat's kind of calling it out now.
We're trying to not be a noob. Yo, you guys, do you guys ever
This is where it begins. Right here. Watch.
get that weird glitch in CS:GO where it shows your rank, that it shows everyone's rank? Because my game, I played the other day. I played the other day with Rock, and he got that, and now I have it. I don't know why. It's weird. Wait, what the fuck? Clara! Hold on. Clara, give me 1 second. Clara, let me just message this girl. Give me 1 second. Why the fuck is this on my computer right now? Where is this? How do I close this? Yo, Rock, I need some help because I don't know what I'm looking at right now. What the fuck is that? Hello? I need to text my friend Clara.
Oh my gosh, dude. This should be in a museum somewhere. It should be. Someone should NFT
Rock,
this.
Do you remember when fucking Clara got the fucking backband? I'm gonna kill this girl. I'm literally gonna kill her. She promised me she didn't use it on my phone. She's here today, and I was watching her. Why the fuck? Why the fuck? Okay. I need to abandon this match. Fuck this girl. Seriously? Abandon.
Bro. Honest to God, man, if I was her, I would NFT that clip. And I'd sell it. Because she got, like, banned for that and stuff, obviously, because Clara didn't put it on her computer. She did, right? You guys ever get that glitch where you can see the rank? And so, dude, I'm not trolling. NFT. If I was her, I NFT that clip and sell it. F it. Dude, that clip is golden. It is so mint. Oh, it makes me laugh every time I watch it. Every single time. And that kind of reminds me of that Call of Duty clip where the kid shows it. Captain Baldy doesn't even have any hair, but she's partner now. Wait, she's streaming still? Really? Wait, no way, right? Wait, are you guys? I don't know. This is like a news story here to me. She's still how? I thought that's against Twitch TOS. Chad, are you being for real or are you trolling? Hey, Whips, are they trolling? Oh, now she's playing Warzone. She's learned from her mistakes. She's now reformed and she hacks in Warzone now, bro, because it's easier. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. Full circle, man. Full circle now. Wow. Dude. Comedy, man. Bro, I can't tell if you guys are being serious. If she actually streams on another account, I thought that you can't do that. I thought that's illegal. I thought that was against Twitch TOS, but... Oh, dude, she's Captain Baldy? Oh. Honestly, man, that video, borderline. One of the funniest videos I've seen on the internet. Borderline. Like that, in my opinion, that is the number one. That's like the peak of someone showing their cheats on stream and realizing it. Because like Captain Baldy, right? The other guy, he was like, eh. And his buddy's like, it's over, right? She streams on another account now, but she's not partnered. She's just affiliate. Well, you know what? To be fair, I'm sure she learned from that mistake. And now she's probably reformed. And maybe that's what Twitch is thinking. So I could cheat, get banned, and then come back. Here's what I'll do, guys. I'm gonna hack, right? In Warzone, I'm just gonna aimbot. And then I'll get banned, right? As Tim the Tatman. Rebrand as Tom the Tatman. Come back on a second account. Hey guys, Tom here. Oh, that video, seriously, even if she is streaming, I hope the best for her, whatever. I'm not trying to send any hate her way. That video is the golden egg of someone that was cheating and it got shown on stream. That, when I think of someone who leaks their hacks on stream, I think of that video. Wait, Clara. Hold on a minute. Let me call her. Wait, Clara, dude. Oh my gosh, it's absolute art. Literally, it was like art. So good, man. So good. And that Captain Baldy made me think of that. Oh, dude. That video was great too in its own right. That Captain Baldy one, man. I love that J God was on him already. So wait, was everyone in his chat because J God was kind of on him? Sort of thing? Is that why? Got it. Okay. Morning, even afternoon. Tim and Tatman 2, the food channel. We got a banger for you today. We got another food TikTok reaction video, Kevin. Shut up. We got a food TikTok reaction video, and this one you're gonna love.
Kevin.
I can't stop watching these food TikToks. Y'all can't seem to stop liking and commenting that you enjoy it, so we're gonna keep doing them. And if you enjoy this, drop a like on it and share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tatman 2, I'm gonna pick Kevin up off the floor, and you should subscribe for Kevin in my very kind act to get him off the floor. Kevin, come here. You're welcome, Kevin. Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Oh, dude, we're starting off with men with pot. Let's go. This guy's got 2 swords right there. It's like a samurai or something. That's fun. Hello, dog. I wonder if the dog had seen any of this. Probably not. Those little potatoes look lit. Steak, butter, leaves. Let's go. That's like a strip or something, bro. That looks great. That's an interesting sauce on a steak. I'd eat it. I think I'm more excited about the potatoes. That's probably why I'm fat. That cheese looks very melted. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. That's like... Is that a steak? It's like a steak sandwich? Wow. I think I want to buy a blowtorch. I like every one of these videos, they make the cheese all melty with a blowtorch. I think I want one. Daryl. Whips. Daryl's got DMCA. We got bacon dip. Why does Daryl got DMAC? Drinking his beer with his bacon dip, something I never knew about until now. Well, until I saw it. I wish I could hear you, Daryl, but I can't. I gotta get some of those salt and pepper shakers. Those look awesome. What is that? Brie cheese. Oh, dude, he's doing like an Alfredo sauce or something, maybe? Wait, that doesn't make sense. He had like peppers in there. Oh, bro, is this beer cheese queso? Am I? I love how he just, dude. I love how Daryl just threw the rest of that beer back. You guys see that, dude? If there was ever an image, if you guys want to know what I look like when I'm grilling, it's something like that. Just so you guys know, that's basically me right there. Yep. Yeah, dude, that's a queso dip. W. I love queso.
Tacos dorados de pollo. Let's make them.
Oh my god.
Crunch is such a game changer.
Lit.
I'm keeping it simple using rotisserie chicken, diced bell peppers, use whatever colors you want, and seasoning it all with this new Tex-Mex seasoning from Hardcore Carnivore. It was delicious. Saute for 7 to 10 minutes, then you're gonna add in about 2 tablespoons of your favorite salsa. And
God, I love this kind of food, bro.
Hard taco shells. I'm using yellow corn tortillas. You can use white corn. You can even try it with flour tortillas, but it's better with corn. You want your oil to be on medium-high heat. It's gonna puff up, flip it over right away, and then slowly start folding it. It's gonna slowly keep holding its shape, and you have homemade hard taco shells, better than the store-bought. Take your taco shells, got some refried beans, some melty cheese, that chicken mixture, salsa, shredded lettuce, some Mexican crema or sour cream, cotija cheese, and you have delicious tacos dorados. Enjoy.
Those look really good, except for the beans.
The world's biggest Pop-Tart from scratch.
What?
Step 1 is going to grab a sheet of store-bought pastry and you're going to roll it out to be 8 inches by 12 inches. Then grab your favorite type of jelly, slather that all over the center. Then you're going to grab your other sheet of puff pastry, lay it right on top.
I'm
Grab
in.
2 eggs and you're just going to crack them straight into your bowl. Beat them up, then take your egg wash and just
I don't even like desserts or whatever, bro, but I love Pop-Tarts.
seal that all together. Bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 25 to 30 minutes. Oh my god, that puffed up like
What the
crazy.
frick?
Now to make the glaze on top, we're gonna add powdered sugar into a large bowl. A splash of vanilla, slowly add in your milk. Start whisking that up, drip it all over the top. And just do a little sprinkle bay action all over the top, and it's time to cut a piece. Look at
I'm in. I'm all in.
That looks delicious. That's the real thing, but super sized.
I just want to say, when it comes to Pop-Tarts, there's obviously a lot of Pop-Tarts are very good, but there is one that reigns above all, and that is unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tarts. It is the GOAT. It is the best Pop-Tart that you can buy, and all the other ones are not as good as the superior, which is the unfrosted strawberry Pop-Tart. I don't care if you think that's an L. I'm right, dude. You enjoy your s'mores.
Let's make a breakfast tostada.
I love tostadas.
Go to refried beans, queso chihuahua.
What is that?
Chorizo.
What is that?
Chorizo, an egg, salsa verde, and salsa roja. Sprinkle of queso cotija, pickled onions.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy.
That was chorizo, bro. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. Dessert ones.
Strawberry cheesecake cookies.
I mean, I'm in. Sure. It's like my weekly sugar intake right there. I think I just saw. Ice cream scooper. That's interesting. Oh my god. Lemon zest. Lemon zest? Dude, that would have been the best part watching that. What the frick? I feel like I just got scammed. I didn't get to see the filling. What the? That's enough bacon for my life. Bacon, meat, a block of cheese with 2 onions and peppers. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay, that looks fucking awful. I changed my mind. That just looks terrible. That looks so bad. Are you actually gonna eat that? There's no way. You're gonna eat that? Yeah, that's a pass for me. Oh my god, stop eating it. That was disgusting. What the frick?
That's a lot of cheese.
I think you have enough cheese, bro. Okay. Oh yeah, Daddy! That egg is what I am talking about! What was that, bro? Little bacon, onion, yep. I'm locked in so far. Garlic, locked in. I'm all here. Olive oil, potatoes, get them fried. Let's go. Little crisp. Yes, sir. Oh, this is a Tim dish right here if I've ever seen one. I don't think there's any way this guy can make me not want to eat this. Oh yeah, and the egg on top. Yeah, dude, just right in my mouth, honestly. I just want to be at the end of that table. What is this? Wait, that was a burrito? Popcorn? This is fun. I love popcorn. Shake it up, yeah. Wow, that was fun. I love popcorn.
For side dish, the sweet heat cheesy corn. That's right, we got my Billy's bacon going, 6 slices.
I'm just gonna say before this one gets going, I am a big fan of corn and corn-based things. I want to say that at the front. Creamed corn, corn dip, elote, corn-based things like corn tortillas. I'm locked in. Cornbread. Okay, I'm locked in.
Because it ain't worth making if it ain't got Billy's bacon. Look at that deliciousness. No shrinkage like getting out of an ice cold pool. Slice it up between a curly knife and spaceman knives. We're going to go out our corn in our cast iron pan. Cast iron good because we're putting it out in the smoker. Lots of cheese, cream, and butter dat sauce. Getting that little sweet.
Oh yeah, bro. Let's go.
And our Naughty Wood barbecue rub. We're going to mix that up, add our sausage, add our Billy's bacon, mix it all up. Then we're going to go ahead and take that and add some balsamic vinegar. That's
interesting.
Shh, don't tell anybody. Look at that cheesy goodness. Going out in the smoker, we got our plum pellets from Naughty Wood Barbecue. Oh, got that fly? That bastard was bugging me. Smoking it with the pit boss because I'm the boss. We got our casserole going on. Look at that. 4 hours later at 100
wow.
we are looking delicious.
I'm in.
We're going to add our breadcrumbs.
Oh, yeah.
That is going up to 250 degrees when we're done. It's Sinhalicious State, and I'm your governor.
What? I mean, that looks great. I'm in. Wait, this isn't Men with Pot.
Let's imitate her.
Whoa. I don't know if that was necessary, cutting the egg with the knife. I'm here for that dip, though. You can just put that right in my mouth. Oh, those were poached eggs he made? Wow. That was really good, actual. That was good. The fat person in me wants that to be on like a biscuit, you know? But I guess it's healthier, right? Like, I want that on bread. And maybe I think that's why I'm so fat, you know? Because, like, some people are like, yeah, dude, we can do that on a pepper. And I'm like, why? Let's put it on, like, sourdough with butter. Which is probably why I'm so fat, but that looked really good. Morning, evening, afternoon, TimTapMan 2. We got a banger for you today, baby. Obviously, the new Call of Duty Vanguard is coming out very soon, and it is something, being a Call of Duty guy, I am very excited about. What we got for you here is me reacting to the world premiere gameplay of Vanguard. I gotta tell you what, I know I'm a bit biased because I love Call of Duty, but the mechanics and the way that this gunplay looks gets me really excited for Vanguard, and honestly, the integration into Warzone. If you enjoy this video, be sure to drop a like out and share with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to TimTapMan 2, hit the sub button and ring the bell, all right? Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Hey, Swag, sorry for being late, man. My employee was, I had to talk to my employee.
All good, Timmy. Hold on, I'm watching this Vanguard reveal right now.
Oh, is it right now? I'm looking.
Polina in Stalingrad and view her experience when Stalingrad was invaded by the Germans.
Laura, any setup here for what point in Paulina's life or character arc we're going to see?
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the game, you really see her as a total badass. You know, she's no nonsense. Nothing rattles her. And that's not an act. She's seen it all.
Jeff Keighley always does a great job with like events
for you. And
like
in
this.
this level, you really get to see what makes her become that way. You know, she's bright and almost innocent in her outlook, and it happens.
Oh, all right. Well, it's about to happen right here, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We are now going to get this extended look at Call of Duty Vanguard. Enjoy.
W. Perfect timing.
They're showing the campaign.
They're gonna have mounting. Oh shit. Yo, that was kind of lit. That's the destructible stuff they're talking about. What?
they have motion blur. That's sad.
Blind fire? Oh my god. What? That was kind of... Wait, that mechanic's crazy. That's like kind of like Gears of War cover system almost. Missed.
The stormtrooper aiming.
He's walling. Armor up, dude. Dude. Man, graphics are just crazy, bro. Looks so good. Oh, this dude's about to get owned. All right in the throat. Wow. It's an interesting, like almost like a vault mechanic. Oh shit. That dude's clueless. Bot lobby, dude. We don't have to shoot. And I hope that we can vault over rocks in Warzone. Anyone else? Oh, this is... What AR is this? Oh my god. STG, bro. I'm in. I know Nick hates the World War II vibes. I'm so down to have guns like this in Warzone.
Ah, the time skips. Time skips are good for setting up the story, but they're so annoying. Some amount of parkour, at least.
Oh my god, dude, this is crazy. I'm in, bro. I'm all in. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tap Man 2. We got a hungry one for you today. We got another food TikTok review video, and as per usual, I know you're gonna love it because you're a little fatty, and that's fine. I'm fat too. We're just gonna get right into it. All I'm gonna say is if you enjoy these videos, you enjoy this kind of content on this channel, drop a like on it, share with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here as well to Tim and Tap Man 2, hit the sub button, ring the bell. All right? Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Okay. Are you guys ready? It's weird how this whole TikTok, like watching TikTok thing has really turned into like one of my favorite, it's one of my favorite things to do with stream now is like watch TikToks because watch these food videos because I think it's because we're all fat. But all right, let's go. That's an interesting start. Ooh, ham. I don't know what that was. It's a lot of olive oil. Tomato. Cream. Ooh, a little pasta? Hey, yo, that sounds kind of... I mean, it looks good.
Yes, sir. This, my friend, is buffalo chicken nachos. Truly one of the best snacks in the world.
I'm in.
Let's go, baby.
I'm here and I'm ready. Show
2
me.
pounds of boneless chicken bust down to bite-sized pieces. Garlic powder, onion powder, black pepper. We're gonna go ahead and get that chicken cooked down with your tortilla chips down on the bacon sheet. Chicken's cooked down, hit it with that buffalo sauce, ranch or blue cheese, whatever you prefer. Right over top of them nachos.
Just to be clear, I understand he said ranch or blue cheese, whatever you prefer, but I just want you to know if you use ranch, you are a beta.
Sprinkle the top with that triple cheddar blend. Dropping off at that dirty motel for a quickie, pick up in 10 minutes. Talk about some kind of good. Just look at that thing.
That does look great.
Open up, baby.
Okay. Well, it looks like we got some DMCA in this one, and it's pork. And I never, ever, ever have really ever enjoyed pork. So I can already tell you I probably won't like this, but I'll watch. I'm sorry, was that a sparkling apple? What are we? Wait, isn't pork supposed to be? Okay, it's pulled pork. Okay, I'm in. Okay, I'm weird. Like, if there's a slab of pork in front of me, I don't want to eat it. But if you break it up like that and it's pulled pork, I'll eat it. I'm weird. Hey, what's the name of this purple stuff? What's this purple stuff? It's cabbage? Hey, bro, this cabbage can just get, I never want to see this on my plate, ever. And actually, while I'm kind of on this topic, coleslaw is one of the worst, like, sides in the world. I have never, and just to be clear, I've had multiple different styles of coleslaw. Every single one, dog shit. I don't want it. Don't want it. Yeah, that cabbage just ruins that for me.
Some cooking.
All right, man. Wow, you punched the shit out of that. Why do you just put cucumbers in water? Aren't they already water? A little bacon? Wow. This guy made his own buns. Damn, that's next level. Tim, that's a pickle? Really? I didn't know that.
The burger's a bit high.
Best mac and cheese I'll ever have. Okay. Cheese. Mac, obviously. And mac and cheese just like, I just want to put my whole, like, body in a bathtub of mac and cheese, bro. What? Oh, buffalo chicken mac and cheese? Yeah, I'm locked in on this. Blue cheese. You see that? You guys see that right there? Where is it? Where's the message? No. Blue cheese for the ranch haters. That's a W in my book right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, that looks great, actually. Oh, bro, those are little pasta balls. What are you doing? What was that? Random thing about me here, me personally. I've had ramen when I was in college, ramen. I practically survived off it. I have never in my life had a official ramen bowl. Never had one. Ever. I think I would like it because it kind of seems like ramen with like an egg and some other like vegetables and stuff. And I think I would like it. I have never had a ramen bowl though. I've never had it and I'm sure I would love it. Carrying on. Ooh, little steak and eggs. Superior breakfast. Little jalapenos. Oh yeah, with the eggs. Cheese. I don't know what that was. This man's just throwing whole tomatoes on there. That's a perfectly sliced avocado. 18, thank you for the 20 gifted, brother. I appreciate it, man. Much love. That looks great. I love steak and eggs. Oh, dude, is he doing what I think he's doing here? Are you creating a burrito out of a quesadilla? Oh, dude. This gets, you know how I know I'm fat? This gets me excited.
Is he working at Chipotle?
It really does. That gets me excited. It's a quesadilla burrito, bro. Just I'll put the whole thing in my mouth, literally. Hey, yo. I understand like sausage and stuff, like how they're rolls, but anytime they rip that skin off, it kind of weirds me out, bro. Every single time I've ever seen that. That's an interesting like pan he's cooking, and I've never seen that before. Little sausage patties. I'm in on that. Ooh, grilled onions? Yeah, that looks lit. That's a wok, is it? Okay. I've never cooked with one. I like this guy's stuff, bro. I think he usually has music in the background, though. These are these little Hawaiian rolls, which, if you've never had the Hawaiian sandwich rolls, they're literally blessed by God himself. So, I mean, give them a shot. But you can make, like, all these crazy little concoctions out of them. They're a huge W. There's something about those Hawaiian rolls, man. I don't know. I had like a breakfast one once, and it was like egg and bacon and sausage and cheese in the Hawaiian roll, kind of cooked like this, dude. It's unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. That looks great. Big W. Random, this just made me think of this. I think Nate Shot tweeted it, and it said that if you eat one hot dog, you lose 30 minutes off your life. And I've eaten probably thousands of hot dogs. Let's just carry on. This whole thing looks interesting, and I don't understand what it is. Are you going to turn this into a sandwich? Wow. Wow. Okay, that looks lit. Yeah, I want to put that in my mouth.
Salted caramel cookie skillet. Look at that. This cookie is
A little dessert one for the dessert lovers?
With vanilla ice cream and caramel. Part of Palm Beach's Restaurant Week. You need to check it out going on until August 31st. And follow them to check out the other participating restaurants. This one is from the Galley. Come check it out.
That looks great. I'm not a dessert guy. Looks great. That's weird because this dish looks really good. But I just hate, are those clams? I just can't. I can't get behind it. Can't do it. I can't do it. It's a muscle. Can't do it. Best thing you've ever had. Okay. Red onion. I don't know what that was. Garlic. Those look like leaves. Why are you putting them in there? Bread.
He seems to get annoyed every single
It's
time
like
they
a
put
pizza?
like
Steak.
a green in the food.
Steak sandwich. Big W. Looks good.
Oh my gosh.
That's my reaction when I eat too. I'm just like in love. Is this salmon? This is one thing. That's salmon, right, John? Dude, every time I've eaten salmon, haven't liked it. I don't know. I've had it cooked a bunch of different ways, man. I'm just not. I've had it smoked. I've had it with like a glaze. I like some seafood, I do, but salmon, there's something about it. I just can't do it. It's like that and scallops, bro. Alexis, my wife, loves scallops. I can't stand them. Don Julio, man, we're turning up on a Monday. Let's go, baby. Oh, that was it. Gosh, dude, that was 10 minutes. I know I say that like every time, but holy frick. fastest 10 minutes of my life. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tatman 2. We got a banger and a very interesting one for you today. So I'm sitting there and I get a dono that says, Tim, I kind of want the Cold War guns out of Warzone when Vanguard comes out. And I had the exact opposite response to that. That got me thinking, what would Warzone look like if it added all the Call of Duties into it? What I mean by that is different guns, different perks. What we got for you here is me kind of speculating about guns I would want in Warzone, other perks from other Call of Duties that I would want in Warzone, and on top of that, some of your opinions as well. If you enjoy this video and you enjoy Warzone, you enjoy Call of Duty, and you enjoy me, and you enjoy Kevin, be sure to drop a like on the video and share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tatman 2, hit the sub button and ring the bell. All right? Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Hey, Tim. How hopeful are you for the next Call of Duty in the future of Warzone? Seems like it's going in the right direction. There are going to be a lot of guns. I think they should take out Cold War guns. What do you think? No. I want every gun in Call of Duty history in Warzone. I do. I want them to bring the intervention from Modern Warfare 2 to Warzone. I want them to bring the noob tube from MW2 into Warzone. I do. I want every Call of Duty gun that's ever existed in Warzone. Can you imagine the intervention in Warzone? The ACR in Warzone? The Model 1887s? Come on, let's go, baby. Put everything in there, everything. I want every gun in Call of Duty history in Warzone. It'd be crazy. Me personally, if every gun is in Call of Duty from every generation, I go intervention. Here's my sniper class. Intervention on 45. And then I would go ACR 1887s, 100%. Oh. In my opinion, that's one of the most lit ideas ever. And while we're at it, I want you to throw Commando perk into Warzone with the knife attachment on your handgun. And I want people one-shotting me with a knife. I do. Because that's Call of Duty. And that's what it is. You know, bro, I used to be that guy. I'd run around favela like all day, and I would just run commando with the knife all day, bro. All day. I loved it. I loved it. I think that could be one of the coolest ideas that Warzone could do. So I guess to answer your question about what I think Warzone should do, should they take out some of the guns? My immediate answer is no. If anything, they should add them all. Add them all. That'd be so cool. Are you guys with me on that? That'd be lit. Okay, maybe, I will say, maybe not the commando knife thing one-shotting. That'd probably be too broken. But, dude, intervention, bro, I doubt this is possible. But if we could somehow get the intervention into Verdansk or whatever map we are going to be getting.
Oh my God, what do I need now?
Vanguard, I'd shed a tear. I would cry. I would cry. If I could have the intervention with the way it played in MW2, I would. What other guns would I want to see? ACR 100%. Model 1887's 100%. What else? I'm just thinking like out loud now. I'm thinking of like Call of Duty guns I used to use when I was younger. Some of you said Galil. So much stuff, I didn't love the Galil, but I mean, it'd be cool to have it in there. ACR, we've established. FAMAS, dude. FAMAS could be really cool, actually. Yeah, I agree with that. FAMAS would be dope. The Desert Eagle, straight up from that MW2 Desert Eagle, right? Is that what you guys are talking about? I guess to answer your question, Nick, I am all in on adding as many guns as we can to Warzone. I know they're not going to do that, and I understand, like, there's some serious, like, it's probably way too hard. I get that. But in my opinion, as someone that's played Call of Duty over the years, add them all, bro. You know how many, like, different styles of gameplay you can get? Now, the thing that I'm really sitting here thinking about is, what about perks? And a couple perks come to mind. If you had Warzone with Last Stand, can you guys imagine that? Like, when you're down, you get your pistol. Can you guys imagine? That'd be crazy. That'd be a little crazy, bro. Painkiller, dude. I'm in. I'm in. Am I crazy? Does anyone else think this is a great idea? I think I'm coming up with a great idea for Warzone here. We should just add everything. Add everything from all the Call of Duties into one game and let us run with it. I'm sorry, Matrodom. I've always said that wrong. Juggernaut, I'm in. Last Stand, I'm in. I don't care if I die to someone with a pistol that I knocked with Last Stand. That'd be sick. I'm in. I'm still saying it wrong. Guys, I've always said it wrong. Here, I'll describe it as this. The perk that when you die, a grenade falls. I don't know how to say it. Tim, it's Mater Dom. Okay, got it. Unpopular opinion, while I'm on this topic as well, I also think that you can do like more recent guns in Warzone 2. Honey Badger. I'm 100% down. I'm down to get shit on by a Honey Badger in Warzone. I am. Honey Badger. What's that sniper from Infinite Warfare that everyone got the clips with? I can't, or was it, I'm sorry, Advanced Warfare? Advanced Warfare. There was like a sniper. You guys know what I'm talking about? I think it was the MORS. That's what I think that's what I'm thinking of. And I mean, you know, while we're on the topic of integrating every Call of Duty into Warzone, right? You know, we've talked about some perks. We've talked about guns, obviously. Intervention and Akimbo 1887s would be my first pick, right? And we talked about some different guns that would be kind of cool to see. I mean, what about more kill streaks? Are we getting too crazy there? Or is that something where you guys are like, that's kind of crazy, right? Could you guys, now that might be a bit, I mean, can you imagine someone with an AC-130 in Warzone? That might be a little too crazy, I think. What do you guys think? Yes or no? Just give me like that might be too much. I think the perks might be too much. I'm sorry, not perks. I think kill streaks might be too, like, I can't imagine getting shit on by an AC-130. Imagine, bro. Imagine someone pulls out a chopper gunner in the middle of Warzone. God, that'd be crazy. The kill streaks, okay, the more I'm thinking about it, I think the kill streaks have to stay off. That's just too much. It is. I don't want to die to I don't want to die to a chopper gunner or an AC-130 or like a Swarm, right? You guys remember Swarm? The one with all the little planes? You know, one thing I'm thinking about while I'm just thinking about this whole idea, obviously this is all hypothetical, right? But there are a couple kill streaks I think they could add that could be effective. Predator missile. I think Predator missile would be okay. I think a napalm strike would be okay. I think you can't do the big boys. I don't think you can do, I even think you could do the little hunter killer. Was that the name of the plane, right? Hunter killer. I kind of like, I mean, just one, right? Can't do a Swarm because it'd be too much, but. And I just had this random idea. You guys ready for this? And I'm gonna kind of wrap it up off this. All right. Imagine Warzone, but you get rewarded your kill streaks. Could be too much. Could be kind of cool. I mean, I have like a weird thought in my head where it's like you get 4 or 5 kills, you get a UAV, right? And then you kind of cycle it, right? So depending on what you pick, you could get, you know. I think that'd be something where it's like you'd have to like, here's what I'll say. Everything else that I was saying before this with adding perks, adding guns, I think those pretty viable options. I think that kill streaks could be too much, and getting kills for kill streaks could also be too much. I don't think that would work. But guns, I'm in, and honest to God, some other perks, I'm in. I'm down for a Last Stand perk in Warzone. I am. And I'm in that same breath, a painkiller, a juggernaut. I'm in for stuff like that. I think that'd be cool. Some of you are saying jetpacks. The thing with jetpacks, here's what I'll say. Obviously, we've talked about like adding a lot of different stuff to Warzone from old Call of Duty games. Basically, what if you took all the Call of Duties and put it into Warzone? Jetpacks takes That's tough, bro. Because obviously you have helicopters and stuff and you can kind of go up and down, right? But jetpacks are going to take fights away from, okay, there's a chopper above you. You know someone's coming in and they might hop in, but then they're boots on the ground, right? You know they can't just like jetpack up in the middle of your fight, right? I will say that. I was never huge on jetpacks. I don't think I would like that. A grapple hook, if I'm completely honest, I enjoyed the grapple hook in Blackout. I did. I could get behind that. I could. I enjoyed that in Blackout, the way that you played with that. But I think jetpacks would be too much. And maybe that's just the boomer in me. But this is such an interesting thought. I wonder if they've ever thought about that. So I'm gonna sum this up right here. Put the intervention into Warzone.
Yeah, this is kind of slow without mobile.
Give me the intervention. Give me the honey badger. Give me the Akimbo 1887s. Give me everything. Like I think the guns, everything in Warzone could be so cool. That could be so cool, literally. ACR, sure. Did I just come up with like the best version of Warzone ever? And did Andy cheat? Although they already got that. But going back to what brought me on this whole tangent that I was just on for a very long time, sorry. Nick, the answer is no. I don't think they should take out the Cold War guns for Warzone. I am glad, if anything, that they are leaving the Modern Warfare guns. I'm glad they're leaving the Cold War guns, and I'm glad they're implementing the Vanguard guns, for that matter. And if going off of that, if I'm honest, I think it'd be lit if they added even more, to be honest. I do. I mean, the only problem is, here's the biggest issue. The more you keep adding, you guys are going to have to get a bigger PlayStation, bro, or something. You console guys, man, imagine. You're literally only going to have, you only have Warzone on your console if you try to do that, bro. Oh, man, I just got on a huge tangent with that. I think that was a good tangent, though. I like that. That was a good conversation. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tap Man 2. We got a banger for you today. Now, I'm wearing this shirt. It's an Under Armour t-shirt, but look at the back. Cheat meal specialist. I know good food. What we got for you here is me reacting to some more incredible food. And I'm sure y'all are going to love it. And if you do, drop a like on it, share it with a friend. If you're not subscribed over here to Tim and Tap Man 2 as well, sub button, ring the bell. I don't know what you're waiting for. Be sure to tell somebody you love them as well, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. Okay. We got one more food thing, and then gameplay. All right, one more food thing though. I'm all in. Little dough. That looks fun. That looks great, actually. Cheese and carbs. You're speaking my language. Let's just get those little leaves out of there. We don't need them, right? What do we need the leaves for? Not enough sauce, actually. Disappointed. Sauce ratio to cheese ratio is crazy. This cheese weirds me out. Don't know why. I think, is that fresh mozzarella? Is that fresh mozz, right? So, or no, is that the
Is waking up even a chore?
The B one, burrata, right? There's something about that just it's almost too much for me. I don't know if it's like too smooth or something, but it's just not my thing, bro. I don't know why we literally just put those leaves in there, bro. You don't need it. All right, that's an unhealthy meal. Let's keep it that way, right? Right? Is that chicken thigh? Yeah, it is. What is that? Like a starch? Maybe like a flour. Frying it. I'm in. Everyone please hold. My wife's calling me. Alexis was trying to get my attention because She's at Starbucks and she texted me and said, "Stop watching food. Stop watching food. Do you want Starbucks? Do you want Starbucks?" I said yes. All right, moving on. Dude, this chicken looks lit, by the way. Just for the record. Once again, we don't need the leaves. Bunch of tortillas, some ketchup, ham, salami, mozzarella. Is this like a crunch wrap pizza? Was that ketchup, bro? Or is that... Hey, bro, chat. Is it... Okay, hang on. That's gotta be tomato sauce, right? No way that's just straight ketchup. Is that straight ketchup? Am I seeing this right? Or is that like a marinara? I'm gonna give this benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say this is marinara, but if that's ketchup, we're shocked. Which is kind of weird if you really think about it, because ketchup and marinara are essentially the same thing, right? They're both just mashed up tomatoes. You know what I mean? Moving on. I mean, if that's like pizza sauce, I mean, I'm in. I'll try that. Let's get it. Oh, dude, corn and cheese is like two of my most favorite things in the world. Dude, like elote, you guys ever have like elote corn? Dude, I could just literally, I could. Unpopular opinion, by the way, I love mayonnaise. Love it. People seem to either love or hate it. I love it. This dish right there, bro, I would put my face in that thing. Daryl! What's up, Daryl? Living his best life. Ripping a beer, making some pizza. Little olive oil. Wow, brushed it. Very elegant. Man, we got a lot of pizza in this one, huh, Whips? A little fresh cheese. There's something about shredding your own cheese and putting it on that is so much better than store-bought. It's crazy. I gotta get one of these little pizza ovens. Okay. Actually, Tim, realistically, how often would you use it? I'd probably use it once and then call it a day. Yeah, you're not getting that. Okay, good talk. Isn't it crazy I just talked myself out of that? That was nuts.
Let's pack today's lunchbox for my friends.
Let's go!
Today I'm making them a cheeseburger and jalapeno popper egg rolls. I'm gonna begin by browning my meat, and I season it up with a little bit of barbecue rub so I can give it a little bit of a Western style. Caramelize some onions, and I add some ketchup, mustard, and some Worcestershire sauce. Give it a quick mix and let that cool off. For my jalapeno poppers, we're going to stuff them with cheese and chorizo and all kinds of other stuff. Then I add a big pop of shrimpy, and yes, I remove the poo, and wrap them in some bacon. Then I take them into my air fryer and let them get nice and crispy. And yes, my clips were all over the place. Now I'm just gonna stuff and roll all of my egg rolls. For the cheeseburger one, we're gonna add the cheeseburger meat, a little bit of crumbled bacon, some cheese, and some pickles.
A cheeseburger egg roll?
And seal them shut with a little bit of water. For the jalapeno popper one, we're just gonna add the jalapeno popper and more cheese, and then we roll them up. Fry them up and make sure they get nice and crispy on both sides. And of course, we're going to drain them because we don't want some oily egg rolls. This one is the jalapeno popper with the shrimpy in the inside, and this one is
I don't like the shrimp in there.
I was trying to focus really good on the camera, but it wasn't letting me. So sorry, guys. I'm also making them a dipping sauce for the egg rolls. So we're gonna add some burning butthole hot sauce, a little bit of mayo, ketchup, mustard, and some relish. And that's it, guys. I'm just gonna give it a quick mix and put it in small little containers. Finally, we get to assemble the box. I line it up with a piece of parchment paper, then I add 3 egg rolls, 2 cheeseburger ones, and 1 jalapeno popper. And you already know I'm always adding fries to everything that I make, so they're gonna get a side of fries and ketchup. They also had the option between a soda or a watermelon lemonade, and they all chose the watermelon lemonade. You already know I've been experimenting on the baking side, so today I made them a churro cheesecake. And these are little small samples that I give them. I just add a little bit of cut up strawberries, some sweetened condensed milk, and some dulce de leche. And that's it, guys. And I'm just gonna get everything ready for them, and they come and pick up during lunchtime. Bye.
Bye.
Did you know you can make cake with rice? Let's do it. Leftover rice, put it into a bowl, then just season that with some mirin. And just take a tray like this. Toss that in the fridge overnight.
What?
Look at that trip.
I'm in. I'm in on that. This is the fluffiest bread I've ever seen in my life. That thing looks like a sponge.
Is that even bread?
I don't know what that egg is called, but I like it. Like, it's like kind of like poached, but not. It's an egg salad sandwich. That is the fluff. I can't get over this bread. What is this bread? That's soft boiled. Never had that. It looks good though. I should make French toast with that, bro. Low key. Chicken? Here we go again with this fucking cabbage, man. Just get the cabbage out of there. I don't need it. I'm not trying to be healthy. I'm eating a chicken sandwich with the biggest bread I've ever seen in my life. No, I don't want the texture, okay? I don't want it. Okay, that looks good. I don't want the texture.
Birds out here going crazy again, I swear.
These little tostadas, little bacon, immediately love it. Onion, tomato, some seasoning. The lighting in this guy's like kitchen and studio is really good, by the way. That looks good. Little tostada. I'm not too sure what it is, but that balsamic glaze is lit, by the way, bro. Lit. Is that bruschetta? Yeah, I'm in.
Alright guys, I'm going to show you how to make some delicious fried potatoes.
The man that started it all right here, chat.
Over medium heat and add about 1/4 cup of oil. We've got 4 large russet potatoes diced. They should be about this thickness. I let mine soak in water overnight to rinse off the extra starch. Now add your taters to the hot oil. We're going to flavor our taters with some spicy Danos. I'm using 3 tablespoons. It's made from all natural ingredients and damn good.
Is this an ad?
Cook for about 5
Is
minutes.
this an ad?
3 tablespoons of unsalted butter. Stir occasionally and scrape the bottom. After another 5 minutes of cooking, we're going to add 1 roughly chopped medium yellow onion and 7 ounces of diced smoked sausage. And mix. We're going to let this cook for about 10 to 15 minutes or until your desired doneness. It's okay to add a little more butter if needed.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
This is one of my favorite quick and easy meals. We got potatoes, sausage, onion, and that yum yum get you some. Hell yeah.
Today's the day. We're making Big Mac sauce. Easy. Boom. Lord, have mercy. Half cup of lamb. 3 tablespoons of ketchup. 3 tablespoons of yellow mustard. 3 bread and butter pickles. Finely diced. In 3 tablespoons sweet onion brunoise. In 1 tablespoon vinegar. 1/8 of a teaspoon onion powder. Time to give it some whiskey. I forgot something. Fuck. 1 clove. Fresh grated garlic. Now you can whiskey business. Season your taste with salt. Oh mama. Oh lord.
This guy's funny, man.
There's no goddamn comparison. Get out of here.
Is his name Josh? I like that guy a lot. Dude, his editing and his humor is actually really, really funny. He's hilarious, man. Oh, that was funny, bro. Morning, even afternoon, Tim and Tatman 2. We got a banger for you today, baby. I'm not the smartest man. I don't think I have to tell you that. I thought I could dig to the ocean. I can't pronounce a lot of words. I'm not the brightest bulb in the pack. One day we start talking about technology and how I have seen technology develop. And then we started talking about what the future technology could look like. Here you're going to see me watching some videos with some future AI, some robot stuff. It's crazy, man. Trying to wrap my head around this is unbelievable. This is an interesting thing because this is stuff that we're making right now with these robots and future AI technology. And this is us kind of going back and forth about what could happen and what has happened already. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to drop a like on it, share with a friend. If you're not subscribed to this YouTube channel, Tim and Tatman 2, hit the sub button, ring the bell. All right? Be sure to tell somebody you love them, okay? I'll catch you in the next one. 35 for Justin. Never done it before. I just want to say I'm a Marine. I want to say RIP to the heroes who died yesterday. Any vet who served in Afghan. Yeah, it's not your fault. You did your job. If you need help, please ask, please. I saw a little bit about the what happened yesterday, and RIP, man, 100%. Weird times we're living in, man. I often think sometimes too about I think about my son in the future, of things that could happen in the future, right? And I often think about technology a lot, and I actually wonder if Brew, my son, will have a point in the future where there's going to be a moment where humanity can figure out a way to live forever. You know what I mean? Because I don't think that kind of seems to be the way, where the path is kind of technology's going crazy. You got robots, shit like that. And bro, there's a part of me that's I wonder if in the future, I don't think I'll see that. My generation, no way. I'm 31, but I mean, could you imagine that, bro? It's crazy. You think that happened in our lifetime? No way. I'm 31. That's there's no way. That'd be 20. Oh, brother. That'd be 20. I mean, if I have a good life, I'm 31 right now. Let's say I get another, 60's pushing it, bro. That's a scary sentence, but it's another 60 years is really pushing that. Let's say I get another, I think 50 solid. That's 80 something. If I get that, that'd be 50 years from now is 2071. That's kind of crazy to think about, actually. Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it that long. I'm still streaming. Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. Oh man, it's interesting to think about, man. But you're absolutely right, Justin. I appreciate 35 and thank you, man, for that. 25 from 123. Speaking of immortality, it's unlikely our bodies would live forever. Instead, what's more likely is that we'll be able to upload our consciousness into a super advanced computer where humans can live in a fake reality without the real world's problems. That'd be like modern day. What was that movie? That'd be like that movie, right? That's scary to think about. What's that? Not The Matrix. I know The Matrix, but I guess it is kind of The Matrix if you think about it. But I guess it literally would be The Matrix, because in The Matrix, a lot of the world was kind of run down, right, in their real world, and then they went to the virtual reality Matrix, right? I guess it is Matrix. Yeah. I was thinking Ready Player One though, by the way. That was kind of my thought, but maybe The Matrix was onto something, bro. That's crazy. When did The Matrix originally come out? When did the original Matrix come out? The Matrix came out 1999. Wow. I was 9. That movie was so ahead of its time, bro. What a great movie, by the way. I remember watching that when I was younger. I wasn't 9, but I was probably 12 or 13. The slow-mo and all that, dude. You know what I mean? It's kind of lit. Thanks for 25, man. $50 some NIT. Speaking of future tech, have you seen Boston Dynamics robot parkour video? This is, bro. Is this fake, guys? This is fake, right? This is real? Hey, bro, if this thing's real, we're shocked. Straight up. I don't know if that is CGI or if that is real, but I promise you that if that is real, we're shocked. We are making the thing that is gonna end us all. Literally. Like, can you imagine all of a sudden all those things just like turn on and they're like, hey, by the way, you can't leave anymore, and you have to listen to us, and like, dude, it's like literally someone's gonna have to call Will Smith, man. It's like iRobot, literally. I wonder how many calls Will Smith would unironically get if something like that happened. Be like, yo, Will, I know you've dealt with this before. What are we supposed to do? Hey, bro, that's scary. That's one of those things. Okay. I'm looking at that right there, and in the future, they're going to be talking about how we were watching these things develop. You know what I mean? And then now it's like, you know, they're taking over and stuff like that. Like, this is the original. Look at this fat guy watching it. And then it's me. Hey, guys. That's crazy. It's cool, kind of, but crazy. Like, here's what I would say. It's cool in the sense of, wow, technology can do that. But it's scary in the sense of, what if they learn? Bro, I remember reading this article. I can't 100% remember, but maybe if I talk about it, some of you will be able to remember. It was like an article where they had two robots talking to each other, and then the robots like created their own language, and they ended up pulling the plug on it because the robots were communicating, but the humans couldn't tell what they were saying. You guys know what I'm talking about? It was some article I read somewhere. It was Facebook AI. I think that was it. I think you're right. And it was this. So if you guys never heard about this, basically they had these, like, it wasn't an actual robot, right? It wasn't like something like we just saw where it was like a stand-up, like robotic kind of a thing. It was like it was basically like a little, like almost a computer. And the computers, Facebook made it, or Facebook or whoever, made it so the computers would talk to each other, right? And they're kind of like pretty simple. Hey, how are you? Oh, I'm good. Like the robots were going back and forth, right? And then it started to develop, and like the robots, the computers started making and communicating in a way that the humans couldn't understand it. Isn't that crazy? Crazy. They like learned, like the robots were learning, right, how to communicate better, if you will. And it's like the AI developed its own way to communicate, and humans couldn't tell what they were saying, so they unplugged them. I was like, homie, I hear stuff like that, and then I see robots like that moving. I'm like, bro, we are teetering here. Like, have we not seen enough movies, right? Have we not seen enough movies to know where this is going? We got robots communicating in a way that we can't understand. Homie, that robot just did 2 backflips back to back. I am 31, haven't even gotten close. You think I'm going to be able to outrun that robot? No way. I'd go right at it. I have no chance. I have no chance. There's no way I'm going to outrun that robot. I have to go for its legs. That's the only option. It is. Like, if that robot decided one day that it's like, we don't like Tim anymore, time to get Tim, bring him in, right? Then it's like, there's no way I'm getting away from that thing, so I'm going at it. That's my only option. Tim, throw water at it. Right, whips. Yeah, I'm sure that, we can make our iPhones water resistant, but I'm sure that multi-million-dollar robot, you just, gets a little wet and the whole thing short circuits. Right, whips. Whips, do you even hear yourself? You guys want me to carry like an EMP in my pocket, I guess, right? Just unplug it. It's better than running at it? I disagree. I'd run right at that shit, bro. And I would take it out by the legs. I'd rip its leg off, and then I would take the part of the leg that I ripped off, and I would just put it right into the CPU, bro. Straight up like a warrior, dude. You know what I mean? That's how I'd handle that, dude. I have to, because there's no way I'm getting away from it. I have to handle it like that. I don't care what it's made of, bro, chat. Okay, listen, guys. Okay, I'm a big boy. All right, I can move metal. I was taking off a roof one time when I was in high school. It was like a tin roof, dude. Came right off, dude. You know what I mean? Man, but those two things, when you hear those two things back to back, when you think about the direction that technology is going, I don't know about you, chat, but I wouldn't say it scares me, because I am interested. There's a part of me that's like watching with a watchful eye. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool. That's cool that all these things can happen, but do we really know what we're getting into here? You know what I mean? Do we? Listen, guys, any robot movie I've ever watched, robots end up figuring it out for themselves and they want to kill humanity. That's all that happens, you know? Right? That's the end of it. There's no us controlling them. They learn beyond us and they are like, wow, these humans are stupid. We should get rid of them because they're all inferior. And then they try to eliminate us, guys. Okay? Someone in chat goes, I accept my new leader. That video is scary. The whole Facebook AI thing, that's alarming in its own right. But they just unplugged them. I don't know if you can just unplug those robots. You know what I mean? And then I saw something. Isn't Elon making a Tesla robot or something as well, chat? I saw like something very vaguely about that, and some of you might know about it. I guess while I'm on this whole like futuristic AI conversation, I saw something about like it was something that like Tesla, like Elon's trying to make a robot as well or something like that. A Tesla bot. It's such an interesting thought too, because I saw this thing I've never seen the other day. Well, not the other day. This is actually probably realistically about half a year ago or so, a little while ago. Can't remember the exact time frame, but it was a bar that was ran by a robot. Like you walked up, you'd like walk up to it and you could pay money. You like put money in and then you hit like what drink you want. And it's like a robot arm or something. I saw it. I know Japan. I think Japan is like, I mean, Japan is ahead of us, right? And I've seen videos where I think it was like an ice cream cone or something in Japan or something. But I think it was in Vegas that I actually saw it myself. Like in person. I'd never seen it in person. Sam, is it like a vending machine? It's okay. It's a lot more than just a vending machine. It's like an arm that gets your cup, puts it over, fills it like to the right amount, and then brings it and then drops it in front of you. It's not just I mean, I guess realistically it's kind of like a vending machine, but it's like a bar. It looks like a bar. It looks like you're walking up to a bar. It's crazy. It's like a really fancy vending machine. The future, man, it's such an interesting thing to really think about. And like I said, I often think about like my son and what he will see. You know what I mean? Because guys, when you think about technology and how fast technology is growing and at the rate that it is, some of you might not understand because you might be younger, but like when I was born, they had huge computers, right? They had like Dells, these old Dells, these old was it Mac, right? Wasn't there like a Mac computer, stuff like that, floppy disks? You guys remember all that shit? Yeah, some of you might. IBM, right? Gateway. Now we're kind of getting into the older brands, right? You had these old computers that were huge, right? And this was, just so you guys understand, I was probably compact, right? I was probably 9 or 10. So about 20 years ago, right? And that was the best technology, like as far as computers and stuff that we had. And now you all are holding this phone, and this phone is like 10 times the level of like processing from that computer that I used to sit in front of when I was 10. It's probably even way more than that, to be honest. I'm just throwing 10 out there, but it's like you could probably, like a chat saying like 1,000 times. Like the phones that we have now are 1,000 times more powerful than the old compact computers that I was sitting in front of. And that was 20 years ago. Fast forward another 20 years, this thing could be like 20 more years from now, I'll be what, 51? And people could be like, do you remember when we used to have those iPhones and we thought that technology was crazy? All right, see you later, man. And then you just do, and then you teleport away or something like that. You know what I mean? It's just it's a crazy thing, because like growing up, I kind of have seen technology kind of develop in this weird way with like so I saw the first cell phones, stuff like that, and it's so weird, bro. It's so weird. You know, remember when we used to fly around on planes? All right, see you later, Scott. And then you just like hit a button in like your shoulder and you teleport back to your house or something. You know what I mean? Crazy stuff, man. Crazy to think about. An interesting conversation, though, for sure. For sure. What was that? Snake. It was a Nokia, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? You had like a Nokia phone, and you had Snake. That was like it. You guys remember that? It was like a brick phone. Yo, if I'm honest though, that Nokia phone was one of the most reliable pieces of electronics that I've ever had. I literally would kick that thing in the air to try and break it because I was like a stupid kid, and like bro, like that thing could have lasted like an atomic bomb or something, bro. Straight up, it was crazy. All right, I should back up. I got on a big tangent there. Sorry.
All right, I need to go deal with some house stuff. So hope you enjoy the music for a bit. I'll be right back.
Smoke is coming to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes.
Alright, everyone. Back into the gaming. Playing some Genshin. See what stuff we get into today. I believe today we finally get... Nah, that's a big download, you know. Oh, didn't expect this to happen, but oh well.
The world we used to know is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our world. We've been running for ages to search the
If I remember correctly, I should have all the mats I need for... I got advanced over 80 today. So I can get the books for 90. But I don't have control of them. Really? There we go. Many moons ago, I was born. There's biblical, you, and me to eat. Birth makes me happy. I want to stay with you and be happy. You're good to me. I know. I want to be good to you too. The flower is pretty. For you, are you happy? This is the conversation for consolation to details being wrong. The level up for cryo for Aloy being wrong. And daily check-in. Alright. Optimize the description of the town's domain or Kami Island and Shakukaku Adding the following. When Signora sustains a single instance of damage that exceeds a certain percentage over max HP, all damage beyond that percentage will be nullified. After this, Signora will unleash a wave of cold air or heat that will cause characters to rapidly accumulate the corresponding temperature status. She will also launch a ferocious counterattack against active characters. So if you're too OP with Senora, you'll be damaged more? It's an interesting update. I know it was already a thing, but how much damage are they talking about? Didn't I need like, was it 4 or 2? Oh, it was 4. Alright, let's go kill the boss real quick. Bennett's ult is on my half charged. Cringe.
Everybody stand back! Odds revealed! Time to go! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Cross over! Adventure time! I'm going in! By royal
Decent. Don't like the defense. And I got the lowest amount. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, I have to wait till the next one. Let's save a balloon, I guess. forget which way it goes. Is it even moving? Oh my. I hate that you have to start it. So annoying.
Wheel of life. Faster? Okay, faster.
I was going the wrong way. Oh my god.
Another test.
Should have saw that. Oh.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Only have health? Not bad.
Let's light it up!
I mean, considering I went the wrong way, not bad. Time trial. I really don't like that mirror maiden.
Let's get down to business.
Odds reveal time.
To the ferry. Let's get down to business. Say no more. Perfect distance.
This isn't good.
To the ferry.
Should be 3 minutes, right?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. By royal decree. Fire, fire, hands on fire.
nourishment for life.
Adventure time. Let's light it up.
Why am I stuck?
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Garbage. Dun-dun.
A blade embraces it. Though I cling to that which has given me the strength to hold on, the weight of letting go is ever foreboding. My apologies. It should be a happy occasion, and yet it is such a sad phrase that comes to mind. Our time together has been so pleasant that I'm fearful of losing what I've gained. I'm sorry. I must compose myself. A blade embraces.
What did she say?
Though I cling to that which has given me the strength to hold on, the weight of letting go is ever foreboding. My apologies. It should be a happy occasion, and yet it is such a sad phrase that comes to mind. Our time together has been so pleasant that I'm fearful of losing what I've gained. I'm sorry. I must compose myself.
Oh, I need a button tomorrow. Damn it. Hold on. Where are they long? There we go. I know where you were. No, right there.
Benny's Adventure Chick. Assemble!
Good thing I cleared out this Rasuna quest, or doing this commission would have been annoying. Why is there one that's so far high? Also, why do I need anima?
anytime.
Do you have anything on? You don't, because it's hard. Didn't I get up better? I don't know, up earlier. Oh, it was horrible. I could probably get that to Saya. Probably. Is it really just going to be 3 of these? And I'm not going to complain about how easy it is, it's just that it's kind of boring when it's just this fog about dodging lightning.
Everybody stand back! By royal decree! Ha!
Thank you, Oz. So nice that it gives in my rewards now.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Why not?
I created another universe and founded paradise.
Special. Literally could care less.
What's happening?
Got myself trying those breakthrough thinking. I've done this quest, this commission, so many times.
Huh?
I feel like I should look up a guide for this because I'm not sure if I'm choosing the right one or the wrong one to progress it.
One client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
I talk to Chef now. So after getting the dish, I talk to Jingling. It's probably why I haven't progressed in this thing. Do I need to give... Do I need to get the bowl before or after? There she goes. Okay. I finally got that done. What co-op do I need done? The Primo, the Cryo, the Kinky, and Pyrohypostasis. What have I thought before that? Yeah, well, so where is the so
1 client, 2 clients, 3 clients. Go! Phew.
Carnival doesn't seem to be here, so I'll come back later after doing Neko and Granny Quest. That's cool. With any luck, I might even finish my pasta after eating. I'm not sure if that's lost in translation or if they just typed it wrong. I don't know. Alright, time for Granny Quest. She's probably talking about a shrine. We're here. probably have to find something. It's probably a Sealy we have to look for. That's my guess. What are the chances that it might be underground? I get a feeling it might be.
By royal decree.
It also says that there's a faded gate you have to open, but I don't know what that means right now.
With the wind.
There's a chest. Poggers.
Guys, adventure time.
Did I just see a ceiling in the distance? No, might be losing it. Never mind. See, if I was a spirit and I needed help, where would I be?
With the wind. Phew.
if it's in that same area that the precious chest was in the page.
We go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check the secret room. Might be where it's at. Really? Not even the secret room either? Hmm? Let me go ask Granny again. I'm pretty sure that is the northeast. The shrine, but
Life goes on.
for some reason I feel like it might be wrong. In the ruins to the northeast in the ancient city that stands alone amidst the sea, a lingering spirit of morning will light the way. Open for her a great gate and return her to her nest of sweet slumber, and the fated rewards will be yours. So the ruins to the northeast. Unless there's something that I'm missing, which is more than likely the case. What if the spirit they mean is one of the robots? That's being itchy for some reason. Does anyone see a spirit? I don't see a spirit at all. Nor anything that could be a spirit. Unless I'm at the wrong ruins, which could also be a thing, but I don't.
With the wind.
Where's the closest boat? I guess here? There might be a spirit on like the water or something. How is there always a chest in places I've already looked? Damn it, Mario. Really? Really?
Let's light it up! I really agree! If we bury it, maybe it will spring back to life.
They wouldn't put a spirit out here, right? I don't know where this is. I'm gonna enter the dungeon and see. Cause it's literally like the only place I haven't tried.
It's my lucky day.
What's it got?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Time to go. Off we go. This is Her Majesty's gift. I'm going in.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Out of my sight.
Wings hurt.
Another test zone. Fry.
I summon thee.
I got careless.
So it wasn't in the domain. Still don't know where it is. Like, how am I supposed to look for a spirit? That's in this island. But I don't see it anywhere.
We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky's getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build a home tonight, from the ashes we will rise.
I'm getting a headache just trying to figure out what this damn thing is.
We look off the edge till the waves come crashing in, and we say our goodbyes to the ties that might have been.
Like, is there a specific day of time of day that this has to be done? Is that really? When did you spawn? Oh, I'm so annoyed right now.
If we bury it, maybe it'll spring back to life.
Why did that spawn now and wasn't there earlier? That is so annoying. Whatever. Should be it, right? poggers. Right. I thought I had over 1600. Do I pull or wait for Kakome? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42, 48, 54, 60, 66, 72. I think I might have done the math wrong, but because I did get Ayako my last 5-star, so it's not guaranteed. Getting Gene Constellation isn't that bad, but kind of annoyed I didn't get Fujisaru. Increases the pulling speed of Gallblade. After holding for more than 1 second, increases the damage dealt by 46%. Okay. And Sucrose C3. Let's go.
Bathe in the
Got it. How did I miss that? Makes me wish there was a cancel attack button.
Let's light it up! Adventure time! Off we go! Everybody stand back! By royalty! A blade embraces its duty. As a Jew...
There's more!
Oz reveals thyself!
To the fairy.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day!
You win. Finally, no. It's my lucky day. As you wish, Maid Fräulein. Say no more. To the fairy. Finally, my blade. To the fairy. Let's get down to business.
Let's light it up!
Boom.
Off we go! Everybody stand back! Let night fall!
To the fairy. Finally,
Adventure time! Let's light it up! Off we go! Adventure time! Let's light it up! Go in! By royal decree! Higher, higher, dance on fire!
That was a lot of build up for not much return, but Oh well. How much more do I have? 16. What if I was able to buy the ores from
This realm is true. If you ever have any questions.
poggers. Okay then. Don't like how they're all gung-ho about this, but...
Everybody stand back! Let's light it up!
Midnight of Phantasmagoria.
Did this person really just draw my world in the middle of the cards? Oh, that's funny. Oh, it's another quest done. Pokers. Orcon Have I Done Right is showed a quest. Vanilla Revenge, I don't remember. It's obtained a few days after completing that commission in art to be Oh, I remember doing that one. Oh, this occurs that one. This is the one that's in the dojo over here. It's not really a dojo, it's more of a house settlement.
With the wind.
Glory to the Shogun and her everlasting reign.
Oh, I can't. I fucked you. Because I'm in co-op. Oh, whatever. I'll make sure to check that one later. What about the other one? Storytelling method. Jokes in the comments. The Narukami Trail is probably another one that can't be activated yet. fertilizer, cell potion. It's called the missile. Doesn't seem to be even in the list. Oh well. We'll wait for this person to be done fishing and then check. Alrighty. See if the quest is completable or not. Have your fortune be told 5 times again while obtaining an ideal result. Okay. Witness Killian initiates abductions into the Gourmet Sopranos. Okay.
Toodaloo.
Sashimi platter. Good lord, that needs a lot.
Wanna come over for tea?
This is a party member's attack was 24 to 320. And 6 to 10. Need to buy more shrimp. Wait, it is not.
Toodaloo.
320 and 10%. 300 seconds. Is that the best one or no?
Billy Churl, silly Billy Hilly Churl.
Get this feeling it's not. So we can check.
Silly Churl, Billy Churl, silly Billy Hilly Churl. Woo!
$320 and 10. I think the temptation is like one step above.
Toodaloo.
But it's the same as the jade parcel. I guess you can make either the jade parcel or the sashimi platter.
Billy Churl, silly Billy Hilly Churl.
Or the fried chicken. That's it. Nope, only your own character. There's a lot of things that...
2 clients, 3 clients.
There's a lot of platters that do the same thing. Not sure how I feel about that. Now, I'll move over there.
Silly Churl, Billy Churl, silly Billy Hilly Churl. Woo!
Alright. Back to solo mode. Let's clear this.
By royal decree.
Walkers fell in the water again.
Let's light it up, team!
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Phew. What a bummer. Huh?
Let's get down to business.
Lightning! Let's vault!
How's this? My blade! How's this?
This isn't good!
There's more! Finally,
Life goes on. I'm going in! By royal decree, Queens of Darkness! Teamwork is dreamwork!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
I found another mystical spot. Poggers. What artifacts could I go out? I mean, that's pretty good. I don't like that it hit HP, but or fight attack, but it's good. It's pretty decent, not gonna lie. I kind of want to get rid of you, but what are you? What are you gonna do, man? Hell no. Gonna have to say no on that one. I don't know why I saved you. I think I'm just gonna get rid of those. I don't think that was ever gonna go anywhere but horrible. What about you? It's not bad, especially for HP piece. Well, I think I'm gonna have to feed the defense one into this one. It went in the HP. Oh my god. I don't like how none of my hats are good. Asian Raven, how you doing? I think I'm gonna try my luck at the Crimson Witch dungeon. See what artifacts I can get, if anything good. It's going pretty good. Cleared most content on Watatsumi and right eyelid. Which to be honest, it's probably not a good idea, but eh. Though, with the fact that Mahalo keeps on spawning stuff in new updates, it's a bit difficult to clear everything. I won't lie.
Don't waste my time. More speed.
No worries.
Eye for an eye. More speed. Don't waste my time. Let it talk. Into the wind.
As one with wind and cloud.
Life goes on.
Your life is mine.
Faster? Okay, faster. Vengeance will be mine. I condemn Orders given. Orders received. Wheel of life.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call.
Rack and roll.
Into the wind.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Chris Lava Walker. Should I not be surprised that it's Lava Walker?
Let's dance. You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? All right.
There are leaves around, but I need
just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Interesting choice of G.
Let the show begin. Yeah. Yeah. Eye for an eye. Swear by my sword. I'll protect us.
Run with me. Take for mercy.
Swear by my sword. Begin.
Time to
Shudder.
Time to go.
More speed. Go, Barbara, go!
Decent. Sorry. Salty.
We stand and watch the world change. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, we'll build a warm demise. From the ashes we will rise. When the
Let's stay. Let the show begin.
the lava walker. Sag.
The wind smells good.
Go, Barbara, go! Come on, we can do it.
Bit of an oath. Sag.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Really?
Exorcism uses thaumaturgy and martial arts to conquer evil.
I question this person's line of thinking. Truly, Barbara, after taking so long.
Let's dance.
Time to go.
Jump right into the
Back off!
begins. 308. Absorption test. Stand clear.
One with wind and cloud.
Let's dance.
Time to go.
Maybe. It has potential.
One with my blade. Four with my blade.
Mona is interesting. Hopefully they have the constellation to be useful.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
It looked like she had ibex when she was doing that animation.
Let the show begin. I'll protect us. Fate is upon you. Let me scribe. Let's dance.
That is a sad face. Every time. Never seem to go more than one. Makes me sad.
Take this!
Take this!
Take flight! Whirling snow! A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems. A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems. I'll protect us. Let's dance.
Oh, Lava Walker once again. Crit rate on the 4-star. Green.
Go, Barbara, go! I'll protect you. Think you can get away? I wouldn't
How did that hit me? Survey says horrible. And they leave. And then Daisy with a mono. A 70 mono.
Mom.
time to lose.
I mean, it's pyro damage, but it's not the stats I want, which makes me sad.
Go, Barbara, go!
Order, guys. Let your guard down. This is order. No time to
Go, Barbara, go!
Yes. Finally. Something usable. Oh. Yay. Well, I spent like a few hundred resin to do it. Yeah.
let your guard down.
Let's dance. I'll protect us. Let's dance.
Why is it level worker? Ari. Why did it have to be level walker?
I wonder.
Oh. Let's set up. Sing, sing, shoot out.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share?
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Every period has its final day. Don't rush.
Final.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny.
Decline.
Over-embellishing.
Boredom. Don't know why.
Solidified.
I'm questioning what this person is playing.
Go, Barbara, I'll protect Let's dance. Go, Barb. Let the show begin.
Decent. Speed of light. Wanna come over for tea? Level 60 kitchen.
I'm fine.
massage. Ooh. I don't know why this. So why did this person leave and then just stand there?
1 client, 2 clients, 3 clients. I know for work-life balance, but
how many times is this person going to keep on declining and just staying in the world? What is swerve? God. Is it their horrible connection? I don't know. It's my only guess. Why do you keep declining every time? I'm legit about to kick this person.
in adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Why are you being level 16? Wasting time just sitting there, declining every single thing. Like, what is the point of being in this dungeon? Of course, level 60 dies. I'm not surprised.
I'll protect us.
treasure. Isn't that one piece I got better than that one? I don't care. Force pick. I'm pretty sure the artifact I got was decent, right? Energy recharge. Sad.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot.
They got crit rate. That's good. What about you? I don't like that you're lava walker, to be honest.
1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4.
Attack percent. Not bad. Could be better. This is the one I want to defeat.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
Defense. Oh, another crit damage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
If this one ever rolls crit rate, it might be better than this one.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot.
It would be cool if it went crit rate and even one roll. It would be decent. And you are just a sad hat. But the crit damage could roll better than this one. So, the only good thing about it. But that is a journey for tomorrow. I am suddenly out of resin. And I don't know to do anything else. So land on that high and believe that was the person that came over for fish. I think I'll rate this first. Haven't rated this person in a while. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. See you tomorrow. I'll be able to hold daytime, morning, evening, afternoon, and I'll be live tomorrow in the evening because I go back to work in the morning. So, I'll see you then. Enjoy your time with a cup of cocoa. And enjoy your time without me. See you later.